الظروف دي. كذلك إمكانية إيصال الخدمات لمناطق مقطوعة في دارفور، في جنوب، في غرب، في شمال، بصورة محدودة. يعني في وقت الجميع كان متوقع انه يحصل توقف تام للخدمات، يحصل انهيار تام للخدمات. وانا ده الدرس الداير اقدمه هسه في الجلسه المهمه دي، اللي هو ما هي الاسباب من وجهه نظرنا بعد توفيق الله سبحانه وتعالى طبعا، اللي ادت لانه يحصل قدر من النجاح. انا ما بقول نجاح كامل، ما حصل النجاح الكامل ولا دي طموحنا، لكن القدر من النجاح اللي حصل رغم الصعوبات والتحديات دي بيتمثل في 5 أشياء أساسية. يعني الحاجة الأولى اللي هو الكوادر الصحية. الكوادر الصحية من سواء الإسعاف للعامل بتاع الاستشاري للأخصائي لغيرهم في كل ولايات السودان، حقيقة كان عندهم دور كبير جدا في استقرار النظام الصحي وتنادي بصورة تلقائية. يعني وده ظاهر لنا إذا كان عينا للمناطق المستقرة، حنلقى أدوارنا الكبيرة في استقرار الخدمات الطبية، في حتى في تحسين خدمات تخصصية ما كانت موجودة. أمثلة عندنا الشغل الكبير. اشتغلوا مثلا المركز القومي للقلب صلاح الباشا ورفاقته في استقرار خدمات القلب. الشغل الكبير في المركز القومي للجهاز الهضمي عبد المنعم والمعاو. الشغل الكبير في خدمات الكلى واستقراره نزار ومجموعته. يعني في قدر من الاستقرار، العظام والتخصصات الدقيقة، المخ والأعصاب، ده كله كوادر قعدت جابت الناس حواليها، قدرت تستمر بخدمات ما كانت موجودة. حتى لو مشينا للمناطق اللي فيها مليش الدعم السريع وفيها عدم استقرار وفيها الكوادر الصحية بين اليوم والآخر بتضرى وبتنتهك حرمات مؤسساتهم وكده، لكن بنلقى انهم مواصلين وبيأدوا في واجبهم على اكمل وجه. وانا اذكر اكثر من مثال في جنوب دارفور، رغم الدمار اللي حصل بصوره كليه للمؤسسات، استعادت معظم الجزئيات خدماتها بفضل وجود كوادر صحيه عندها همه عاليه. في الفاشر على سبيل المثال، المثال اللي انا بضربه كل مره، انضرب المستشفى الرئيسي انتقلوا للمستشفى الجنوبي، انضرب المستشفى الجنوبي انتقلوا للسعودي، انضرب مستشفى الأطفال نقل مستشفى الأطفال للسعودي، انضرب السعودي والكلى مشوا. هسه حاليا بيعملوا من مستشفيات بديلة عبارة عن منازل تم السيارة والعمليات من تحت الأرض. حقيقة يعني الكادر الصحي بكل تخصصاته، بكل أفراده، كان عندهم دور كبير جدا في ما نحن عليه الآن، وذاته مبشرين لقدام ممكن يكون عندهم أدوار كبيرة جدا. الحاجة الثانية اللي ساهمت في قدر من النجاح هي مسألة التحرك السريع منذ بداية الأزمة. الصحة وكوادرها أول الناس اللي تحركوا، وتحركوا حقيقة التحرك كان في كل الاتجاهات، وما حقق النجاح انه التحرك خارج السودان كذلك. يعني وده من خلال التواصل مع كل السفارات. في اول اسبوعين اتعمل اجتماع خاص بالصحه مع منظمه الصحه العالميه مع كل وزارات الصحه العرب، اكثر من زياره، سواء كان على مستوى دكتور تدرس مؤخر مدير منظمه الصحه العالميه، او المدير الاقليمي، او مدير التعاون الدولي القطري، او دكتور جابان تيد جابان اليونيسيف، او المسؤولين من الدعم العالمي، او المسؤولين من الجافي. حقيقة انا قلت دي ليه؟ الزيارات دي والتواصل ده اعاد البرامج الدوليه اللي كانت السودان جزء منها الى العمل مره اخرى، لانه في فتره ال3 او ال4 شهور الاولى كان هنالك اقرب ل يعني بانيك مخلي معظم المنظمات الدوليه والاليات الدوليه ما قادره تشتغل وما قادره تجي السودان. لكن انا اقدر اقول التواصل ده حقق قدر كبير جدا وعمل جسر وانكسر حاجز بين وزاره الصحه وحكومه السودان وبين منظمات المجتمع الدولي، اللي بعد ذاك كل الانشطه والبرامج العالميه وحتى الشركاء الاقليميين بقى في شغل واضح، وشغل حقيقه ساهم في تحرك الصحه الى الامام، وساهم في تقديم الخدمات الصحيه. الثالث اللي هو استيعاب كل المبادرات، ودي كانت من البدايه نحن قلنا نستوعب كل المبادرات الجايه للسودان، سواء كان مبادرات من افراد او من رجال اعمال أو من منظمات أو من قطاع خاص أو من مؤسسات، وعملنا في سبيل الحكاية دي إدارة خاصة وجسم خاص، على أساس إنه حتى للاستلام، للتوزيع، لتوفير المعلومات، لمعرفة ما هو موجود في السودان وخارج السودان للأولويات. المسألة دي أكسبت ثقة لوزارة الصحة. حتى أبناء المناطق المحددة لأن يجيبوا حاجة بيثقوا إنه يجيبوها مباشرة ونحن نوصلها لهم بقدر كبير جدا. ودي يعني أنا بين قوسين بقول ساهمت في البيتر كوماندنج اوف ذا ريسبونس. يعني في وقت المشاكل اللي زي دي انت دائما بتتخوف من من الفراجمنتيشن، بتتخوف من الاستجابه المتجزئه، بتتخوف من يعني احداث اشكاليات. حقيقه الكوماندنج ده ساهم بقدر كبير جدا في الاستفاده القصوى من الوارد. البلاتفورم الموجوده حسي حاليا فيها سواء كان منظمات او وكالات المتحده او غيره، دي ساهمت بقدر كبير جدا في الوضع اللي احنا فيه بقدر كبير جدا. المسألة الرابعة هي الرؤية الواضحة جدا تجاه الاستجابة للاحتياجات الصحية في السودان في الفترة الفاتت. والاحتمال ان احنا خطتنا الخمسية دي، خمسية مش 5 سنوات، خمسية فيها 5 محاور، يكاد يكون الإعلام يحفظها، المنظمات تحفظها، الشركاء كلهم يحفظوها، وشغالين عليها. وكانت رؤيتنا واضحة اللي هي إيصال الخدمات الصحية الأساسية المنقذة للحياة في المحاور اللي حددناها في كل ولايات السودان، في كل محلات السودان، لكل إنسان سوداني ريجاردلس إنه موجود في حتة فيها القوات المسلحة أو موجودة فيها الميليشيا الدعم السريع. ودي حقيقة نحن من أوائل الوزارات اللي كان نادت بالحكاية دي، لأنه كان في هيزيتنسي في البداية من بعض الجهات وكده في حول المناطق وتقديم بعض الخدمات خاصة في المناطق اللي فيها الميليشيا. ودي ساعدتنا حقيقة في إنه نكسب ثقة كبيرة جدا من المانحين من الشركاء معانا، وفي نفس الوقت نقدر نستفيد من المجتمع بتاع المناطق دي في إيصال الخدمات الطبية. يعني الأهالي، العشائر، الكوادر الطبية الموجودة من المناطق اللي فيها الميليشيا ساعدتنا بقدر كبير جدا في إحداث اختراق كبير جدا. وحقيقة الحكاية دي برضو آه، دعمنا فيها كثير جدا الشعار ان احنا رفعناه والتحدي ان احنا خطيناه، انه رغم الحاصل لازم نواصل. وفي النهايه ده بقى لنا زي الباور اوف هوب، يعني ادانا قوه دافعيه كبيره جدا. فدي حقيقه واحده من المحددات اللي ساعدت في تحقيق بعض النجاحات. المساله الخامسه والاخيره هي العمل الميداني. يعني قدرنا نعمل عمل ميداني يعني مع كل الشركاء وكل المنظمات. احتمال معظم الولايات الاكسسبل وصلناها اكثر من 3 مرات. الحكايه دي اكسبت الصحه ثقه حتى في حكومه السودان، وخلت انه وزاره الماليه تخصص اولويه في الصرف على الصحه. ودي ساعدت بقدر كبير جدا في الاستجابه الصحيه اللي قدرنا عليها، سواء كان في الطوارئ الصحيه او في ال ال الخدمات العلاجيه. حقيقه دي في حد ذاتها الخمسه دي انا بقول انها دي دروس مستفاده للعمل في وضع الطوارئ. يعني حكايه الاستجابه السريعه، حكايه الاعتماد الكبير على الكوادر المدربه والمؤهله الكوميتد من ابناء البلد، حكايه استيعاب الجميع وعدم الاقصاء، حكايه الكوميتمنت تجاه انسان السودان في كل بقعه، غرب او شرق او شمال او جنوب، حكايه انه الفيزيكال بريزنس الميداني والالتزام تجاه المواطن. دي عباره عن دروس مستفاده ساعدتنا. وقد تكون بعضها يعني كثير جدا من الجهات لو اشتغلت عليها ممكن تحقق نجاحات، وممكن يعني تكون بوادر لبناء ما بعد الحرب ان شاء الله. النقطه الثانيه داير اقولها هي ثم ماذا بعد. يعني نحن قلنا رغم الحاصل لازم نواصل، حنواصل لمتين، فلا بد من نهاية يعني. ونحن قعدنا حقيقة اجتماعات كثيرة ومتكررة ونضع في سيناريوز ونقرأ في الوضع. نحن ملزمين وملتزمين انه نواصل في اي وضع يعني. لكن في النهاية وضعنا سيناريو، ممكن الوضع يمشي لأسوأ، وممكن الوضع يبقى على ما هو عليه، وممكن الوضع يمشي لأحسن. والأخير ده هو حقيقة ان احنا بنينا عليه أكثر حسب القراءات الميدانية. وحسب المعرفة بواقع، لأنه ثم ماذا بعد الحرب؟ يعني ده أسوأ وضع الناس تصل له، يعني ما ضاقت إلا لتفرج وماشيين لأحسن. فبالتالي بدينا نفكر في إنه نمشي لأحسن. صحيح نحن مهما عملنا في وضع فيه استمرارية الحرب حيكون هو عبارة عن جهد. صحيح نحن حننقذ أرواح، حنقدم خدمة، حنحسن، لكن ما حنعمل الحاجة اللي نحن دايرين نعملها. أصلا إذا ما في سلام، ما في أمان، ما في حاجة أمثل ممكن تتقدم. يعني عشان كده زي ما بيقال ويقول تدرس بيكررها كل مرة: peace is the best medicine. يعني أفضل حاجة، أفضل دواء أو أفضل حاجة ناجعة أنه يكون في سلام. يعني ونسأل الله تبارك وتعالى إنه الأمن والسلام والاستقرار يعود قريبا. وعلى ضوء الموضوع ده بدينا نوجه أعمالنا looking ahead. يعني حتى المشاريع بدينا في توجيه المشاريع والتدخلات الصحية والإنسانية على أساس أنها تكون إنسانية تنموية معظمها. يعني لأنه الحرب ذاتها أسهمت أو كان عندها دور كبير جدا في تكسير البنى التحتية. فبقينا رفعنا شعار الهيومانيتيري ديفلوبمنتال ابروتش، المشاريع التنموية، سواء كانت في أجهزة ومعدات أو إعادة تأهيل وإعمار أو تنمية بشرية، كوادر صحية، تدريب وتأهيل، أو تحسين المفهوم بتاع النظم والسياسات وغيره. فبدينا شغل عليه. وعمليا حقيقة هسه حاليا نحن عندنا عملين كبار قمنا بهم. الأول مشكورين بروفيسور عمر سليمان رئيس المجلس الاستشاري لوزارة الصحة الاتحادية، ومعه عدد من الخبراء منهم بروفيسور باني ومنهم بروفيسور أساتذة من المجلس الاستشاري. وكان نقاش بعد اجتماع الجمعية العمومية الأولى، وفكرة من بروف عمر سليمان خبير منظمة الصحة العالمية، واتكتبت ورقة مفاهيمية أولى كدوكيمنت: Post Conflict Health and Development and Peace in Sudan. ورقة في محاور بتشوف الصحة بصورتها الكلية تنموية. في اتفقنا على بعض المراحل لإنزال الأرض الواقع. ورقة ثانية اللي هي عبارة عن البوست كونفليكت استراتيجيز فور سودان 10 years فور سودان، دي اشتغلنا عليها كوزارة الصحة. الاثنين متكاملات في رؤية كلية، يعني الرؤية الكلية لصحة السودان مستقبلا، اللي هي الرؤية الكلية المبنية عليها كلها هي ضمان خدمات صحية عادلة ومستدامة لكل السودانيين والسودانيات. والرؤية دي بيزد على أساسيات، بيزد اون برينسيبلز محددة الناس اتفقت عليها، اللي هي بناء نظام صحي لا مركزي. السودان الكبير ده المركزية فيه وضحت فشلها، ونحن من زمان دايرين نمشي في نظام صحي لا مركزي. النظام الصحي لا مركزي to ensure accessibility of basic health services to everyone، وفي نفس الوقت لا مركزي قطاعي، بمعنى كل إقليم أو كل قطاع يكون عبارة عن هب للخدمات المرجعية، باعتبار السودان كأنه مجموعة دول. وفي الحكاية دي هسه بدينا في الأسبوع الماضي ده، انتهى قبل يومين، مؤتمر شرق السودان كقطاع، إقليم شرق السودان، الرؤية بتاعته، الأولويات بتاعته، مراحل المشاريع في المرحلة القادمة. وده كبداية قلنا وتبي ريبليكيتد إن شاء الله قريبا. يكون الخاص بالولايات الشمالية، إن شاء الله قريبا الخاص بإقليم دارفور، الخاص بإقليم كردفان. الفكرة في الموضوع ده اللي هو أقرب للتخطيط القاعدي، أقرب لكل إقليم عنده خصوصيته، عنده الكالتشر دايمنشنز بتاعته، عنده الحاجة اللي ممكن تكون تكاملية بيناته، عنده كده عنده كده. فبالتالي ده الابروتش اللي حس شغالين عليه، على أساس إنه فعلا نحقق النظام الصحي اللامركزي بالصورة القطاعية اللي بتمكن تمكننا من بناء نظام مرن رشيق يتنقل بالصحة من مرحلة الاستجابة إلى مرحلة الإعمار إلى مرحلة التطوير. في كلام كثير وممكن نحن نشاركه ليتر، والناس تشارك معنا في مجموعة الورش، مجموعة الويبينارز اللي حنشتغل عليها. عملنا قاعدة في الزوم، منصة للتواصل كل أسبوعين حنناقش فيه بعض المواضيع على سنة تساعدنا في الحكاية دي. برضو هذه الفكرة وهذه الرؤية قائمة على دعائم. اتفقنا إنه في enablers في السودان موجودة الناس تبني عليها. أول هذه الانيبلرز إنه لابد من إنها تقوم على حوكمة رشيدة تحقق قومية الصحة قائمة على كوادر بشرية مدربة ومؤهلة. يعني عندنا حاجتين: عندنا الكوادر البشرية داخل السودان وخارج السودان، وعندنا الكوميونتي سوليداريتي، عندنا التكافل المجتمعي اللي هو حدس ظهر. يعني عندنا دور المجتمع كبير وعندنا دور الكوادر البشرية كبير. فدي برينسيبلز بنبني عليها، وبنبني على ممكنات السودان الثانية المعروفة، اللي هي إذا حصل سلام أنا بقول بتخلي كل دول العالم اللي حوالينا وغيرها إنها ترغب في العمل مع السودان. وده اللي التمسناه حتى في زياراتنا الأخيرة، توقيع اتفاقيات حتى مع السودان في ظل الحرب، على أساس إنه حيكون البناء قريب. ففي تندنسي عالية جدا وفي مقومات ومقدرات بنيت عليها هذه الرؤية. وتبدأ هذه الرؤية بصورة كلية لتحقيق الصحة للجميع وبالجميع، قائمة على مبدأ الصحة في كل السياسات. وضعنا رؤية لتدفق هذه الاستراتيجيات او الكاسكيدنج داون للدسكشن، على اساس انها فعلا تبقى بعد ذاك رؤية متكاملة فيها برامج، فيها مشاريع، فيها استيعاب لنظام كل الأنظمة: نظام دولة، نظام شراكات، نظام استثمار، نظام بوت، نظام قطاع خاص، في قطاع الأدوية، في قطاع السياحة العلاجية، في قطاع المؤسسات العلاجية، في قطاع الانفستمنت، في غيره في غيره. في التمرحل بتاعها زي ما قلت من الاستجابة لإعادة البناء والإعمار للتطوير والبناء المستقبلي. أنا ركزت على الاثنين ديل لعلمي إنه سابا كمنظمة واعدة معانا في الميدان ممكن يكون لها دور كبير جدا وإسهام كبير جدا. عشان كده في الختام حابب إنه أقول إنه الإخوة في سابا مشكورين، هم نموذج للمنظمة الناضجة منذ ولادتها يعني، وكذلك هم نموذج لدور الطبيب السوداني وهمته العالية تجاه المواطنين. يعني وجودهم يعني أسهم بقدر كبير جدا في يعني أنا أقول استقرار الخدمة في السودان. دعمهم كان واضح. وجودهم برضو كسفراء وبناء علاقات واسعة للشراكات والشركاء، دي تخلينا برضو نطمح ونطمع في الكثير في المرحلة القادمة. ما في شك من خلال معايشتنا لهم في الفترة اللي فاتت دي، وطريقة التخطيط الاستراتيجي، طريقة بناء البرامج، طريقة الاستصحاب، الشفافية العالية جدا. فأنا أقول في الختام سابة مثال للمهنية والعلمية والعملية والواقعية. تفخر بكم البلد، يفخر بكم السودان، ينتظر منكم الكثير. شكرا جزيلا لدعوتنا لمخاطبة جمعكم الكريم. شكرا جزيلا لكم، و نتمنى انه كلنا نتلاقى ان شاء الله سبحانه وتعالى في رحاب سودان واسع آمن مستقر، نساعد في بنائه، نساعد في استقراره، نساهم في نشوفه في مصاف الدول المتقدمة والمتحضرة قريبا إن شاء الله سبحانه وتعالى. شكرا جزيلا وآسف لي الإطالة. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you to Dr. Awadallah and Dr. Khidr for their wonderful words. At this time, we'll move into our second keynote speaker, Bash Mohandes Omar Usman, who is the Transportation Secretary for this dear state of Illinois.
السلام عليكم. الصورة دي لها 10 سنوات سوا. That's fake news, right? أول حاجة دار أقدم زوجتي الدكتورة ماجدة نوري right here. So الله يخليك. بعدين أنا I was doing breakfast this morning. 3 young ladies showed up with some stickers, and they asked, "Are you a physician? Are you a resident? Or are you attending?" So I said, "Of course I'm attending the conference. What do you think?" So with that, شكرا الدكتور وزير الصحة شكرا على الدعوة and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address a very, very proud, very accomplished collection of fellow Sudanese Americans. I'm truly honored. With more than 3 decades in the field of transportation, I have to say, I don't believe I have ever addressed a group of physicians, and I welcome the chance to do so. We owe it to each other to share our stories and inspire one another. I wanted to start with a little bit about me and what I do actually. In 2019, I was fortunate to be tapped by the governor of Illinois, Governor J.B. Pritzker, to lead the Illinois Department of Transportation. I actually still pinch myself to make sure that it has really happened. We take great pride in Illinois in calling ourselves the transportation hub of North America. We are home to the biggest program in our state history and the only one that is truly multimodal. That's Governor J.B. Pritzker, 6 years, $45 billion. That's with the B. Rebuild Illinois. The Illinois Department of Transportation is involved in every facet of transportation in our state and routinely goes above and beyond. I'm extremely proud of the role my department played during the COVID-19. We tend to forget the pandemic. We were charged with coordinating thousands of deliveries of personnel protective equipment to healthcare facilities, emergency management agencies, testing sites, veteran homes, hospitals, regional healthcare coordination centers, long-term care sites, and other state agencies. The goal was to get PPE directly into the hand of frontline workers in the timeliest way possible. Our highway maintainers, and if you are from Illinois, those are the ones who drive all the orange trucks. Our highway maintainers at time worked around the clock, 7 days a week, driving many, many miles. Everyone involved helped save lives. It was a mission that was deeply meaningful to me and helped reinforce that humanitarian work really is at the core of what we do in transportation by keeping people safe and secure. In that respect, our fields share common ground. Being the secretary is an awesome, awesome job. And that job I cherish each day. We literally are making history. Everything we do in transportation is being redefined and reevaluated. Examine what it means to have access to transportation, ensuring equity in how we plan and select our projects, building a system that can withstand a changing climate, figuring out what mobility means in a time of shifting workplace needs, creating a workforce that reflects the diversity of the communities we serve. All of these discussions are playing out each day. It is exciting time to be in the middle of them, making sure that all voices are represented. I have been very lucky to have people support me throughout the year at key points in my life. The governor is one of them, but it has been education that had made all differences in my journey from a tiny town in northern Sudan, leading an agency that oversees transportation in a state the country depends on to keep goods, people, and services moving. My story started in a very small village called Kerma in northern Sudan. يعني أنا ما حسي على السكينة من عندنا يعني. So my little town used to be the capital of what? Kushite Empire led by who? The Black Pharaohs, right? We were and is still a very, very humble, very cohesive community that supports one another no matter where we are in the world. That is what defines us as Sudanese. The humbleness, the togetherness, and the importance of the family and community, and the importance of education in our lives. I was one, and my wife didn't want me to talk about this, but I was one of 11 kids in my family. My mother never went to school. My dad made it through the 4th grade. So, I want to urge all of us to put our differences aside. Put our differences aside. For our country and for our next generation. You guys have people who died for the cause. A good friend of my wife and a good friend of yours, Dr. Bushra Ibn Auf. So, the traits I mentioned that we need now. We need those traits more than ever for our country. Our differences should never define us and should never distract us from our noble cause. But let me tell you though, coming with limited, so I'm shifting gear here a little bit, coming with limited English skills from a small town in another continent to attend college in the South, and that was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, was not an easy road to take. At times, it was very frustrating. I won't deny it. Just giving up was tempting. During those moments, the knowledge that I was learning fueled me to keep going. I was fortunate when someone from the Illinois Department of Transportation came to my school at the time to recruit. I bought the best suit I could find for $100 and interviewed. It must have been an impressive suit because I get the job and landed in Peoria, Illinois, which is about 3 hours away from here. I gradually moved through the ranks, becoming only the 3rd engineer. If you're going to be a Secretary of Transportation, you don't necessarily have to be an engineer. A lot of them have their degrees in business. A lot of them are elected official. But I was fortunate enough to be the only 3rd engineer to spend their entire career at the Illinois DOT to become a secretary. After 35 years now, I'm still learning every day. Transportation is changing before our eyes, and I'm so lucky to be in the middle of that. Yes, going from a small town in Africa to leading the State Department of Transportation has not been without challenges. We all face obstacles. We still have a lot of work to do to remove barriers and to build a society that is truly equitable and inclusive. I say it's a lot, but diversity actually works. New vantage points and ideas are critical in transportation and obviously in healthcare and in any business today. I'm not a politician person by any means, but I want to close by saying that reaching the top of our profession is not the end of our journey. Get involved in your community through public service. Volunteer, serve on boards, and offer your services to civic organizations. Run for a school board, local office, or become a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Where are you at? Everything we do in transportation, Just give me 1 second. All right. Okay, but my page is mixed up just at that. It's all good though. Maybe my wife has it. ما إذا عملت شنو بالورق. هاي دائما عامله لي مشاكل بالذات. ما تدينا اللي عندك. معلش معلش هسمع كلام كتير بعدين اديني باقي بس انا بقراه في ورقه فاقيده بس. هتأدبني بالكلام بعدين لكن. So أنا قلت شنو في النهاية؟ And I was trying to say, في الحتة دي making your voices heard strengthens our community and our country. And remember to get out and vote. It's a year to vote. It's a right and a privilege that cannot be taken for granted, especially for us. And it should ever be taken lightly. I voted for the first time when I was 35 years old, when I became a citizen. I never had a chance to vote in the Sudan. So I don't take it lightly. I urge you to vote and vote your conscience. But I want to say we all have come a long way to get here today. And I want to reiterate, put our differences aside. Our country needs us. We are trying, just like the doctor says, our country needs us to build our next generation. We cannot lose focus. We cannot, and we should not. So with that, and with the last page in my hand, thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today and tell you a little bit about my agency and myself. And if you're not from Chicago, and if you're asking where to eat, each and every restaurant in Chicago is a good one. Just go to the west, go to the north, and go to the south. Don't go east, that's a lake, okay? So, all right. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. How are you guys? Hope everybody had a good morning and rested. My name is Huzaifa. I'm Assistant Secretary General in SAPA. And we're so glad and happy to have you here. For our next panel, we have the Sudanese Doctor Alliance all around the globe. And they all have joined to speak with us for a few minutes. Starting with Dr. Sayed Muhammad Abdullah. He's the president of the Sudan Doctors Union in Canada.
الإخوة في سابا، في تجمع أطباء السودانيين بأمريكا، لنا كان عظيم الشرف في أن ترافقنا في العمل المشترك في المكتب الموحد لأطباء المهجر، وكانوا هم دائما في المقدمة ورافعين شعار اللي يبقى على أهلنا يبقى علينا، واللي يبقى على السودان يبقى علينا. فرأيناهم معنا في تكوين نقابة أطباء السودان، ورأيناهم معنا إبان الكوارث التي حلت بالسودان، ورأيناهم الآن. كنا نرى من قبل الهلال والصليب الأحمر واليونيسيف وأطباء بلا حدود، ولكن الآن نرى سابا في كل مكان، في دارفور، في معسكر زمزم، وفي جنوب كردفان، وفي الجزيرة، وفي شاد، وفي الخرطوم، وفي أوغندا. رغم البيروقراطية ورغم الفساد، لكنهم كانوا رأس الرمح، وكانوا خير ممثل لأطباء السودان ولأطبائنا. تحية خاصة لزميلاتنا وزملائنا الذين يمسكون على الجمر ويعملون في داخل السودان. وكما رأيتم حتى أن الدكتور مدثر ذهب سباحة في طوكر أبان هذه الفيضانات ليصل مرضاه، وأمثلة كثيرة. ولكن سابا كانت تمد يد العون لكل من يطلب ولكل من لا يطلب، وأنتم فخر لنا. الشكر الجزيل لزملائنا وزميلاتنا في سابا، ونرجو ونتمنى التوفيق لمؤتمركم، والتحية عبركم لكل زميلاتنا وزملائنا في أمريكا وفي مختلف أنحاء العالم، وتحية خاصة لزميلاتنا وزملائنا الذين يعملون في السودان رغم هذه الظروف القاسية ورغم الاعتداءات. والسلام عليكم. شكرا.
Thank you, Dr. Said. Up next, we have Dr. Ahmed Al-Laythi, President of the Sudanese Doctors Union in the UK.
السلام عليكم. معليش أنا بتكلم معكم من الثرومبكتومي روم، أنا الليلة أونكول فهكون مختصر. الزملاء والزميلات في تجمع الأطباء السودانيين بأمريكا، خالص الشكر على الدعوة الكريمة. وفي البدء أود أن أهنئكم وأحييكم على قيام ونجاح مؤتمركم، وأثمن عاليا مجهوداتكم الكبيرة في دعم العمل الصحي في السودان، وكذلك في نشر الوعي والتنوير في مجتمعاتكم بأمريكا عما يحدث في بلادنا. دائما ما كانت النقابات والتجمعات المهنية رأس رمح المجتمع المدني في التغيير، وهي المبادرة دائما في تحويل مبادئ وقيم الديمقراطية والحرية إلى ثقافة وسلوك يومي. حق لنا في نقابات المهجر بالعمل المشترك معكم ومع باقي زملائنا في المكتب الموحد لنقابات المهجر، وجميعا سعدنا بعودة النقابة الأم في السودان متحدية كل العوائق والظروف الغير مواتية. زميلاتي وزملائي الكرام، لم نزل في نصف الطريق، ونصف الطريق لا يفضي للغاية، ولم تزل فكرتنا نصف، والنصف لا ينير معارج الحق والحقيقة. كلنا إيمان وثقة بالوصول إلى حلمنا وحلم شعبنا بوطن حر مسالم وديمقراطي، وسنعمل سويا لاستعادة مثار الثورة وإنقاذ الوطن من براسيل الدكتاتورية والجهل والتخلف والاحتراب. أحبتي، هذه دعوة لتتشابك أيادينا وعزائمنا، ولتخلص نوايانا، لنسير معا في دروب الوطن السليم، ننشر وعيا ونبذل فكرة ونحصد أملا، لنبني وطنا لا يرفض بنيه لهجير الصحراء أو جوف البحر في رحلة الهروب من الجحيم إلى الجحيم. دمتم ودامت رفقتنا في طريق الحق والخير والجمال. أحمد الليثي، وشكرا جزيلا والسلام عليكم.
Next up, we have Dr. Ala Al-Malik, President of SAPA Association of Australia and New Zealand.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الدكتور علاء الدين الملك, President of Sudanese Australasian Medical Professional Association, in short SAPA, اللي هي جمعية الأطباء السودانيين في أستراليا ونيوزيلندا. التحية للأخ وزير الصحة، التحية للأخ العزيز الدكتور ياسر يوسف رئيس مجلس الإدارة، التحية للأعضاء مجلس إدارة تجمع الأطباء السودانيين في أستراليا في الولايات المتحدة. التحية لكل أساتذتنا وكل زملائنا الموجودين في المؤتمر والذين يستمعون عبر الزوم والذين سيحضرون المؤتمر لاحقا. التحية للزملاء الأطباء الموجودين في الداخل القابلين على الجمر، المعانين الذين بذلوا المهج رخيصة في هذه الظروف الصعبة. والتحية لإخواننا في اللجنة التمهيدية لنقابة أطباء السودان، والتحية لزملائي في مكتب تحالف أطباء المهجر. ذكرت التحية للجيش الأبيض الذي تسامى فوق المصالح الذاتية والمنافع الذاتية لأجل الوطن. الجيش الأبيض قدم مثال لكيف للمهنية العالية في التصدي للكوارث والتصدي للمحن التي مر بها السودان. السودان الوطن الجريح مر بمحن كثيرة من زمن بعيد، بداية بالثورة والانقلابات والحرب المؤقتة. تحية خاصة لزملائي وأخواني وأساتذتي وأبنائي الأطباء والطبيبات الأعضاء في تجمع الأطباء السودانيين في الولايات المتحدة. أهنئكم بقيام مؤتمركم هذا، وأهنئكم مقدما بنجاح المؤتمر. التحية لكم في كل منبر وجدناكم فيه، والتحية لكم في كل عيادة في أي جزء من أجزاء الوطن. كما قال الدكتور السيد، حيثما نادى المنادي نجد سابا في ذلك الموقع. أصطحب معي تحية من كل الزملاء والأطباء والطبيبات السودانيين في أستراليا ونيوزيلندا. نفس الحكاية، نحن تم إنشاء هذه الجمعية أثناء أيام الثورة، توجد باجتماع الجمعية العمومية في يوم 5 نوفمبر 2013، ووجدنا الدعم الكبير من كل الجمعيات والتجمعات والروابط الموجودة في الخارج. بعد الانتخاب أرسلنا مناديب لكل الجهات الصحية من وزارة الصحة الاتحادية ومجلس الخاصة الطبية والمجلس الطبي في السودان، وبرضه تواصلنا مع زملائنا. كان لي الشرف في أكون من الأوائل الناس اللي كونوا المجلس أو مكتب تحالف أطباء المهجر. الجمعية إنجازات كثيرة، لكن طبعا نحن في أمام سابا اللي هي إنجازات سابا طبعا ما أكثر مننا. عددنا بسيط، 120 طبيب سوداني أو طبيب سودانية موجودين في أستراليا ونيوزيلندا. تعاوننا مع الجهات الصحية الموجودة في أستراليا في أثناء جائحة الكورونا، والآن بنتعاون معهم في رفعت التوعية الصحية للسودانيين الموجودين في أستراليا اللي في بعض منهم بيعاني من حاجز اللغة ضد الأمراض المزمنة. وساهمنا في تكوين الأجسام المساندة للثورة، ونفتكر ده عمل مهم جدا من الناس تحاول تدعم بعضها لتكوين أجسام تساند تطلعات الشعب السوداني، ومنها جمعية الصيادلة السودانيين. خارجين دعمنا المكتب الموحد وجه عملية انتخابية التي توجد بتكوين اللجنة التمهيدية، وعملنا مع اللجنة التمهيدية وعملنا مع زملائنا الموجودين في المكتب، وعملنا مع المخصصات المجلس الطبي وزارة الصحة. نسعى للعمل مع سابا في زمن السلم. حاولنا نشتغل في أعمال كثيرة، وأخونا الدكتور ياسر ولم يفتأ يعني يجاوب على كل تساؤلاتنا. والآن بنشتغل مع الشباب السودانيين الموجودين في الجامعات الأسترالية نساعدهم وندعمهم أساس إنه يشيلوا هم الوطن ويدعموا العمل، وأخونا دكتور ياسر سابا ساعدونا في الحكاية دي، برضه كانوا دعم للطلاب السودانيين الموجودين في الجامعات الأسترالية. عايز استغل الفرصه دي والتحيه والتجلة لكل اللي منهم اشرف منا شهدائنا الكرام الذين رووا تراب الوطن بدمائهم الطاهره، شهداء الثوره والشهداء الذين استقطوا ايام الحرب، وكل من فقدناهم في هذه الظروف الصعبه والحرب، وكل زملائنا واصدقائنا ومنهم الاخ العزيز صلى الله الدكتور بشر بالحب. وقبل يومين فقدنا احد اساتذتنا الاجلاء بروفيسور عمر زايد، ربنا يتقبله. عمر زايد له اثر طيب في نفسي، تعلمنا على يديه في فنون الممارسه الطبيه. اخر كلام عايز اقول انه whatever happens نحن لازم نكون واقفين. We should work together and we should come together. We have differences, but I think our differences should make us stronger, not weaker. We should respect our differences, but we have to work together. There is no way out unless we work together. And there is no future unless we work together. نحن في المجال الطبي we set standards and example for the rest of the Sudanese population that we are working together. والمتحدث اللي قبلي مني اللي اتكلم عن الترانسبورتيشن ذكر حاجه مهمه جدا، انه whatever we do in the country that we are in, whatever and any success we achieve is good for us and is good for our country and is good for our future. So we should not just focus on being successful in our country, but also focus on being successful on where we are. As I said, diversity makes us stronger. And if we look at other countries, and they have differences more than us, but they were able to manage that and make that for their benefit. نسعى للعمل مع اخواننا في سابا في كل جماعات الاطباء السودانيين في الخارج، SDUK, SD كندا, SDU كندا, SDUI and سوداك في قطر، لكي نبني النظام الصحي في السودان، النظام اللي يخدم المواطن واللي يسهل المواطن. مع بعض نحسب ما يقول غلوتي قمحا ووعدا وتمني. شكرا لكم وشكرا لكل الحضور، وعندنا طبعا الساعه 12 وثلث بعد ما تصل الليل نقول لكم معكم، لكن تصبحوا على خير. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Next up, we have Dr. Yasser Al-Tayyib. He's the president of the Sudanese Doctor Union in Ireland.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It is good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending where you are. Dear President of the Sudanese American Physicians Association, His Highness Federal Minister of Health, Dr. Haytham Awadallah, Presidents of Diaspora Doctors Union, distinguished guest speakers, and all participants in this meeting. It is my pleasure as SDUI President to talk on your annual assembly meeting. We, as Sudanese Doctors Union of Ireland, part of wider Diaspora Doctors Union, would like to congratulate you on your noticeable achievements and growing over a few years, reaching the milestones you should be proud of. The journey of SDA, Sudan Doctors Abroad Unions, started a few years ago during Sudan Revolution, followed by difficult COVID time, the election of preliminary committee of Sudan Doctors Union, and more evident on our biggest conference, SAS4/SIMS in Sudan in February 2023. A very successful conference that showed teamwork, collaboration, and communication between all of us Sadly, a few weeks later, tragic war started. Since then, so many things done together, and we would hope more to be done. Let us pray together for an end to this war, for an immediate ceasefire that allow humanitarian aid and peaceful solution to this tragic war. We will continue to work together to alleviate the suffering of innocent civilians in our country, Sudan. As SDUI, we would like to invite you all to our coming 5th SDUI conference, SAS5. The conference in Dublin on the 5th of October themed Healthcare Rising from the Ashes. SAPA, President, EC, and members, your advocacy, academic, and humanitarian work is inspiring. Wish you a very successful meeting and continuity to your tremendous work in the next term. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Osama Noor from the Sudanese Doctor Union in Qatar. Okay, apologies, Dr. Osama. We'll just switch the schedule. We'll move next up to Dr. Hiba Umar. She is from the Sudanese Doctors Trade Union. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. صوتي واضح؟ السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. إن السودان يستحق السلام، وما دام السلام هو الله، فبسم الله نبدأ ونترحم على أرواح شهدائنا الأبرار منذ الاستغلال الذين ضحوا بحياتهم من أجل مستقبل أفضل لنا جميعا، ونسأل الله لهم المجد والخلود، ونتمنى الشفاء العاجل للمرضى والمصابين والحرية للمعتقلين، وعودة كل المفقودين والمختفين قسريا بسلام. نلتقي اليوم في لحظة فارقة من تاريخ وطننا الحبيب السودان، وهو يعاني من ويلات الحرب والتشرد والانقسام. إن آمالنا تتجدد اليوم بأن يتحقق السلام في ربوع وطننا، وأن يعود النازحون واللاجئون إلى مدنهم وقراهم بسلام وأمان، لنعيد بناء ما دمرته الحروب ونبدأ صفحة جديدة مليئة بالأمل والعمل. الزملاء والزميلات أعضاء تجمع الأطباء السودانيين بالولايات المتحدة، سابا، الضيوف الكرام، الحضور الكريم، شخصي هبة عمر، رئيس اللجنة التمهيدية لنقابة أطباء السودان، ورغم الألم الذي يحتصرني وبؤس الحال، أشعر ببعض الارتياح لأني أقف أمامكم اليوم مخاطبة مؤتمركم السنوي هذا نيابة عن أطباء وطبيبات السودان الصامدين الذين يصارعون بئس الواقع وجوره ويتحدون الصعاب من أجل ملايين السودانيين والسودانيات يداوون جراحهم ويخففون آلامهم مضحين بالغالي والنفيس وليس لديهم أغلى من حياتهم التي يقدمونها بعد أن فقدوا بيوتهم وممتلكاتهم ومصادر رزقهم وفرصهم في التدريب والترقي الأكاديمي. عندما اندلعت هذه الحرب الممنهجة ضد الشعب السوداني وقواه الحية، كانت اللجنة التمهيدية لنقابة أطباء السودان في بداياتها، حيث لم يتجاوز عمرها شهر واحد و3 أيام، كانت اللجنة تحمل على عاتقها مهام محددة، من ضمنها أنها شخصية اعتبارية منتخبة تمثل الأطباء في الراهن النقابي والمهني والوطني، مستندة على شعار الثورة العظيم وجمعيتها العمومية: الثورة نقابة ولجنة حي، الذي أثمر اللجنة التمهيدية لنقابة أطباء السودان بعد غياب استمر لأكثر من 30 سنة وسط انقسامات وصراعات كبيرة. ورغم التحديات الكبيرة وحقل الألقام الذي تسير فيه اللجنة في مجمل عملها وفي ظل نزاع شرس لا يحترم القوانين والمواثيق الدولية المتعلقة بتحييد المرافق الصحية أثناء النزاعات والحروب، نجد أنه وللأسف الشديد لا يزال الأطباء والعاملون في المجال الصحي وفي غرف الطوارئ الصحية والإنسانية في مختلف مناطق السودان الحضرية والريفية يتعرضون للملاحقات والتعذيب والاعتقال والاغتيال تحت دعاوى الانتماء لهذا الطرف أو ذاك في هذه الحرب اللعينة. ولم يسلم من ذلك حتى أعضاء المكتب التنفيذي للجنة التمهيدية وممثلي فروعها ولجانها في مختلف الولايات. هذا الوضع المأساوي يستدعي تكثيف الجهود لضمان حماية العاملين في المجال الصحي من ضمن حماية المدنيين وتأمين بيئة آمنة لهم لممارسة مهامهم الإنسانية. إن حماية الكوادر الصحية وضمان سلامتهم هي مسؤولية جماعية يجب أن تحظى بأولوية قصوى من جميع الجهات المعنية، بالإضافة لصرفهم لمستحقاتهم. السادة الحضور، في هذا السياق وفي البدايات الصعبة كان أطباء المهجر والمنظمات من ضمنهم منظمة سابا خير رفيق ومعين لنا، وقد تمكنا معا من إنجاز بعض المشاريع، حيث كنا نشارك كمراقبين في دعم 3 مستشفيات لمدة شهر في بدايات الحرب، وهي المستشفى السعودي بأم درمان، مستشفى نيالا بولاية جنوب دارفور، ومستشفى تلكوك بولاية كسلا. بالإضافة إلى ذلك تم التبرع عبر اللجنة بمبلغ وقدره حوالي 10,000 دولار لدعم المراكز الصحية و19 مليون جنيه سوداني لدعم ميزات الأطباء والطبيبات. السادة الحضور، اللجنة التمهيدية لنقابة أطباء السودان تسمن وتقدر بشكل كبير جهود منظمة سابا في تطوير الخدمات الصحية في السودان، وتعتبر هذه المجهودات خطوة هامة نحو محاولة إنقاذ ما يمكن تقديمه في الخدمات الصحية، حيث لا يوجد نظام صحي متكامل الآن. فمنذ فجر 15 من أبريل في سنة 2023 وانفجار هذه الحرب اللعينة في قلب الخرطوم، دخلت بلادنا في عام ونصف من الظلم الحالكة بفعل جنرالات الحرب وصراعهم على السلطة. خلال هذه الفترة عانى شعبنا من أكبر الكوارث الإنسانية في عصرنا الحديث، وأوردت تقاريرنا في اللجنة التمهيدية لنقابة أطباء السودان وتقارير الأمم المتحدة ومنظمات دولية ما يلي: فقدان أكثر من 20,000 أرواحهم نتيجة الحرب بصورة مباشرة، وتشير التقارير أن حوالي 15,000 قد قتلوا بالفعل في مدينة الجنينة بولاية طرف دارفور وحدها. لذلك يعتبر هذا التقدير أقل من الإحصاء الحقيقي للوفيات المباشرة نتيجة هذه الحرب، كما أن هنالك أعدادا كبيرة من الضحايا الذين توفوا نتيجة الظروف السيئة لواقع الخدمات الصحية بعد الحرب، نزوح أكثر من 10 مليون شخص ما بين نازح ولاجئ، الحاجة الملحة لأكثر من 26 مليون شخص إلى المساعدات والدعم الإنساني العاجل، بينهم 14 مليون طفل، 15 مليون سوداني يفتقرون إلى الرعاية الصحية، 80% من المرافق الصحية لا تعمل، تم قصفها وتدميرها واحتلال بعضها واستخدامه كثكنات عسكرية ومنصات للقتال. ويواجه أكثر من 11 مليون سوداني وسودانية تحديات في الحصول على الرعاية الصحية المنقذة للحياة. أكثر من 70 من العاملين في مجال الصحة قد اغتيلوا. أكثر من 60 مرفق صحي تم قصفها واحتلالها، ما يزيد عن 400 اعتداء على المرافق الصحية. 26.6 مليون سوداني وسودانية من أصل 47.8 مليون، أي ما يتجاوز نصف سكان السودان، يعيشون اليوم حالة مستعصية من حالات انعدام الأمن الغذائي وتضرر الملايين من الأطفال، حيث يعاني 7,000 وأكثر طفل من سوء التغذية الحاد وازدياد معدلات الوفاة بسبب الجوع وسوء التغذية وسط الأطفال والبالغين، حيث يموت طفل كل 2 ساعة في معسكرات النازحين، وشخص بالغ يوميا من كل 10,000 مواطن. وتضاعف كل تلك الأوضاع المأساوية بسبب تمدد رقعة الحرب المنسية والمتزامنة مع سياسة التجويع المتبعة في هذه الحرب، والتي تتجلى في خروج أكثر من 70% من مناطق الإنتاج الزراعي عن دائرة إنتاج الغذاء، مما تسبب في فشل موسمي الزراعة الشتوي والصيفي لعام 2023-2024، وهذا يجعلها تتجاوز معايير المجاعة المعتمدة لدى الأمم المتحدة ومنظماتها المتخصصة. انهيار النظام الصحي بالكامل في 13 ولاية وقصور كبير في بقية الولايات، حيث تدهور الخدمات الطبية وعدم استقرارها وجودتها في المرافق العامة وارتفاع أسعارها بشكل كبير، مما يثقل كاهل المواطن المطحون اقتصاديا حيث لا مرتبات ولا عمل. وعدم اهتمام وزارة الصحة بالمرافق، وعدم اهتمام وزارة الصحة والوزارات المعنية بالمرافق والمعينات والكادر والتحضير المبكر لفصل الخريف، تكدس الجثث والأوساخ والنفايات، ازدحام دور الإيواء، وعدم وجود خدمات صحية وصرف صحي جيد بها، وغياب نظام التقصي والاستجابة السريعة، وغياب دور المعامل المرجعية الذي لم يتم استبداله، هجرة الكوادر الطبية المدربة، نقص المعينات والأدوية من ضمنها المحاليل الوريدية، المسكنات، أدوية التخدير، المضادات الحيوية، الأدوية الضرورية المنقذة للحياة، أدوية الأمراض المزمنة والأمراض المعدية والمنتشرة، وأمثال تحصين الأطفال، وأمثال لدغات الثعابين والعقارب والدرن والإيدز وغيره. كل ذلك كان نتيجته الحتمية أن عدد ضحايا النظام الصحي المنهار وانعدام الخدمات الصحية وقصورها يكاد يكون الأكبر في هذا النزاع المسلح. فمن نجا من الموت بآلة الحرب والجوع يموت بالمرض المزمن والمستوصل والمعدي والإصابات والأوبئة والحميات والكوليرا، حيث انتشرت عدة أوبئة في الآونة الأخيرة مع إهمال كامل في التقصي عنها والتصدي لها، مع الموت من لدغات العقارب والثعابين، وهذا كله معكوس من عضوية اللجان والفرعيات بالمستشفيات. نسمن السادة الحضور، نسمن دور سابا ويد العون الممدودة منها للمسؤولين عن الصحة في البلاد، حيث الاتفاق الذي أعلن عن مشاريع مشتركة. نتمنى أن يستمر هذا المجهود ويثمر، محميا بالنوايا الطيبة وبالمبادئ العامة للنزاهة والشفافية وضمان وصولها إلى المستفيدين، والحفاظ على هذه القيم الأساسية هو ما يضمن استمرارية وتطوير الخدمات الصحية بشكل يعزز الثقة ويساهم في تحقيق العدالة الصحية لجميع السودانيين. من الأهمية بمكان أيضاً الاهتمام بالرعاية الصحية الأولية ومرافقها، حيث إنها الخدمة التي يجب أن تصل لكل المواطنين قرب أماكن سكنهم أو تواجدهم. نؤكد السادة الحضور، نؤكد أن سوء الأوضاع يؤثر على إمكانية الرصد الدقيق، ففي وقت هذه الكتابة هناك الآلاف من المعرضين للموت والذل والامتهان في أصقاع السودان الممتدة، في معسكرات النزوح والقرى البعيدة وأراضيه المترامية، واللاجئين خارج حدود الوطن الغالي. كذلك يعاني الضعفاء من كبار السن والأطفال والنساء من كافة أشكال التقتيل والإذلال والتعذيب والاسترقاق والعنف الجنسي والاغتصاب والإخفاء القسري والاضطهاد الإنساني وضياع فرص الرعاية الصحية والإنسانية بشكل يجعلهم كمن يعيش منعزلا عن أبسط مقومات الحياة. من كل هذا يتضح جليا أن الحالة الإنسانية في السودان هي الأسوأ في العالم. نرسل من هنا، من هذا المنبر المحترم، نرسل رسالة إلى كافة الأحرار في العالم للتضامن مع جماهير شعبنا من أجل حقهم في الحياة، فلم يكن خيار الحرب خيارهم، ولم ينتهج شعبنا منهج المقاومة المسلحة لثورته العظيمة، ولكن الحرب قد فرضت عليه فرضا من القوى المضادة للثورة، ممثلة في القادة العسكريين الانقلابيين وحكومتهم وميليشياتهم، والمدعومين من محاور وقوى إقليمية ذات أطماع في موارد وخيرات البلاد. إننا في اللجنة التنفيذية لنقابة أطباء السودان نؤكد على موقفنا الثابت من هذه الحرب بالانحياز إلى جانب شعبنا وجنابه المطاع، وإلى قيمة الإنسان فوق كل شيء، فالتزامنا الأخلاقي والمهني يحتم علينا السعي الدائم للسلام ومناهضة الحروب والعنف. ندعو جماهير شعبنا الممتدة داخل وخارج الوطن إلى اعتزال الحرب وعزل خطابها البغيض المخادع، والمحافظة على تماسكها حول قضاياها المركزية الكبرى في الاستقلال الوطني وتأكيد مبدأ السيادة الوطنية وأولوية الإنسان وحقه المقدس في الحياة والسلام والحرية. لذلك نبني على موقفنا هذا ونعمل مع القوى النقابية الأخرى في الجبهة النقابية ولجان المقاومة وقوى الثورة العريضة على استعادة زمام المبادرة في التنظيم والفعل الثوري من أجل وحدتها وعزل القوى المضادة للثورة وبقايا النظام البائد وحكومتهم وميليشياتهم لإنهاء الحرب وبناء سودان المستقبل. خالص التحايا. دمتم ودام السودان حرا ديمقراطيا عادلا يسوده السلام. شكرا جزيلا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. الإخوة في سابا لكم جزيل الشكر، وشكرا سابا على الدوام. في البدء نشكركم على كريم الدعوة، ويسعدني أن أكون اليوم ممثلا لرابطة الأطباء السودانيين بقطر، أحد أهم التجمعات المهنية في المنطقة، وأنا أعتبر ذلك امتدادا لشراكات طويلة بيننا خدمنا بها وطننا السودان في كافة المجالات وخصوصا في مجال الصحة. وفي ظل هذه الظروف التي يمر بها السودان وهي معلومة للجميع، ما أحوج أن نتكاتف لنكون أكثر فاعلية في توظيف كل ما هو ممكن من موارد نمتلكها خدمة للمواطن والصحة، وأن تكون توصيات تجمعكم هذا عصارة فكر وعلم قابلة للتنفيذ. وأنا أيضا من هنا اختصارا للوقت أدعوكم لمؤتمرنا الثاني في الدوحة في الفترة من 11 و 12 أكتوبر القادم تحت شعار the health system during complex crisis. ونتمنى من الله أن نخرج بعد هذا المؤتمر أيضا بشراكات تجعلنا قادرين على فعل المزيد والمفيد لوطننا السودان وللصحة في السودان. شكرا مرة أخرى للإخوة في سابا ولسابا، ودمتم، ونتمنى من الله العلي القدير أن يوفقكم، ونتمنى لكم كل الخير والنجاح في مؤتمركم هذا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Okay, thank you so much to our speakers for their words of hope and for also being able to join us despite the time difference. Just a quick note before we introduce the next session, the academic sessions are officially starting. So at this time, all residency applicants and assigned mentors, please meet in the lobby for further direction. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. So at this time, we'll be moving into our first panel session. This session is titled Advocating for Justice, the Role of American Policy in Enhancing Human Rights in Sudan. Our moderator will be Dr. Isra Hassan, who is a physical medicine and rehab practitioner. and also on SAPA's board of directors. And our speakers will be Mr. Mubarak Al-Amin, Dr. Zahir Sahlul, Ms. Haneen Ahmed, and Mr. Muhyiddin Omar. Please give a round of applause for them.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I have a loud enough voice, but you'd rather hear from the microphone. Thank you all for attending this session. We all are here for one reason, is to advocate for the Sudanese people, their sovereignty, their welfare, and their well-being. We have a panel of distinguished people here that will give us different aspects, and I'm looking forward to the discussion afterwards and active engagements. Our first panelist is Mr. Mubarak Al-Amin. Mr. Mubarak Al-Amin is a humanitarian and social justice activist with a diverse background, including roles on several boards such as One America and AMAC, and experience in as senior advisor to the Congress on technology cybersecurity. He focuses on building inclusive communities through collaboration with progressive immigrant-based organizations. Mr. Mubarak has been a close friend of SAPA since inception, and he will discuss the potential for the U.S. influence on Sudan, exploring the current U.S. Africa-Sudan strategy and how to elevate Sudan as a priority, including the role of diaspora. Mr. Mubarak, you can take it.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for the generous introduction. This is my first time actually with SAPA, and I'm really honored to be here. As a software engineer, we usually don't think of ourselves as really people of much interest. We're not that, funny or interesting in any way, or sort of. But this morning I was sitting at the breakfast, and there was two doctors who were talking, and they were talking about kidneys and dialysis and all of that. So I thought of us, talking about hacking and bugs and, syntaxes is not too bad actually. So I'm really honored to be here, and this is really a great convention, and this is really wonderful people, and this is what's good about Sudan and Sudanese. We all come together at times of difficulties and need. These are challenging times that weigh heavily on all of us. We miss our families, our homes, and everything about our Sudan. We feel the pain of families who have lost loved ones. It is clear that each of us is directly impacted by the situation in Sudan. As part of the diaspora, we see the US-Sudan relationship as somewhat chaotic and a struggle. For the past 5 years, we have strived to affect change in this relationship. We are disappointed by the lack of media attention to the crisis in Sudan. Right now it's called the Forgotten War. That is the name of what is happening in Sudan. As Sudanese in the diaspora, we need to answer a few questions. Can the US affect change in Sudan? And I hear that question quite a bit. And how can the US be most effective, whether with the help of the diaspora, or how can the US be most effective? To answer these questions, we must understand the US-Africa strategy, because the Sudan strategy for the US is actually wrapped into the Africa strategy. And we can't remove ourselves from that. So let me just highlight a few things about the US strategy for Africa. It is a national security, in the national security fold. And the key principles of the US strategy include, and this is actually published, if you go in the web, Google, you find it. Promoting government transparency, upholding the rule of law, justice and dignity, assisting African countries in leveraging their natural resources for sustainable development, and then working with partners to reverse the tide of military takeovers, emphasizing support for civil society, and then centering voices of women and youth, defending free and fair elections, and engaging the African American diaspora. And this last point, I would like to kind of really emphasize that one, because the diaspora is seen as an asset to help generate new policies, which is tremendously encouraging for us as Sudanese Americans. Most people ask, like, is Sudan a priority? And why do we want it to be a priority? And how's that happens? We seek backup from Washington with the full weight of the US government behind us. That is really the ultimate goal we strive for. So the question is really, how can the diaspora influence policies and rally support for Sudan? And this is a work that we've been doing for quite some time. As an activist, as someone that actually worked for the House, and probably Mohi can also talk about that, in his remarks. People who are very close to the lawmakers, they know this. You need to build your community first. Community organizing is very important. It's actually key to any activism. And it starts with the diaspora itself, organizing themselves. So we need, as advocates, we aspire to create a movement. Without a movement, you can't do anything. Just one voice does not really, it makes a little bit of a difference, but we have to have collective voices. We have to create a movement. We have to aspire to do that. And how do we create a movement? Is by coalition building. Coalition building from people who are peace activists. Large organization can support us in our media campaign, like Move On, like other organizations. And we also need to engage with the African diaspora. The African diaspora is very active in so many ways. And we've seen this when Save Darfur, if you remember the Save Darfur campaign, that was a big coalition of peace activists and people from African diaspora and also artists and celebrities. The third point I would like to make here is policies and policymakers. How do you engage with the policymakers? Those are the relationships that we need to foster. We need to have those type of relationships in your locality, connect with your lawmakers and have a relationship with them. Once they know you and they know about your story, then they will, engage with Sudan. What are the challenges that faces the diaspora? As people in the diaspora, often kind of faced with a number of issues. One of them, when you talk about the war, is more about the narrative of the war. Some tells you, like, this war is between two Sudanese groups. It's different than the other wars that are happening. Because when you ask, okay, why are you not paying attention to Sudan? Why is it not in the media? Why you're not writing about it? They think, oh, this is just a civil war between two Sudanese groups, and all the Sudanese are engaged in that. They don't know the Sudanese are actually the collateral damage, and they are the victim of that war. So we need to tell that story. The other one is for people who are engaged in the peace process, often also talk about the current narrative of the pro-democracy movement is too fractious and divided and full of infighting. These narratives are deliberate, they're propaganda, and they discourage people from engaging, and it leads to exhaustion and lowered ambitions. So then people talk about what is possible. Let's just talk about what is possible, not really what the Sudanese people aspire to do or aspire to have. We should not be just talking about what is possible. We should talk about what is our vision for Sudan and how do we accomplish that. We don't compromise that. So we need to tell the story differently. And here is a different narrative. We need to think about we need to talk about the pro-democracy. They bring about peace, respect for human rights, accountability, transparency, and democracy. And that aligns with the US policies. So we always have to bring it back to how do we align what is happening in Sudan to the US policies, so then you will be able to talk to your lawmaker and make a case for Sudan. So the conversation about how that happens is not important. What is important is really more about the destination. Even for the pro-democracy movement, is about the destination, what it will, what is the outcome gonna look like. Something else that I want to discuss here is how do we elevate the representation? What do I mean by that? The discussion the US have bilaterally with key partners about Sudan should not be an afterthought. We must ensure Sudan does not fall off the agenda. Sudan is always at the bottom of the agenda. Why is that? Because we are not engaged. I was just thinking about that the other day when the presidential debate was happening. And they were talking about Ukraine, you're talking about Gaza, they were talking about all the crises. The largest humanitarian crisis right now is what is happening in Sudan. And it was not even mentioned. Why is that? Where have we been? Why we haven't pushed that, into the media so we can actually get it as part of that debate? So we have to think really big. We should not really, belittle ourselves and put ourselves in a place where we really don't deserve to be there. No, we deserve to be there. We deserve to be mentioned. We deserve to be talked about. Are we missing the moment? Are we missing the moment when we can achieve something significant that can bring about the change we aspire for? We should talk about the vision of a peaceful, more secure, stable, democratic, prosperous Sudan. Missing this moment is our greatest fear, and we should not allow it to happen. Lawmakers tell us, and we talk to a lot of them as advocates, what makes Sudan so compelling is steadfast. I just want to give you something to really celebrate a little bit, because it's very hard to celebrate, in these type of conversations. So what makes Sudan so compelling is the steadfast of the popular will of change in the face of so much intimidation and violence. This aligns with the US policy goals. And this is really a quote from one of the policymakers. The success factor is a massive popular movement that agrees on the destination, not necessarily how to get there. The scope and scale of the diaspora efforts are crucial. We must continue to tell our story in a more compelling way. We should be consistent, and we should be persistent as well. So I really want to encourage you all to engage. I want to encourage you all to sign up, go to SAPA. I'm sure they have a big advocacy team. Join them. Also, there is another SAPA with 2as.org. They also have an advocacy team. And these two organizations are working together, and I really encourage you to engage with them. They're doing fantastic work. Let's really support that work. Thank you.
Just a quick reminder, I just wanted to make sure if there's any residents, fellows, or applicants, we have a session for CV strengthening and polishment on the next room. So you may join over there. It's really going to be powerful to get to see your mentors and other experienced physicians to help you, get your interviews and know how to improve your interview skills. So I really encourage you if you like to join on the next room right to the left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mubarak, for the inspiring speech and reminding us that the narratives out there are not working on our behalf and how we need to own our narrative and redirect policy. Our next panelist is our own Mike Brand, who is a seasoned expert in atrocity prevention, human rights, peace building with over 15 years experience across various regions, including US, Rwanda, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. He is now serving as the Director of Policy and Partnership at SAPA, and an adjunct professor at Georgetown University and the University of Connecticut. Mike will provide an update on the current Washington landscape, recent meetings, increased advocacy, and explain SAPA's role in supporting both individual and collective efforts.
Thank you, Israel. Hi, everyone. It's great to be back at this annual conference. I was here last year, and it was a really good time. But it's heartbreaking that we have to be here, that we have to be having this conversation, that the war is still going on, and that so many people are suffering unnecessarily. It's a privilege and an honor to be working with SAPA, and I look forward to meeting with more of you over the next day and a half, so we can try to figure out how to drive policy change, not just in the US, but writ large, and deliver meaningful results for the Sudanese people. Let me start by saying, I know you are tired. I know some of you are feeling hopeless, like the awareness-raising efforts that you've been engaged in the past have fallen on deaf ears, that nobody's listening, that people don't care. And I don't blame you, because I'm extremely frustrated, and I can only imagine how much worse it is for everybody in this room. Being based in DC, I'm constantly in meetings with members of Congress, with organizations, working groups, coalitions, other US government officials, and I can tell you that there are people that care about Sudan and the Sudanese people. I was in a meeting earlier this week with a small group of people that are really dedicated to finding peace for Sudan, and they were staying till 10 o'clock at night trying to figure out ways to move the needle and make some change. And while there are people that care about these issues, one of the key problems is that these organizations and individuals don't have enough bandwidth, time, or money to be going out and engaging with as many offices as we need to. So that's where your efforts are so important. Your personal narratives are impactful. There's no better advocate than the people that are in this room. Individually, you may feel like your voice is not heard. Collectively, we can be a powerful voice, though. There's strength in numbers, and looking around the room, and I know many people are outside the room, we have numbers. We need to make more calls to Congress. Call, write, email, set up meetings with congressional staff, write op-eds and letters in your local papers. We need to raise awareness in our communities. We can't just wait for the media to cover Sudan. We need to be the ones that are covering Sudan. We need to go to religious institutions, social groups, universities, make Sudan a local issue for the local population. It's an election year. Go to town halls, go to campaign events, ask questions about Sudan, make them answer. Remind members of Congress that you're their constituency. They represent you, your interests, your concerns. The same thing can be said for the presidential candidates, although it's a little bit harder to get to them. We're here to help you. The advocacy and media teams, we want to work with you. You're not in this alone. And next month, as everybody here knows, will mark a year and a half since the war broke out. We're hoping to roll out a campaign marking, the 18 months with 18 days of action, awareness raising, messages of hope, fundraising appeals. And we hope that you'll be engaged in this campaign. We'll obviously share more information about it. But we hope that you'll engage in this campaign and other campaigns that SAPA will be running, because we need everybody in this room to be engaged. We also need to think about beyond the US. I know this is mostly a US panel, but the US isn't the only game in town. And it's good because the US right now, as Mubarak was talking about, Sudan has not been a priority, and it's been myopically focused on the war in Gaza and the atrocities that are being committed there. And so we need to think beyond the US as well. The UK has a brand new government, right? The Labour Party is all new people. Many of these people have never served in government before. Some of them have not worked on Sudan before. And they run the Sudan portfolio at the Security Council. So folks that have friends, family, connections in the UK, we need to make connections with them and mobilize there as well. The same thing with the African Union. There's ongoing discussions that are going to be happening in the coming weeks at the UN about protection of civilians options for Sudan. The UN Secretary General is going to be submitting his recommendations to the Security Council. But at the end of the day, the African Union and the African states that are on the Security Council are going to have a major impact on what decisions are made. So we need to be engaging with them as well. I'm looking forward to hearing more from the global panel later this afternoon, but also would love to talk with you all and figure out ways to strategize. There's a lot more that I can say, but I'd rather leave some time to hear from the other panelists and also hopefully for some Q&A. But the one thing I'll just say in closing is, please reach out to us. Let's talk, let's strategize, let's organize. Let us know what ideas that you have. We want to be helpful to you, and we want to be working in partnership with everybody that's in this room. So let's talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And now you remind me to remind everyone that there should be a QR code on every table. That QR code will lead you to an advocacy packet with kind of like some guidance about how to contact your policymakers and how to prepare. It also have contact information for both myself, Mike, and the media office, so we can engage more with everyone on our collaborating efforts. All right. Our next distinguished panelist is Dr. Zahir Sahlul. Dr. Zahir Sahlul is a Syrian-American physician specializing in pulmonary critical care medicine. He's based in Chicago. He co-founded and leads MedGlobal, an NGO that improves healthcare access in crisis regions such as Sudan, Gaza, Syria, Ukraine. Dr. Sahlul also helped to establish the Syrian American Medical Society, the American Relief Coalition for Syria, and the American Coalition for Ukraine. His extensive humanitarian work has earned him numerous awards, and he's recognized for his publications and media appearances addressing the impact of war on health. Dr. Sahlul will share tips on good humanitarian advocacy based on his experience with Syria, Ukraine, migrant health, and domestic issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Isra. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm really honored to be among you. This is my 5th time in SAPA. So do I get like free coffee next time or something? I didn't get the punch card.
We can get you a card this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have not been in Sudan. I've been in many disaster areas, including Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, Ukraine, Colombia, Bangladesh, Yemen. I was planning to visit Sudan last year, then the war started. But this year, inshallah, in December, there is a tentative plan to visit Sudan. MedGlobal has been in Sudan for 5 years now, and we had multiple healthcare programs in partnership with SAPA in multiple areas. I got to know the geography in Sudan. Of course, I was raised in Syria, so I know some geography, but now I get to know more, unfortunately, because of the war. And by the way, this happens with us in Syria the same way. When we had the civil war started, we got to know Syria better, and cities and villages in Syria that we never heard of before the war. So now I get to know in Sudan, Nayala and Ghadarif and Al-Bahr al-Ahmar and Nil al-Azraq and Madani and Wadi Halfa, all of these cities that I've never heard of before in Sudan. And we're doing really great work, and which speaks for the resiliency of the Sudanese people despite of the challenges. I think it's always to raise hope, and I really liked what Dr. Hiba has mentioned about the fact that the Sudanese people, inshallah, will determine their future with your help. And I believe, frankly, that these crises are opportunities. These crises that happen in our homelands are opportunities for us to be stronger, to organize, and to build bridges that maybe we did not think of building before the crisis. And that's your task. I'm a physician like many of you. So I'm a pulmonary and critical care specialist. I'm a full-time physician. I have a family like all of you. And when the crisis started in Syria, I felt that it is my responsibility to do something beyond taking care of my patients. I still take care of my patients. I enjoy it. But also I travel to DC regularly to meet with policymakers, with the State Department, National Security Council. I got to know my congresspersons and more intimately, and senators, so I meet with them and talk to them regularly about Syria. By the way, when you are in the room with your congressperson or senator, you are the expert in Sudan. Don't assume that they know about Sudan more than you do. You do much more. You know much more about Sudan than they do. So you are the expert, especially if you have, with all respect, doctor before your name. So make sure that you meet with them. And by the way, raising your hand, how many of you met with your congressmen or senators since the war started? Oh, mashallah, this is excellent. How many of you traveled to DC to have Advocacy Day? Okay, we have few, so we should do more of that. How many of you start to build coalitions with other communities? That's great. And I give some maybe parallels between the Syrian crisis and the Sudanese crisis because there's a lot of similarities. And how did the Syrian American community organize in Washington, in the United States, to have an impact about what's happening in the homeland? We're not there yet. And the Syrian crisis started in 2011, as you know, part of the Arab Spring. People went to the streets. They wanted to have reforms, political reforms. The Assad regime responded with extreme brutality. Many other regional and international actors intervened. And we had a civil war, which led to displacement of half of the population, 6.5 million refugees. There's still 1 out of 4 refugees in the world is still from Syria. So we can compete about which is more forgotten, you know. President Biden and candidate Trump, I mean, in the last debate, no mention of Syria or Sudan. President Biden, in the last 3.5 years of his presidency, never mentioned Syria, as if it is not there. Even though that the Syrian crisis is still happening, Syria is divided to 4 Syrias. Each one of them is controlled by a different entity. There's still 6.5 million refugees. There's anti-refugee sentiment in Turkey and Lebanon, where Syrians are pushed back to Syria, which is not safe. Half a million of Syrians have been killed. Chemical weapons were used. Siege was used. There were famine in some areas in Syria. And all of these things that are happening in the crisis. Hospitals were attacked, the same thing that we've seen in Sudan. The medical neutralities and norms of war are not respected in Syria, the same way that they are not respected in Sudan. There is a book that I bought and I planned to read, but I did not read. But the book's name is The Power of Geography. The Power of Geography. That means if your country happen to be in a strategic location, then that's actually condemn your country. The fact that you have natural resources, the fact that you are on the Red Sea, the fact that you are surrounded by important countries, then that will increase the risk of having a civil war or intervention by different actors. That the welfare of the Sudanese people is not their priority. The welfare of the Sudanese people is not their priority. And that happens also in our country, the United States of America, because when we look at countries like Sudan or Syria or Gaza or Israel or other places, we don't look at them in the prism, through the prism that what is better for the Sudanese? What is the better for the Syrians? And then we frame the policy based on that. We look at them as what is better for the United States, right? Right? What is better for the United States in Sudan? And that's why, you know, when you talk about Sudan, we have an Africa policy, and then Sudan figuring within the Africa policy. Yes, there is always talk about human rights and democracy and things like that, but that's usually not the first or the second or the third priority when the United States make their policy on Syria. I remember clearly when President Obama and you know, the Syrian crisis, of course, started with President Obama's term, and he was debating with candidate Romney at that time, and Syria was in the news. Remember Aleppo? Yeah. So Syria was in the news, and they were asked him actually about Syria, and he said, our goals in Syria is to make sure that Israel is protected, that there will be unimpeded flow of oil from the region, and that we take care of the terrorists. These are the 3 goals of the United States based on President Obama's debate with Romney. I don't think that the policy of the United States in Syria has changed since then. So the welfare of the Syrian people, or the human rights of the Syrian people, or maybe bringing back Syria together is not a priority, especially now that our country, the United States, is distracted by many things: China, climate change, Ukraine, Gaza, and the election. So it is very important for people like me and you to go back to our congressmen and senators and the State Department and National Security Council and yell and scream that, you know, this is important for us in the United States to have a stable country called Sudan. That if you do not act right now, you're going to end up with a crisis that will engulf the whole region. And also that we have to use a humanitarian language. The more that you use a humanitarian language, the better that people will listen to you. If you use very divisive political language, then people will stop listening to you. But if you use a humanitarian language, the impact of the crisis on people, the displaced population, the refugees, how that will destabilize the region, the fact that people are dying and children are dying because of famine and malnutrition, the fact that you have one of the largest camp in Chad, which is already destabilized and very poor country. The fact that, you know, if this continued, then you're going to have a drain of the doctors who are leaving Sudan in droves right now. The fact that you have 5 million refugees in Egypt, that no one is talking about them. The fact that all of these things, attacks on hospitals, that is an undermining medical neutrality. That means people are dying because of simple things, because of lack of antibiotics. People are dying in Niyala and in Zamzam camp because of no food is getting there. You know, these humanitarian languages are reached to the heart of the people. And policymakers are people like me and you, and when you talk with them in these languages, they are affected, and sometimes this will be reflected in the policy. And let's not always think of the bigger picture, that I want Sudan to be the way that I imagine it. Unified civil government, freedom, and you know, things are brought together. Sometimes you have to ask for certain things that are attainable in the moment. So do you have Sudanese population in the United States that are difficult for them to go back to their country because there is war? Maybe we can push for TPS, temporary protected status, at this moment. The situation right now in Sudan is dire in Darfur. Can we make sure that at least there is humanitarian aid or campaigns getting to Darfur so that people don't die of hunger? So sometimes the policymakers, and I remember one of the meetings with Samantha Power early during the Syrian crisis. And Samantha Power, by the way, is a friend of the Sudanese people and a friend of the Syrian people. You have two types of government people, by the way. People who are passionate about what's happening in your country. Samantha Power is one of them. And people who are bureaucrats. Basically, it's another file. There's 190 plus countries, and this is another file for them to take care of it. And so it's bureaucracy. But Samantha Power was passionate about Syrian. She wrote a book called Problem of Hell, the issue of genocide. So the first time I had to meet with her in 2011, I read about her biography, I read about her book, because I wanted to understand who is this person I'm going to be meeting. And at that time, if you remember the Arab Spring, Egypt, Libya, and Tunisia, and all of these things, so we had high hope. And we had a group of Syrian American doctors in the room with Samantha Power. She was in National Security Council. And they said, regime change, American troops, we want this, we want to have democratic country, and so forth. And you know, she looked at us and she said, can you tell me something that I can deliver? So sometimes you have to ask the right question for that person. Your congressman will not deliver to you foreign policy on Sudan, but he can write a letter. He can speak in the House about Sudan. The same thing with your senator. Unless they are member of the Foreign Affairs Committee where they can have more influence on foreign policy. So you need to understand who is this person I'm meeting with. Make sure to meet with them regularly, whether they are Republican or Democrats. I think one of the similarities between Syria and Sudan, that both Democrats and Republican don't have strong feeling against what you are asking for, compared to what's, for example, Gaza, right? So it's open field for you. You don't have much competition when you ask. So make sure that you use this access to your Republican and Democratic congressmen and senators. Tell them what's happening in Sudan. Send them reports on a weekly or monthly basis that SAPA will provide you or other organization. Be the source for information for Sudan. And make sure also that they see you in their town hall meeting, in their fundraising events, and that you contribute to their campaigns. Now this is the political season. If you just ask them and don't contribute to their campaigns, you know, I'm going to say a funny story. Okay. So one time I called a congressman, I'm not going to mention his name, and I told him, I'll end with this, I know. Okay. And I told him, you know, there is a bill in the Congress about Syria. We would like you to help in that bill and to support it. So I texted him, and he texted me back, he called me. I said this in bill. And he said, of course, you have my support. By the way, you committed to contribute to my campaign $500 last month. I did not receive this contribution. So I said, I'm sorry, I forgot about that, and I contributed to his campaign. So you have to play the political game in the United States. You have to meet with Trump campaign people, even if you don't like Trump, and you have to meet with Harris campaign people, even if you don't like Harris, and talk with them about Sudan, and tell them that we would like you to care about Sudan and make it a priority because of 1 and 2, 3, and they get to know you. That way, either party wins, then you have access to these parties. The most important thing I tell my community is to have access to policymakers. And I'll stop on this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zahir. And I hope it's very sad that our countries are now competing on which one has the worst crisis. I hope we go back to the days where we competed on who is more hospitable and who has better knowledge of the Arabic language. I think we win in both, but all right. This is actually a good segue for our next speaker, talking about having a humanitarian angle when you talk to your policymakers and representatives. Our next speaker is Ms. Haneen Ahmed. She's an activist in women, youth, democracy, and human rights activist. She had a long list of very large contributions to the Sudanese revolution and also to women's rights advocacy before the revolution. After the war, Haneen initiated the old Omdurman emergency rooms, and she currently plays the role as a member of the External Committee Office in Khartoum State emergency rooms. She's here to tell us about the great work they're doing there and to also show us how to use this information when we're advocating for the Sudanese people they serve. Thank you, Haneen. Go ahead, Haneen.
Thank you. السلام عليكم. شكرا لسابا لإتاحة الفرصة لغرفة طوارئ إنها تعرض شغلها، وأسمحوا لي إني أحيي المشاركة النسائية والشبابية العالية في سابا، ودي من علامات الصحة في المجتمع المدني عشان نبني مجتمع مدني جديد لبعد الحرب. I'm going to present a presentation about the emergency response room to show you who we are and what we are doing on the ground. Here is an overview about in numbers who reached 10 states out of 18 states in Sudan. There is uncounted 10,000s of thousands killed, over 10 million persons displaced, over 25 million need aid, with 7 million in threat of famine. There is an official declaration by New York Times of famine in Darfur. Over 19 million children need schooling. 2 of 3 of the need are not funded. The critical situation, spreading pocket of famine with continued lack of adequate, safe humanitarian access, a spreading war with increased displacement and insecurity in Al-Fashir, Sennar, and other states. There is a complete siege by RSF in Sennar right now. There is a huge famine in Darfur, as I said. There is looting, air pump raids, shelling, arrested, systematic rape, hate speech, child recruitment, and ethnic cleaning. There is collapse of health system, although with SAPA as a partner, we are trying to cover this need, but it's too hard because the areas controlled by RSF, there is a complete lack of humanitarian access or safe passages. There is a collapse also for education system with the vital wash and electric issues. There is lack of safe traditional humanitarian access. Internet blackout, of course, is caused high communications cost with the vital online banking access. So who we are the first responders. Sorry. growing numbers of volunteers, professionals, activists, resistance committee, and technicians. We are a grassroots body. We are in our neighborhood among our communities. We are agile. We immediately respond to the needs coming from the ground, stay creative and innovative to solve these needs. We are recognized by OSHA, USAID, and other international organizations. We are neutral, strictly neutral, not favor any side of the warring parties. We are aimed to provide mutual aid based on localized solidarity economy through partnership with the local and international INGOs and organizations. The emergency response room started with a few youth in Khartoum, including myself. Right now, emergency response room is leading 10,000 network volunteers around Sudan. We have principles. So we have 4 principles. We are adequate the following fundamental principles of the good governance. We are accountable to our community and our partners. We are encouraging participation in services are provided by us to us. We are transparent in sharing data and sources. We are equality. We encouraging equality in providing services and sharing resources. We have a structured body based on the separation of power through the local parliament, executive working groups, and governing constitution through our charter. So we have 3 representatives from each locality in different states. We are applying these charters in 9 states in Sudan right now. We have working group. We have specialized offices like health, food, services protection, women response rooms, data collections, and media. We have main force committees, reporting, programming, external committee, and financial committee. The spaces and services we are engaging, hospitals, evacuation centers, communal kitchens, women response rooms, health clinics, children's centers, community initiative, women co-ops, alternative school programming, volunteer support. We have 500 soup kitchens around Sudan. We have 75 women co-ops. We have 40 health clinics. The risks that we face, we have financial risk, of course, as not enough resourcing with inflation going on to accomplish our critical mission. Thus needed for the partnership. We have a social problems that that were changing the demography of the society. So of course we are facing some problems, and we have the biggest threat for the emergency response room volunteer is the security threat. We are always our members facing subjected to harassment or harassing by both parties, each one accusing us as intelligence for the other party. Here is we have a military control area map, which is Khartoum is 80% RSF and 20% SAF, Al Jazeera RSF, Kordofan SAF, SPLM, RSF. Therefore, out of 4 states out of 5 states are controlled by RSF. Sennar, SAF, and RSF, but the majority is for RSF. East and northern state are SAF, Blue Nile and White Nile SAF. So here is a project tracker. This is the money we spent since the second day of war. The reporting shows you the reporting. Maybe you can see it in another time. We innovated the first and the unique idea, which is a localization council to localize the fund for the emergency response rooms. This is a growing mutual aid partnership and strategic planning group, include states emergency response rooms, Sudan local national non-governmental organizations, working alongside with the first responders. We have international NGOs, which is working as observers. We have local NGOs. We have SAPA. We have Khatim Adlan, Al-Ayyam, Adila, Qissa Localization Hub, Nida, People to People, Jisr, Al-Ayyam, and Sayha. We have Khartoum, 5 State of Darfur, Sinnar, West Kordofan, Kassala, Al Jazeera, White Nile, Blue Nile, North Kordofan, South Kordofan, and Northern States. We have Civil War, DRC, IRC, and acted as observer. This is the money. We spend it with our phases, different phases. So I'm gonna go very quick. So the final or the fourth phase is that we want to 5% of the aid to Sudan or to the mutual aid group, improving data collection, mentoring, and evaluation, expanded to all Sudan while remaining agile community based on the mutual aid, preparing for post-war peacebuilding, trauma, healing, and rebuilding Sudan, maintaining local parliament, raising community awarenesses and partnership. We have something called F system. So this F system is kind of our structure, which is F1, it's planning or base coming from the base planning need, coming from the base emergency response room. We have F2, which is approval state representative programming, which is a sorting committee, decided whether this need moving forward or not. We have F3, which is a contract between the state and the base emergency response room. We have F4, which is a financial report, include all invoices and other documents that provide or approve that this money is being spent on the activity. We have S5, which is a narrative report, shows the pictures and other stuff for implementing the activity. We have asks, speed up the funding. We need all to working together to respond to the famine, provide 5% of the Sudan Humanitarian Fund directly to the mutual aid groups, keep funding flexible to meet urgency and changing and predictable situation on the ground, increase emergency response room recognition as a humanitarian aid workers through advocacy and demands for protection to its member, recognize the importance of the mutual aid beyond when access on the ground is difficult for the non-governmental organizations, recognize the need for us to stay agile as a grassroots, encourage group support as opposed to the individual aid. I want to say that emergency response room in the hot area, which is areas controlled by RSF, is the only body right now serving in the complete absence for Sudanese government and for the international community. No one is putting his body on the front of the danger except emergency response room, first responders on the ground. And I want to tell you that story that we went to the Congress. I'm not gonna mention the name of the congresswoman that support us, but we did an advocacy for localized fund, and we asked them to ask USAID to give us direct fund. And right now, we are implementing or we are preparing this project in closely with SAPA to capacity building for the localization hub with other NGOs in the Localization Council of the Emergency Response Rooms. Thank you.
Joining a standing ovation for the ERRs and all the first responders that we have in Sudan that are risking their lives every day. Let's stand for them for a second. Thank you so much, Haneen, for the well-prepared presentation and for all the work that you and many others do with you. We hope to be the wind behind your wings all the way. Our last but not least panelist is here mainly to hear from you, but he'll give us a few minutes. Mr. Muhyiddin Umar, who's the Senior Political Advisor to the U.S. Special Envoy to Sudan, Tom Pirello, a position he was appointed by the Biden-Harris administration. Previously, he served as a Senior Political Advisor to the USAID, focusing on priority initiatives for the African Bureau under Administrator Samantha Power. With 10 years of experience in advocacy and democracy, development, peace building, and diplomacy, Umar brings an extensive expertise to his role. We want to hear some words from you, Muhyiddin.
Thank you. It was really great to see and hear from the panelists before I jump in. First off, let me just convey to you our apology that the Special Envoy is not able to attend. As we speak right now, he is in the region, North Africa, East Africa, the Middle East, trying to really engage our partners to find a way to end this horrible conflict that is taking place in Sudan. With that, let me just quickly focus on 2 points. One, I would like to talk about the efforts that the US government is engaged in trying to address the current humanitarian crisis in Sudan. And 2, our diplomatic effort in the region here, as well as the within the African Union to try to build this coalition to end the conflict in Sudan. So let me begin in the reverse way. Let me talk about the humanitarian effort that the US government is engaged in. I would like to begin by saying that I want you to know for this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, Sudan is a priority. Sudan is actually one of the top priorities we have in terms of our national security. One, in terms of our engagement in humanitarian aid, just from last September until today, the US government has provided $1.6 billion in aid to Sudan. We recognize that that's not enough. It's not even close to being enough, because the UN put a figure out there. I think they were asking for about $4.2 billion to try to address the current crisis, and $1.6 billion is definitely not enough to address the current crisis. We will continue to do more. We will continue to engage the international community to make sure that we uphold those who pledge at the Paris conference to address the current humanitarian crisis. Actually, as we speak right now, we have, through USAID, we're providing $31 million to local Sudanese organizations working within Sudan to try to address some of the humanitarian needs. Again, we recognize that it's not enough, but our commitment to you is that we will continue to work with you to try to address this humanitarian crisis. And finally, on the humanitarian assistance, I actually, before I joined the State Department, I was working at USAID, and I led our localization effort. And through USAID, we're trying to really change and expedite this localization model by working directly with local organizations in Sudan. So Sudan is also setting an example of how to engage at that level. So second, let me jump into the larger question of peace in Sudan and ceasefire, and try to end this really horrible conflict that is taking place. As many of you have been following, we just concluded the Geneva talks. We call them ceasefire talks. We were not successful in ending the war. However, we have made some strides in Geneva, and I can highlight a couple of them. One, we were able to bring the international community together to agree on a roadmap on how to resolve this conflict in Sudan. And while that is not what ended the war, but we think it's a step on the right direction, because a lot of actors involved in the current conflict in Sudan, as many of you know. Some actors are playing very negative role. So the question is how we could kind of help turn that from negative engagement into a positive engagement to try to end the conflict in Sudan. And second, we were able to work with both the RSF and SAF, even though SAF was not in the room, to try to really work around opening corridors, humanitarian corridors. And the SAF agreed to open the western corridor, which is from Adre into Darfur, as well as the eastern corridor into from Port Sudan down into Central Sudan, Northern Sudan, even up to Darfur. And then the final corridor that we are working around to try to open is the southern corridor that goes from Blue Nile into Sinnar and Al Jazeera. And that is still under consideration. And I just wanted to say that since the Geneva talks, we were able to pass over 200,000 tons of food into Sudan because of those talks in Geneva. And another outcome of Geneva talks is that we've seen the RSF has agreed to just a standard of conduct for their troops to make sure that they're protecting civilians. And we are working around finding a mechanism to make sure that these are implemented. So again, let me highlight this, and I wanted you to hear this from the US government and from the highest today within the national security team in the White House, the State Department, USAID, and others. In terms of Sudan, I wanted you to know that Sudan is a priority. As we speak today, again, my boss is zigzagging in the region and trying to find a way to end this conflict. Our commitment to making sure that this conflict ends and ends as soon as possible is what we would like you to know. And working with you collectively, we're very sure that this conflict will come to an end. It will, absolutely. It will end today or tomorrow. We do know that it will end. But we wanted it to end yesterday before today. And again, I wanted you to know that we're going to work together to make sure that this conflict ends. And let me just conclude by saying that actually my first job when I went to Washington, D.C., I was working for a senator from my state of North Dakota. And every single advice I heard here from all of the speakers in terms of engaging your representatives, either they're congressmen, women, or senators, is extremely important. And again, we live in democracy. We have the ability to influence our policy decision makers, and Sudan should be a priority. This is the worst humanitarian crisis on planet Earth, for goodness sake. And again, it's not getting the attention that it deserves. It is not out there in the spotlight. And I think working together, we should be able to take it to the next level. Again, our special envoy has been trying his best to make sure that this is a war that is not forgotten. This is not a conflict that is forgotten. And again, working together, we should be able to push this forward. We're here. Our doors are open. The State Department door open to anyone wanting to communicate. USAID, our doors are open. We're willing to listen. We're willing to hear pushbacks. We're willing to engage you at the level that would allow us to do the right thing. So we're not here to say, I love what the special envoy said when he came on board, and I lead his civilian engagement portfolio, and he said to me, Mohi, we wanted US policy to be determined by the Sudanese people. And that's a complete reverse of how things been done prior to him being in the office. That doesn't mean our prior principals are not engaged in with Sudanese and hearing from them, but it's clear to him that we wanted to hear from you directly. And again, we open pushbacks, we open we're open to recommendations and hearing from you. With that, I'm more than happy to take any questions. And finally, let me just say this. I'm extremely inspired as a Sudanese American to be here. I'm extremely inspired to attend this. This is my first time being around here. And just seeing the energetic and really highly motivated people engage in this effort. And anyone who would like to work for the US government. I seen also, last night I attended youth kind of engagement, and it was really inspiring. Anyone wanted to engage and work for the US government, please, I'm more than happy to share my experience, to advice, and there are great opportunities. And also, I'm gonna, before I pass this mic, I have to really, hearing the story of the engineer, the Secretary of Transportation here in Illinois is extremely inspiring. Another pathway in terms of engaging at your state, local, and federal level. So with that, I'm gonna pass it along and happy to take any questions, any recommendations, any pushback. Yes, we're here to listen, and thank you so much.
Man, this was a great panel, wasn't it? Yeah. But this is the part that I was looking forward to the most, sitting at the edge of my very small seat to listen to our membership, having their questions, their comments, their recommendations. So who's gonna take the first question? I know people have opinions. I don't see hands though. Oh, there. All right. Go ahead. Thank you, Mike.
Assalamu alaikum. Naalawiya Sulaiman. This is a great panel to hear from all these people and their expertise, and thank you for being here. Mubarak, you talked about the strategy of USA to Africa. Sometimes I feel it is just written, not followed, you know, and every time you go to the senators, they show you this. And just like you said, Sahlul, you also talked about, Obama talked about, the issues about Syria is what's in it for the United States. I feel also when you meet with the senators and the representative, their discussion is almost like, what's in it for me, from you? As you know, the election here and the elections here are usually money driven. And they want people really to be involved by not only talking about their issues, but also by fundraising and so on. They called you about the $500 you did not pay. So how do we, and we are scattered over the United States. The issue with Ilhan Umar in Minnesota is great because there is a lot of Somalis in one area. But she always actually, she even complained, recently I met with her, she complained about how the fundraising is very difficult in our communities. So how do we make our communities, besides being involved, meeting with the representative, but how do we become a power that we can give money to certain people to be elected and run with our issues?
Well, great question. So I'm going to tell you a simple story. My story actually engaging started when I just worked on with an organization that advocates for immigrants. And that organization was started by Congresswoman Jayapal, Pramila Jayapal. And at that time, she was just, you know, an activist. I happened to be the chair of the board, and she was the executive director. And that relationship became more of the story of Sudan for her. And she wanted to go to Sudan, and actually she did go, you know, as part of a congressional delegation. So later she became a congresswoman. And that relationship is very important because then I didn't really have to advocate anymore. She will advocate for Sudan anytime, okay? Because she became more of very clear about the story of Sudan before the war and after the war. Now, that doesn't happen all the time, but what I'm saying is one person can make a difference. One person talking to, which is the same story with Syria, for example. When you talk to your man or woman and tell them about your personal story, and they become very interested in where you came from, what do you do, and what is happening around you. So sometimes it's about money, but not all the time. And sometimes about the number, but not all the time, okay? You can leverage, there's so many levers you can use, and part of it more of how do you just like be in their face all the time and inviting them to your events, inviting them to your home. These are just regular human beings, and they can engage with you. They can actually be your friends. Now, the money is important when you organize. Okay, it's important for SAPA. It's important for any organization that you develop. For example, in Washington State, where I come from, there are about 1,800 Sudanese there. Not a lot, compared to other places like in the East Coast. But the community itself is somewhat active, but not quite. So for us, is really now the challenge is how do we engage these people with some of the congressional delegation that is most supportive of Sudan. But they're looking for the Sudanese to come along with them, which is a completely different, other communities, they wanted to have that relationship. But in our state, because it's a blue state and very progressive, and most of them actually part of the Progressive Caucus, which is led by primarily Jayapal, 102 members, very powerful, which gives us a big legway when we come to talk with the legislators and lawmakers. I can tell you, if you go to any lawmaker, you find out that lawmaker has a connection with somebody. I know, for example, Dan Kildee has a connection with people in Michigan, right? And with Dr. Al-Assad. So I know that. And I know Sarah Jacob also has connection with some Sudanese. Barbara Lee and Karim Bass, all of these went to Sudan, by the way. And even recently, Barbara Lee, Cory Booker, Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Sarah Jacob, and another congressman, I forgot their name. But anyways, they went to Chad. They went actually to the refugee camp, and they came advocating for Sudan. So the ground was really laid for us. But as the envoy said, if there is no swell, when you plant a seed, if there is no swell, you can't really make a movement. So you have to have a warm body. And the only people that can make that warm body is the Sudanese people. So they need a swell to push this out to the media, to push it out in front of the lawmakers. So there will be some policies. Then the White House, yes, Mohi talks about the government, and internally Sudan might be a priority, but for us, we don't see it. Reality is, we don't see it. If it's a priority, we need a lot more than this $1 billion, We need a lot more. If it's a priority, we need a lot more aid, and we need a lot more will to go in, with some power to force whatever you agree on. So, yes, I agree that they really like it more than what we had before. And definitely the special envoys are doing a great job, and we see that. And we have to also advocate for that, by the way. A lot of people are trying to put the special envoy effort down. Let's not allow that to happen. He's doing fantastic work. He has so much energy and has so much presence. Let's support that. he's actually engaged with us. It's not only with Muhi, who is working for the department. He engaged with a lot of people from the diaspora personally. So he's definitely bringing a different energy, and we have to support that, in my opinion, and that would gives us the leverage. It will push things forward. And I agree with you, like in Minnesota is different, by the way, in Washington State, we have more Somalis than in Minnesota, but they don't have the same power like in Minnesota. And the reason is because they're concentrated, and they also compare the percentage compared to the overall population is very high. In Washington State, when is a little bit lower than that.
Go ahead, the next question.
السلام عليكم. سيف الأسد من ميشيغان, رئيس منظمة يوكانا. So I'm really very happy, to see all of you, especially the young people here, Isra, Haneen, Muhi. I know Muhi, you see, for a long time, he has been working, you see, on advocacy. I talked to Mubarak many times. Zuhair, we met him in Flint, Michigan, working there, and very happy to meet also with Mike here. And I'm very impressed by Umar Usman and his accomplishment and the talk that he gave. One of the things which we have a problem with is how the Sudanese people could talk on one voice, or to have a platform which all of those organizations should come together, and then they have an advocacy which will speak on their behalf to the power, whether it's the government or so. And I echo what has been said, that we have to be very active in our communities, in knowing the senators, the congressmen, and as Mubarak mentioned, we have a very good relationship with Dan Kildee, who is going to retire, unfortunately. He knows Sudan in and out. It's very easy to talk to him. And also he made so many bills. One of the things which we would like to work on is to have a Sudanese caucus in the Congress and there in Washington, D.C., so that we could talk to them. And one of the issues is that the Democrat and Republicans, both of them, they agree in Sudan. There is no problem in there, so that we could push for Sudanese issues. But we need to have one voice, a strong voice. We have just Rana Abdel Jabbar. She went to Kenya, where there is a meeting there for all the humanitarian kind of corridor which need to be done, and the safe passage to Sudan. And one of the problems, they said, that you guys speaks in so many voices, too much noise, and you don't have one body which will be representing. And I think that should be the effort which we have to have that platform where we could discuss. We need to have the think tanks which will go and talk about Sudan, specifically in each subject separate. So I think the American Sudanese Committee, which is going to be the new organization that all the organizations should come under, that will be the birth of that for Sudan, so that we will be a little bit organized and we could talk together. So I'm not sure what's your, especially Zuhair, what you think about having one voice, you see, that we could talk under. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. So I just want to make an announcement. My sister here, she has an announcement as well. But yeah, prior to that, I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes to speak, or if you have any additional questions or commentary. So 3 minutes per person. But we're done. Just 1 minute? Never mind, I think we're done. Sorry, but she does have an announcement. But we're done here? Okay, yeah, she just has an announcement.
السلام عليكم من الخليل من الفارماسي chapter. I just have a quick announcement. عايزة بس أقول لكم إنه ال academic track is going on في ال Western Gate Ballroom. حنكون موجودين لغاية الساعة 4:30. عندنا group of experienced pharmacists في all fields of pharmacy in the US. I encourage all students, all pharmacy, whatever working or interested in the pharmacy career, want to strengthen their CVs, or just come stop by and say hi to socialize with other pharmacists. فحنكون موجودين لغاية 4:30 في ال other ballroom. Thank you so much.
Let's give everyone a round of applause. Okay, yeah, so I believe this is like the last response he wants to give, but prior to that, I hope we're done.
Can I recommend that each one of us end with the 1 minute comment, remarks? Yeah. Yeah. So I'll answer your question. Good to see you again. Hopefully we'll visit Flint soon. By the way, we have our annual conference, Mid Global, in October 4th and 5th in Chicago. You're all welcome to come, and Sudan will be featured there, although the emphasis is on Gaza. But to answer your question, and I agree with you completely, that it is important that we build coalitions and not unity. You know, recently I was in a conference, and Ambassador Rashad Hussein, who is the US Ambassador for Religious Freedom, mentioned a phrase which I liked, which is unity, not uniformity. Unity, not uniformity. That means you can focus on medicine, you can focus on humanitarian issues, you can focus on politics, you can be on the spectrum of politics, but then you need to work together, and your voice then will be stronger. So I agree with this formation of the American Sudanese Committee. I think this is a great idea. We've done similar things, American Coalition for Syria. We just had a meeting last week where we met with the campaigns of Vice President Harris and also Trump campaign. And also we met with the NSC, with the State Department, with members of the Congress. As much unified voice as possible. We had about 6 member organizations, and that way you can amplify your voice. But one other thing that I think it's mentioned, but it's important, that you should not be boxed as the Sudanese only person. That means you care about healthcare, about, of course, our local issues, about education, about immigration, and then you have much better voice. Social justice. It is much easier for, I guess, the Sudanese American community to focus on social justice locally, domestically, than us Syrians, for many other reasons. And then that way you can build bridges with communities that will amplify your voice. We had difficulty in the Syrian crisis building these bridges, but I think it's easier for the Sudanese community. So coalitions not only with Sudanese American organizations, but with other communities, with the Syrians, with the African American, with the Latinos, with the Ukrainians, with the Palestinians. That way, anytime other crisis or issue is mentioned, Sudan also is mentioned.
We'll have a 1 minute. Again, I wanted to use my voice, but we have a 1 minute closing remark from each panelist. It's just too hard to say goodbye, but they are here for the whole, hopefully, 2 days of the conference, and you can catch them at any corner and continue this conversation. So let's start with Haneen.
Okay, thank you again. I just have one ask for all of you, that we discovered the US government doesn't have a joint strategy for Sudan. For everyone who's going to advocate for Sudan, please ask them to have a joint strategy which congratulate with the US government executive directors and Department of States. A joint strategy, thank you.
Well, let me just say this. Again, I wanted you to know that the US government is committed to ending this conflict. The US government is committed to making sure that humanitarian aid makes it to the people needed it the most. So what I would like to convey to you is that, yes, the US government doesn't have a magic wand. By itself, it cannot resolve this problem, but collectively and working together, we could make a progress. So let me just highlight this to you. Maybe this is not what a lot of people would like to hear, but it's the fact on the ground that when we say alone, we're not gonna be able to resolve this conflict without having true partners that are willing to engage in peace talks and take serious steps to end this conflict. Today, Himeti and Borhan, if they would like to end this war, they could end it, right? So the question we have here for you is not just engaging on this level or at this level with the US government and international community and so on, which is extremely important, is that also engaging with the two belligerents, engaging with SAF, encouraging them to engage in peace talks, engaging the RSF and encouraging them to engage in peace talks, as well as on the ground what they're doing with civilians, right? So we encourage you to do all of that while working together to advance peace. Again, I wanted you to know this from the White House to the State Department to Congress. We are unified in trying to work together to find a solution to this terrible human suffering in Sudan, and this, the worst humanitarian crisis that we all agree on, that must end and end yesterday before today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. And my last word is really, let's not succumb to the narrative that this is an impossible mission. Let's think about it as something that is really something we need to take in our heart and work on resolving this issue. And let's work together. I think the theme of the day, what I heard from the the Secretary of Transportation and others, let's work together. Let's leave our differences aside and put Sudan in the front seat, and let's move forward for that. Thank you so much.
So I'm really impressed by Haneen and by Isra. So I think you should be the face of the Sudanese community, especially Haneen, working on the ground and doing things right, saying the right things, and I think that will be translated into power to the Sudanese American community. I wish that we have similar ones to you in the Syrian American community. We have, but they're hidden. We live in a country that has open system. Our adopted country has the best open system for citizens' involvement. And always I hear that we are imperfect union, right, Mahi? But we also have imperfect policies. And that these policies are directed and influenced by people like you. The difference between a country like the United States, that you can get and visit and enter the White House easily, while in some other countries, like the country I came from, it's impossible to get to their equivalent of the White House. It's on top of a mountain, and there's many obstacles before you get there. So you cannot influence the system. Here you can influence it. It's imperfect. I mean, despite of the goodwill of people in the State Department, the eventual policy is decided by National Security Council. I mean, that's I got to learn. I'm not the expert on this, and this is people who may not have the same understanding of the people in the State Department. It's probably the same thing in Sudan, the same thing in Syria. So, but you need to influence this more. I think you can influence it. My friend Muhammad Sayed asked me, do you think the war in Sudan will end? I said, the more parties involved in the conflict, the more likely that it will last for a longer time. In Syria, there were 13 different entities involved in the Syrian conflict, and that's why you have 14 years now, or entering 14 years. In Sudan, unfortunately, there's multiple parties involved. So a plan to have a long haul, plan for few years of conflict, rebuilding, recovery. Even if the conflict ended tomorrow, you're gonna have to spend a lot of energy on the rebuilding of Sudan and make it a model. I believe that Sudan could be a model for African and Arab countries, because you have huge human resources, you have a lot of natural resources, strategic locations, all of the things that will make Sudan a model. I mean, if Rwanda became a model in Africa, why Sudan would not be a model in Africa and the Arab countries? So hope higher and plan for this crisis to be an opportunity for you to organize better, to connect with other communities, and to have an influence on the American policy, your policy for the long term.
I'll be very brief. I'll just say, to sort of answer the questions and respond, good advocacy is not copy-paste. It's not the same messaging for every single office that you're going to. And every office, every individual has their own approach to these things. And so we need to figure that out, and we can do that together, do some research, figure out what the angle would actually get to them. As for the US government, there's plenty of reason for us to get more involved in ending the crisis in Sudan, issues that they care about. And so we need to, again, figure out those different angles and approach them. Different offices have different reasons to be involved. The current administration that Mohi serves in right now only has a few months left. And so we need to be pressuring right now so that there could be more actions for the next few months. We don't know what's coming next. And so we need to be planning ahead because, who knows what will happen in 3 months.
Okay, at this time, we'll take a short 10-minute break. Please be prompt and come back in exactly 10 minutes. So, see you in a bit.
ما بس ده اتاكد انه معانا مشكلتين الاثنين بالزوم.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. If we can just get to our seats, please. We're going to be starting the next session. If everybody could find their seats, please. We're starting the next session.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming today. We would appreciate it if everybody is able to take their seat so we can proceed with the program. We're a little bit behind the schedule, but we're trying to keep everything in line. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, guys. Can we get seated, please? Welcome back. So now we'll move into our next session titled Navigating the Turbulence, How Can Sudan's War Impact the Careers of Sudanese Doctors Across the Globe? So this session is going to be moderated by Dr. Mazen Khalid, who's the Director of Career Development within the SAPA BOD and is a practicing interventional cardiologist. Our participating speakers will be Dr. Habab Al Khair and Dr. Ahmed Hassan Al Fahel. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. Okay, guys, can we please all take a seat so we can proceed with the next session? In our next session, before we start, I'm going to just talk about the purpose of this session. And obviously, SAPA, as you guys have heard through the morning, have a lot of humanitarian efforts, have a lot of advocacy efforts, but SAPA first and foremost is a professional organization. And I believe it's an important part of our mandate that should not be forgotten, that as a professional organization, we have obligations towards our members, towards those seeking to come to the United States, towards those in the process of applying, and of course towards our colleagues, and especially during this time of war and devastation in Sudan. And as part of that mandate, we're obligated to look out and innovate and partner and seek ways to advance services back home in Sudan and advance the way we deliver services to those physicians. And as part of this, I'm honored to present my two guests for this session. My first guest is Dr. Habab Khalid Al-Khair. She's the Secretary General for the Sudanese Medical Council. Just a brief bio about Dr. Habab. She's an academic researcher. She had practiced for a long time in hospitals for 25 years. She's a pharmacist and one of the main members of the syllabus committee for both academia and practice. She has many roles and has assumed a large role in developing pharmacy services in Sudan. And she's interested in pharmacovigilance. She's part of the innovation and development of the adverse drug reaction reporting in Sudan. She has a lot of memberships, which we're not going to go into details because we have a lot of interesting stuff to talk about during this session. My next guest for today, I think a lot of us know him in person during our work in Sudan. A lot of you were students who learned under him, is Professor Ahmed Hassan Al-Fahal. Professor Al-Fahal is a surgeon by training. He's a prominent surgeon in Khartoum. And apart from his unique prowess as a surgeon, he's very well known for his innovative work when it came to mycetoma research in Sudan. Dr. Al-Fahal have a very long biography. I'm just going to highlight, and I know it's not going to do justice. It's the same as I said for Dr. Habab. But Professor Al-Fahal is a scientist and researcher, and he established the Mycetoma Research Center, which is a huge research center, has collaboration with the World Health Organization, have written guidelines. The center have published 270 articles. Professor Al-Fahal have more than 12,000 citations, which put him on the top 2% of global scientists with high impact citations. He also collaborated with 23 international research centers. He's referee in 17 scientific journals, has one of the leading vocational training centers, and obviously he has led the work in neglected tropical diseases. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our guests. You guys can see them on the screen. Unfortunately, they were not able to make it here in person, but Dr. Habab. Professor Fahal, Dr. Habab, welcome both of you, and we're honored to have both of you with us today. So, as a segue to this conversation, I would like to start by establishing a few things as far as duties and services that were provided prior to the war, and then we're going to walk through the progression through time. So, Dr. Habab, if you'd be kind to explain to us, and I know, it can get a little bit convoluted when it comes to hierarchy and structure, what exactly are the duties of the Sudanese Medical Council and what services does it provide to physicians?
Thanks a lot, Dr. Marvin. Thanks a lot, SAPA, for providing me with this chance to talk among this gathering of scientists and Sudanese doctors, which we are all proud of. And I'm very happy that I'm joining as a guest with Professor Al-Fahal, our teacher, our role model. Sudan Medical Council has many duties, but in some it has the mandate is to safeguard medical practice in Sudan and to safeguard as well medical ethics and professionalism and to safeguard medical education. All these together is done through different aspects, like through registration, proper registration, and proper accreditation of medical schools, as well as joining the Ministry of Higher Education as part in evaluating the medical school in Sudan. As well as we are receiving complaints from individuals, from doctors, from patients, and from others in order to react to these complaints as to solve the problem and to see what is happening. So our main priorities is to protect patients in general. This is the most important part if we are talking about our duties. In part of registration, we are starting the registration from the point of the medical student has been graduated and they have the desire to start their medical practice. So the first step is to perform the oath. After that, they are requested to register provisionally at the Sudan Medical Council. From this point on, this individual doctor is now a member of the Sudan Medical Council. As a member of Sudan Medical Council, we don't deal with groups or societies. We deal with the individuals. At this point, this individual is professionally registered at the Sudan Medical Council. After successfully completing the internship, then they sit for the licensing exam. After that, they are now fully registered at the Sudan Medical Council and they are considered as a medical officers. From this point, if the doctor completed postgraduate studies and they completed their diplomas or masters or clinical MDs, based on our requirement, then they can be registered as a specialist. From that point, based on their continuous medical education and CPD, then they may be promoted to senior specialist and up to consultant.
Thank you, Dr. Habab. Professor Al-Fahal, we are very glad to have you, and I just want to say a couple of words before I hand it to you. The work you do is extremely vital, and it showed clearly during the wartime. The problem with delivering aid during wartime is that you have international donors who donate to you based on the statistics they have gathered. And those statistics might not necessarily reflect the real need. And to have service-driven aid, you need to have accurate data to support your argument. For example, if the International Foundation believes you should do A, B, and C, and you believe that you need to allocate that money for a different use, you have to be able to support your ask. And Professor Al-Fahal, even for long years, have been leading the research and innovation in Sudan. So Professor Al-Fahal, would you be kind to lead us through the work you have done before war, please?
Mazen, thank you very much for this opportunity and to be part of this highly reputable meeting. I wish you all the success for your conferences and for our meeting, this one and in the future. You are doing a great job for the people in Sudan remotely, but I am sure that your effect and contribution is very much clearly seen in Sudan and in the health service in general in Sudan and the people for Sudan. We established the Mastoma Center in 1991 under the umbrella of the University of Khartoum, based at SAPA University Hospital, with very clear objective. First, to manage patients properly, conduct proper cutting-edge research, training, education for undergraduate and postgraduate, and to be part of the continuing professional development activities of the health cadre, and then to initiate and conduct a community engagement initiatives. So these are the 4 important objectives of the center, and I'm glad to say that we managed during the last 30 years to execute these objectives. Before the war, we managed to see and to manage about 12,000 patients with mycetoma at the center, and we managed to see and to treat more than 1,000 patients at our peripheral centers at mycetoma endemic villages. We have a center at Onsa. This is Eastern Sinnar locality, and we have another center at Ewewa, White Nile Umjar locality. So this is regarding the treatment and management of patients. Regarding the training and research, we have more than 50 postgraduate students, master degrees, PhD, and I'm glad to say that all these students now, either they finish their studies or now they are relocated in other centers. We have postgraduate students now in Rotterdam, in Holland, 2 PhD, 1 in UK, and we have another one now which is going to Basel in Switzerland, and I have another one in Canada, in Japan, Nagasaki University. And we have 2 now working for finishing, one finishing her PhD and other finishing her postgraduate in Tours University in France. Regarding the community engagement, we have a lot of activities in the field, in the community. We engage a lot of stakeholders with us in this journey. We have a lot of ambassadors for mycetoma. We have the Mycetoma Friend Association, and we have the SAID. SAID, it is the Mycetoma Vocational and Entrepreneurship Center. Patients with mycetoma after the treatment, they end with a lot of complications, deformities, amputation, social stigma, and this center aiming at training of these patients, taking them back to society to be an active member of the society and help themselves. We have the We Are With You, إحنا معاكم. This is association between us and with 40 Sudanese celebrities, comedians, musicians, and singers, led by Asim al-Banna, a renowned and a well-known singer in Sudan. So we have about 25 international collaboration centers in the region, across the world, from Canada, from Japan, UK, Europe, and the States. So this is where our activities before those. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fahar, and I'm very happy to hear about especially the vocational training and the advocacy, because it's a field we definitely can do better on when it comes to delivering care in Sudan. Now, shifting gears and speaking about advocacy and advocating on physicians' behalf, Dr. Habab, I'm going to get back to you and we're going to touch base on the problems that happened during war. I know that the Sudanese Medical Council have started the process of digitalization, but our first encounter as organization with the Sudanese Medical Council was immediately after war, and I would leave it to you, Dr. Habab, to speak about what happened and what were the challenges.
Thanks, Dr. Martin. Of course, as you all know, after the war, we were all forced to leave everything behind, unfortunately. The location of Sudan Medical Council was just between the Army Command buildings and the Presidential Palace, in Al-Qasr al-Jumhuri and Al-Qiyada. And at that time, it was almost impossible to reach the Sudan Medical Council building, although the head of the Sudan Medical Council, the president of the Sudan Medical Council, and some of the staff were there at the point of when the war started, but unfortunately, they were not able to take anything with them. And then we have to sit and think what we can do. Actually, before the war, we have started a slightly digitalization of the information and data of the Sudan Medical Council. At this point, the backup of this data was in communication building, and we cannot even reach any sort of this data. Fortunately enough, the company who was responsible for transforming the information of the Sudan Medical Council into a digitalized data was there with us, and we were trying to recover part of this data. And we have started doing that just a few days after the war started. And then we have reached a point where we have recovered almost more than 84% of our data. From this point, okay, the data is available, most of it is available at least, and what can we do? This was the question. At this point, we were discussing, we had meetings with many organizations, with many societies, at international level, and Sudanese societies, and we were doing our best to have an idea of what we can do. And fortunately enough, in late June 2023, we had a very productive meeting with the president of SAPA. And this was just like a light we have seen. And we have proposed our work and our proposal and what we can do. And he shared everything with us as a part of us, not as a helping hand. And this was very positive for us. And we start working on developing our data, and with the Tech company, and with just only 2 volunteers from the Sudan Medical Council staff, because at that time we cannot reach all the staff, and all the staff at points of either leaving the country or in a very critical position where they cannot even react to or respond to our inquiries. With those 2 members of the staff, and we have started the work to prepare our solid proposal. And then on August 2023, we had the first establishment of a real online services, and we have started the certificates, good standing certificates. We have started with good standing certificates and for registration certificates, and then we followed up, and I can provide you with numbers at the end.
Okay, so I mean, this is one of the points that I really want to highlight. This brings me to the opening remarks I made about our mandate, including helping our colleagues. When it comes to making decisions as a board collectively, you always look at the money expenditure. You try to prioritize your humanitarian needs, but we should not oversee the need of our colleagues. And I think this was one of the no-brainers. The previous board took a brave, excellent decision. And Dr. Habab is going to speak in a minute to the number of beneficiaries, and that will reflect to you the effect that it had. Now, I want to highlight that those beneficiaries include our younger colleagues who are here today in the workshop next door in the academic track. It helped in establishing an online system to have a database that we're able to verify them. The first phase was, the bulk of the money was funded by SAPA, and we're going to touch in the second phase in a minute with Dr. Habab. So Dr. Habab, before going to Professor Fahla, I'll just have you continue with the number of beneficiaries and so forth.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mazin, but the emotions, wherever we go back to that difficult time, we are still going through a very tough time, but I think up to today, we have 67,971 certificates issued online. Most of these certificates were good standing certificates. Around 30,000 certificates were good standing, and we have 30,052 verifications done to international authority bodies like JMC, IMC, EC, FMG, and etc. We have 5,000 individuals who had performed the oath. We have 7,736 certificates of internship performance, and all over this account to almost 92,000 certificate issued during last year, from August up to now. Almost 100.
I just want to highlight and commend the effort. I mean, the numbers we're talking about is done merely with maybe 5 employees. And this reflects the dedication.
Yeah, actually, most of the work has been done by 3 of the staff of Sudan Medical Council and volunteers. I cannot thank enough. We have young individuals from young generation, interns, and some registrars, and some of them were just doing or completing their internships. And this was really very, very, very promising, that you feel that we are not alone, and those young generation are there for us. With those volunteers and 3 of the medical staff, the president of the Medical Council, and I myself, alhamdulillah, we were able to perform this work. Yeah. So it's only 5 members of the Sudan Medical Council and plus those volunteers.
Yeah. So our board was fortunate enough to have this strong foundation, and I like to call it phase 1. Because after a year, obviously, we took on the new board, and the question was, in partnership with the great effort that Dr. Habab and Dr. Khatim have led, despite the limited resources, the question was, now we have the verifications, we have the certification, but what about those who are pending their permanent exam? As we know, our colleagues has been displaced. Some are waiting to take their exam to be able to work and help fund their families. And that's where we met as a board, and we decided collectively to pursue with funding phase 2, which included the permanent examination, which was fully funded by all of you sitting in this room and by this organization.
Okay, Dr. Mazen. As I have said before, endless gratitude. No words can express our gratitude as Sudan Medical Council for what has been done in phase 1 and in phase 2. Phase 2, we have started preparing for the licensing exam since last August 2023. The preparation, actually the first meeting was held on 29th of August 2023. And we have been preparing and starting for, we have exploited all possibilities for at least to have this exam. So, and finally, again, SAPA was there for us, and they have funded phase 2, and we were able to establish the exam. The first round of the exams were on 17th and 18th of last August, and based on the list we have received from Federal Ministry of Health, we have 2,647 individuals who are ready to take the exams. Out of those, 82%, which is equivalent to 2,196 individuals, have really registered for the exam, and 2,058, which is 94%, has actually had the exam or took the exam at 17th and 18th. And the system was, thanks to what really proper, in Al-Ubaid Center was, there was a very bad shortage of internet on the day of 17th, and they were able to catch on day 18th, the second day of the exam. And what we are looking forward to is that our system is now ready so that we can make cycles of the exams, and we are going to have another cycle very soon, inshallah. So we have solved like almost more than 80% who were, for those who were prepared to take the exams, and we are, inshallah, in the second round will take even more, and more centers will be available. And at this point, I would like to thank all the Sudanese society, physician societies in Qatar, in Muscat, in Cairo, and in Riyadh. They were there for us, and they were also leading at the centers of the exams.
Thank you, Dr. Habab. Professor Al-Fahal, back to you. I mean, first of all, I would like to say I personally felt guilty when I spoke to Professor Al-Fahal, because I think each and every one of you need to log in to the website for the Mycetoma Research Center it's very inspirational. The amount of, forget about the medicine part of it, the amount of vocational training, the website showcases stuff that's done by those who are affected by mycetoma. And you know, it's very heartbreaking to see that on the website and know what the war has done to it. So Professor Al-Fahd, I commend you for everything you do, and I would like you to talk to us a little bit about the effects that war had on the work you were doing.
Thank you, Mazen. Thank you, Mazen, very much for the nice talk you said about the Mycetoma Center. Actually, the war has badly affected the center. We are no longer in contact with our patients at the Mycetoma Khartoum. We try to go to Jazeera and have a MOU with the Blue Nile Communicable Disease Center there to establish a center. Then suddenly, you know what's happening in Jazeera. So we moved to Sinnar and to Sinja, and we established a clinic at Sinja teaching hospital there. And we start to recruit patients and recruit staff. We start to treat some patients there. And then you know what happened to Sinja. And now we moved to Kassala. In Kassala now we establish a center, not a center, is a unit there at Kassala Teaching Hospital. We have another unit at Wat Halfa Health Center there. And we start to work there. But the number of patients we are seeing there is very few compared with about 20,000 patients seen at Khartoum. And that had created a lot of problems for us and for the patients. At the center, we used to give this patient the treatment free of charge, ultrasound examination free of charge, on all other investigations, support, social support, where we were not able to do that now right now. We have a shortage of medicines. The drugs are very expensive. These patients are the poorest of the poor in poor remote communities. They were not able even to come to receive this free medication there, leave alone to go and to get and to buy the drugs and medicine for this. So now we are having a big problem that we cannot get the medicines to give him this patient, to be given to this patient free of charge. Investigations not feasible because in this center many of our tests cannot be done. For example, the PCR, molecular diagnosis, ultrasound, very difficult to be conducted in this center. So this is really our headache now. It is the patient's care. Regarding the research, we have a problem to continue our research right now. We have a field activities that cannot be done. We have right now, and as you know that we conducted the first ever double-blind clinical trial in mycetoma around the globe, and was just published the result of this study in the Lancet about a few weeks ago. We have the second part of the trial was supposed to conduct this study at SOVA, but it is very difficult now to do that. Now we are trying our best to conduct the trial in Kassala, but that means that we need to have a lot of training to the staff there and a lot of logistic to conduct such a work at this area, at this site. All our community engagement activities stopped. We had at SOVA, we had a state-of-the-art media center. Through this media center, we managed to produce more than 200 video clips, videos, audios on mycetoma awareness and advocacy. And again, we are not able to do that. Are having problem now to communicate with our international donors. The country is unstable and they cannot donate anything, even medicine, they cannot be, because they are not sure how can we get these drugs and how can we dispense it to the patient there. So really we are facing a very difficult time for the patients. I always receive, every day I receive many WhatsApp messages from the patients. They want advice, they want medicine, and it's very difficult to give them a proper care and advice about this. So really, it is a very sad situation. Most of our work now, we are working only just online, or teaching, or training of our young colleagues, and we are trying to keep our staff in the loop, preparing them to the phase after the war, if the war is stopped. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Al-Fahal. I mean, you know, I think there is one point that I would like to add, that Professor Al-Fahal was leading the country and had a biobank, and that bank maintained a lot of strains of the mycetoma. It was a foundation in a lot of research. Professor Al-Fahal also led the efforts, and in collaboration with the WHO, they have adopted part of his work as guidelines for mycetoma management. So I think that deserves highlighting as well.
Yeah, actually the biobank is one of this kind. We have more than 1,000 isolates of fungus organisms, more than 700 bacteria isolates. We had a lot of tissues, blood samples, DNA, environmental samples, and we lost all these things. We lost because of the lack of maintenance, lack of electricity, and lack of looking after this biobank. And again, this is a very sad story because it is well done over the last 30 years. We had a very precious, very rare types of organisms causing mycetoma, access for the first time in the center. So again, this is a very setback for us and for our biobank.
Okay, so, you know, I wish I had a lot more time because there is more grounds to be covered. But to wrap up this session, I'm going to start with Dr. Habab. I would like you, if you can, in 30 seconds to tell us, you know, ongoing issues, asks, and future plans, if any. Dr. Habab, we can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mazin. In the second phase, we have some reformers of the online system, and this has given us the chance to do better on accelerate the verification process. And actually, I would like to announce that at this moment, we have reached a point where we have strengthened the capacity of our email, and the verification will be directly requested by the doctor online rather than to send a message to info and then the message will be delivered to the authority. And this will definitely take the verification from taking 4 to 6 weeks up to taking 2 to 3 days only. I think this is one of the successful changes that has been done in phase 2. And now, inshallah, we are going to perform this by 20th of September, of this September. On the second point is the provisional registration. The process of provisional registration has took a little bit longer than other types of certificate because the data between actually February and April to 2023 has been a little bit not complete. But therefore, we were trying to complete the data by different resources. And then at phase 2, now we are able to establish provisional registration certificate. And this will start on 1st of October 2024, inshallah. On a third point of our future plan is to take some steps in changing some of the process of registration, specifically for those who are registering from outside as specialists, because this took very long time, and this is what we were been doing in our MME report revision from the last year. So the most important thing that we are also going to continue with the cycles of the exam, and this is also has been provided by in phase 2. So in 2024, we are going to have provisional registration, verification process accelerated, and the second cycle of the exam.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Habab. And I would like to highlight that, SAPA has led the effort this year when it came to ECFMG verification. We created a streamlined process in partnership with the Sudanese Medical Council. Dr. Habab have never shied away from helping us in the weekends, at night. Due to the time zone difference, I text at very weird hours, and she's been very receptive. So we're very thankful and appreciative. Professor Al-Fahal, I mean, with the amount of work you have done, I don't know where to start, but I would just say, can you in 30 seconds tell us what do you believe is the thing we can absolutely help you with right now? What do you ask our membership to do?
Yeah, I would like to, you to support our center in Kasala State. We have now a unit at Kasala Teaching Hospital with the central lab there. I hope we can help the center to establish this unit properly. Can see patients there, we can provide free treatment for the patients, and we can train the local staff there to conduct a proper diagnosis of mycetoma and to treat the patient there. They have a lot of patients there in Eastern Sudan now. There is a lot of patients moving from different parts of the country to Kasala, and they have nothing, it is there. These people there are working with empty hands. No drugs, no diagnostic test, and even the staff are not paid. They are volunteering actually now.
Thank you very much, Professor Fahal. I would like to thank both of you for your time despite the time zone difference. I really appreciate knowing you both. I appreciate the help you provide for our colleagues, for the patients, for our families back home. And I hope we have more collaborations going forward. Thank you very much both for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Habab, can you communicate, please?
Yeah.
Let us communicate, please.
Inshallah, Prof. It will be my pleasure.
Okay, it's almost lunch, guys. So at this time, we'll move into our final session. It's titled Global Connections, Leveraging the Sudanese Diaspora for Peace Building in Sudan. And so it's being moderated by Dr. Mohammed Bakri, and our speakers will be Dr. Jamal Halim, Ms. Hana Baba, and Ms. Tartil Al-Imam.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion on global connection, leveraging the Sudanese diaspora for advocating and raising awareness of Sudan humanitarian crisis. Today we have a diverse group of panelists who will be sharing their insight and experience on mobilizing the Sudanese diaspora to address ongoing crisis in Sudan. First, we have Dr. Jamal, who will be discussing the importance of mobilization of diaspora, utilizing their knowledge and expertise and economics contribution they can make to support Sudan, who also touch on overcoming intra-diaspora conflict and building local trust in Sudan. Floor is yours.
شكرا محمد. السلام عليكم جميعا مرة ثانية. So good to see all this, a lot of familiar faces and friends, connect with them. So thank you, SAPA, for making this possible. Sorry, my voice, I'm coming over prolonged illness, so my voice is kind of cracked a little bit. But I think when we talk about community, what made SAPA strong is the communities that it managed to build around it. And one of the first lessons we learned in working with SAPA is basically you cannot do it alone. And you cannot stay in the doctor's bubble. You cannot stay in the Sudanese bubble. You have to kind of break out and break through and reach out to communities around you. When we talk community, it's anything that, you share common values. For example, where I live, I'm part of like 5-6 communities. Part of the Sudanese community, part of the Muslim community, part of the Muslim doctors community, part of the Muslim activist community, and overall part of the medical broad community in California. So we can use all these communities in our into our advantage to promote our agenda and to help our cause. So one of the first things I think, as I said, is when reached communities, whether it's Sudanese or Muslim or American, it opens a lot of doors for you to help your cause. For example, I remember it's all about talking about your issues. And we as Sudanese, unfortunately, we have a problem with talking about ourselves and trying to communicate to people what's exactly are we going through and what we want them to do. So in one of the events, I remember we were talking about generally what's happening in Sudan, how many people are dying. And after the session, one person approached me and he said, I never knew that Sudan is going through this, these hardships. I work in a foundation and I would like to help you guys. So I will connect you with our philanthropy department and we can see what we can do. And within a month, we had our first check of $50,000 from them. And there will be another one in 3 months. And it's like $100 million corporation. So our expected contribution from them is could be in the millions if we do it right. If we do the reporting and monitoring and evaluation of the projects that they want us to do, I think we can really do a lot of things with them. So it's all about, number one, opening up to different communities around you, and number two is talking. We have to keep talking about our issues. Nobody's going to help us unless we really break that ice and talk about ourselves. So why this is important, I just want to put things in perspective for you guys. This is important because now, let's say it's 12 o'clock, 2 p.m., one Sudanese child will die of hunger. Within the next 12 months, if things go the way they are going, 600,000 Sudanese, mostly children, will die of hunger We're talking about hunger, not bullets, not bombs, not shrapnels, hunger. So this issue is urgent. We have to do it now. Despite all what's happening with, the international humanitarian aid that's going through, they reach 300,000 people only. The need is 24 million people are in acute hunger phase. They are starving. We're talking about $1 million per person. So this is urgent. So this is all our issues, not yeah.
You can use it.
Thank you. So it's an urgent issue. So why is it important that we talk about it and try to work collectively to help this issue and help the cause? If you look at, I hope I just did a little bit of research of what's happening in Ukraine, Syria, and Sudan. And keep in mind, that, the factor in the geopolitical importance of Ukraine and Syria. I understand that people would argue like Ukraine, it's a proxy war, US is fighting Russia, and you cannot compare it to Sudan. Syria is more geopolitically important, it's another proxy war. Still, there is a lot of things we could do, as a Sudanese diaspora here to promote our cause and talk about ourselves and get more funding and get more attention. We are important as the children of Syria, children of Gaza, and we are important as the children of Ukraine. So we really need to prioritize this. So if you look at Ukraine, we have like almost 200 local Ukrainian community organizations. They are all organized eventually into 8 major Ukrainian groups. Some of them are like coordinating councils, Congress, and all of them, they try to take the ideas and the plans and the demands of their local communities and reflect it at the national level. To whom? To the Congress, policymakers, and the president's level. All they do is make sure that Ukrainian issue is top and front, that every budget that comes out of the US Congress, it has Ukrainian earmarked portion in it. Same with Syria. You have many local organizations. They have their differences just like us. But eventually, at the national level, they have a very cohesive, very strong advocacy networks. All they do is they make sure that, every US funding is coming out, it has Syria and Syrian budget in it. So to put things in perspective, since 2023, Syria received $2 billion from US and US government, $2 billion. And keep in mind, Sudan has the worst humanitarian crisis right now, by far the worst. How much they got from the US and US government? $1.4 billion. Ukraine, now I'm talking about the weapons, which if we take the factor in the weapons in the budget, it's Ukraine received $190 billion from the US. If you talk about only humanitarian portion of it is $17 billion. Syria received $17.3 billion. Sudan received $1.4 billion. So this tells you like there is a lot of things to be done in this question mark portion. Like Sudan, we have many local community organizations. Unfortunately, they are very fragmented. They're very, the war that's happening in Sudan, unfortunately, spilled into our communities here, spilled into our groups, WhatsApp groups, and the Sudanese nature by itself is kind of how to put it politically, correct. We don't know how to work together, unfortunately, and this has to change. We excel when we work alone. You know, as an individual, you can be very successful in your career and things, but you know, you put two of you together, unfortunately, as Sudanese, you know, then all these things start coming out. And this, I think, has to change. We have to start learning to work together, overcome our differences, and remember, you know, we have to change this trajectory. We have, like the US government, US Congress, International, you know, both of them affect and eventually influence the UN. The UN in Sudan received only 40% of this funding, only 40%. And we're talking about the worst humanitarian crisis. Why is that? Because there is no attention, there is no pressure.
2 minutes, Jamal. 2 minutes.
From Sudanese and Sudanese diaspora communities. We're not loud enough. We're not making noise. We're not making our issue heard. So this has to change. I think we are very divided, unfortunately, right now. But, you know, we can still do things together. You know, we're not going to talk about balbas, ولا peace bas, ولا لا للحرب, ولا. At least we need to find a very bare minimum that we can agree on, which is there is a problem, crisis in Sudan, there is lack of attention, there is inadequate humanitarian aid. So can we work together on this front to increase the awareness, to increase the funding, to provide more assistance to our people who are dying of hunger? We have to agree and know how to work collectively to solve this issue. And I'll stop here, and I think Tartil and Hana will definitely add on more to why is it important and what can we do collectively as communities in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jamal. And please, before we can move to our another panelist, join me to extend our heartfelt congratulations to our former treasurer, Dr. Jamal Halim, on winning the National Common Spirit Health Vision Award for Inspiration. So next, we have Hana Baba, who will be sharing her perspective on building relationship with U.S. public, media, and other diasporas, raising awareness of Sudan and its issue among non-Sudanese community, and the role of the diaspora in telling Sudanese story. Floor is yours, Hana.
Shukran, thank you very much. I realize we don't have a lot of time, so I have slides, and I'm going to go through them very quickly. I'm going to talk about what I know, which is good news. الليلة هنتكلم عن good news. We have the power to change a lot, actually. We are all ambassadors to Sudan, especially in the absence of true ambassadorship. I believe أي واحد في diaspora, and I'm going to do this in Arabizi, which is my favorite language, which is our diaspora language, I think, that a lot of people can relate to. عندي لكم 5 حاجات بس 5 things that can really make a huge difference. Let's set up the question and the problem. اللي هو بنتسأله دايما. أنا بتسأله all the time. I work in a newsroom. Am I part of the problem? I'm the media. الناس بيقولوا الميديا ما بتعمل في شغلها صح؟ So these are the main questions that I get as واحدة سودانية شغالة في mainstream US media. Why is public awareness of Sudan still so weak? Why do people just seem like they don't care about the Sudan? And why, زي ما ورانا دكتور جمال, why is there so much attention given to other conflicts? First, next slide. I could just say next slide. What do we do well? يعني إلى حد ما, right? Like these are the things that we have been able as a diaspora to do. We are good at fundraising, أفتكر, right? منو ما عنده WhatsApp group, just fundraising locally in your community, all the way from that personal fundraising all the way to what SAPA does in terms of fundraising. We kind of do an okay, good job, I think, at lobbying U.S. representatives on the national level. عندنا ناس هنا في Washington, D.C. who constantly are at the Congress. Ustaza Sulaf Lutfi is right here. Many people, we always see them at that Capitol Hill lobbying for Sudan and lending expertise للسودان. يعني ما بنبخل على السودان بمهاراتنا وحاجاتنا اللي بنعرفها. But one thing we have not been able to do is this important thing, right? Spreading awareness and building the interest in the American public. Again, as someone who works in the newsroom, I can tell you every day we get, I would say 100 to 150 press releases. كويس ناس بيرسلوا لنا عايزين تغطية. Everything from the author who has a new book, musician who has a new album, to the Ukrainian community, Palestinian, the Arab communities, Syrians. Every day, I get press releases in my inbox. للتغطية. In my 20 years of doing this, how many have I gotten from Sudanese communities or Sudanese organizations? Maybe 2, maybe 3 or 4. بيرسلوا لي في الميديا. And we sift through these and we ask حاجة مهمة جدا that we ask in newsrooms before التغطية, and it determines whether this thing will get on the air. Why should our audience care? ما هي تغطية بقروش, right? The airwaves are not cheap, so يعني بيتحسب الحساب what ends up on the television station, what ends up on the radio. So we have to sit there in the newsroom ونقعد نتناقش يعني هالموضوع ده مهم ليه؟ why العالم ملان حروب. العالم ملان catastrophes happening all over the world, and we can't cover it all. So what makes this one so important and so special? And that's why my argument is that the first thing we need to do is to build that care. Next slide, please. And we can lean into this very, I think, poignant Sudanese saying. الما بيعرفك شنو؟ يجهلك. Simple as that. If I don't know you and you didn't tell me about yourself and who you are and the community, أكلكم شنو؟ موسيقتكم شنو? I don't know you. Therefore, يعني you're not gonna be on my radar. مش they don't care. They don't care دي أيوة صح. لكن they don't care ليه? My argument is العرفة دي. Next slide. So we need to basically be our own PR machine. وكل واحد فينا can be that PR machine. You don't have to be a part of an organization. يعني نحن بتجينا يعني بيجونا ناس individuals. I am an Ukrainian American citizen of the Bay Area. We're in the San Francisco Bay Area. And my family has been displaced. And I have to send them money all the time. وأنا زول زي ده بكتب له press release يرسلوا لنا طق تاني يوم نحن بنضرب له. Why? He's local. He gave me a story that's important to my audience. My audience is going to care about you because you are part of the community. And here are 5 ways to kind of do that. Quickly, فضلكم.
4 minutes. Yeah.
4 minutes. Share the culture يا اخواننا. ما تستهينوا بالstories الثقافية. Like I said, الأكل, الشراب, الموسيقى, all of this is such an important opening of the door to get the bigger stories in. Okay, and we know American society loves these kinds of stories. I'm going to do one of these. Paulo Coelho, Gal, culture makes people understand each other better. They understand that their neighbor, إحنا, is in the end just like them. And we have the same problems and the same questions. Next slide. We're going to go through these. We can go to the next one. This is one of the first stories I ever did, دي أمي وده صحن طعمية. And basically my story, my first story in NPR was about طعمية. How to make it, the history, السوسايتيز المختلفة بيعملوها كيف. They loved it. كويس؟ This was an opening door. It's beautiful. أنا شخصياً I believe in this cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy بيقولوا عليه, right? Get to know me, get to know me. We can go through the next ones just fast. This is another one we did about the أغاني العودة في Nubian. And then we did this about مثلنا السيرة في مدرستنا المحلية هناك في California. I did a story about the Bizianos. So it's really get to know me, get to know who we are through the culture. And we could just keep going. Then you're able to do things like this. Because you know they care about me. Right? عرفوا الطعمية والبزيانوس وعرفوني أنا وسمعوا أصوات سودانية on the air. Then when something happens to my community, they care. Trump لما طلع البوليسيز بتاعته بتاعت الانتي مسلم ban والانتي Africa travel ban and all of that, they came to me. يلا نحنا كلمينا يلا الحاصل عليكم شنو. Next slide. And then it just continued, right? جات الثورة جانا محمد ناجي الأصم. We did interviews because again, they care. Keep going. We're almost done, I promise. And this just continued. It continued. Could just keep going. Story after story after story after story. Right. So the next thing has been talked about a lot today, which is just showing up. Showing up. في كم زول هنا عارف المير بتاعه اسمه منو؟ Okay, good. How many people have participated in the most recent local elections في الcounty وفي الcity? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we need more. Guys, how many people have children في المدارس وفي الcultural day والinternational day مشوا عملوا البوث بتاع السودان ومثلوا السودان؟ These simple things ما نقول عليها simple. This is how you build that interest. And we can skip since yes, this is just the same things اتكلموا عنها كتير الليلة بعد البوثs بتاعتنا وكده. This is what I really want to talk about. I won't talk about it for long, لكن building that relationship with your local media. Yes, national مهم. لكن chances are you will get the local attention first. لأنه إحنا في local media أنا شغالة في local public radio. We want to hear the stories of the community بتاعنا ده. And we need material, right? The local television, the local public radio. Keep going. For example, we were able to do stories like this. رحم الله الدكتور بشرى ابن عوف. And يعني, this is one of the stories that they came to me for. سمعنا عندكم Sudanese American doctor اتوفى في الحرب. Tell us about him. And one more. ولا حمرت لي خلاص. Okay.
Last 30 seconds.
We can just keep going. These are all, and connect with other diasporas. قلناها. إحنا, we always connect with the black community, إخواننا, the black community. Please, African American community, strengthen those ties. They will have your back. Who has been out to a Black Lives Matter protest in the 2020? Mumtaz. Build that relationship. يعني, that's a crucial, important relationship. What's the last one? I say this every time, and I feel like a broken record. خشوا الميديا. شجعوا أولادكم وبناتكم يخشوا journalism. And you don't have to study journalism. هي أبقى دكتور, right? أبقى دكتور وبالجنبها do some media work.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hannah, very much. By the way, Hannah is an award-winning public radio journalist, and also she is award-winning podcast that tell stories from across the Black diaspora. Thank you very much, Hannah. So lastly, we have Tartil al-Imam, who will be highlighting in 10 minutes the power of online community building, leveraging the youth in the diaspora to engage the U.S. policymakers, utilizing college, campus, organization, and impact of social media in supporting peace-building effort and humanitarian effort in Sudan. Floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. One thing that I really want to start with is to say something that I think each and every one of us know, and it's that the lack of coverage and care that we see about countries like Sudan, like Congo, it's deeply rooted in global and regional racism, anti-blackness, and anti-African sentiments. It's the thinking that It's that thinking that death, horror, violence, and war are innately the norm for us, that for the rest of the world, this should be what we're used to because this is supposedly what we as Africans, what we as Sudanese, this is our lived experience. We all know that is not true. Sudan is more than the death and the violence and the destruction. It is one of the most beautiful and enriching countries, which is why whenever we speak about Sudan and whenever I have opportunities to speak about Sudan, especially to a non-Sudanese audience, one thing that we need to emphasize is that war is not all that we know. We need to break that racist, anti-black sentiment they have because there is a barrier, there is a mentality of this is something that your country has been going for decades. And that assumption in itself is deadly and it leads to passiveness and it leads to people not caring, to closing their ears. So where do our voices come in? How do we leverage one of the most powerful tools, in my opinion, social media, to advocate for our country, Sudan? In 2024, I think that social media in itself is a community. We as Sudanese people, we are very communal. We don't operate in isolation. We are not individual. Back home, your family is not your nuclear family. It's your neighbors. It's the man at the dukan. There is no such thing as a stranger in Sudan. And I've come to see that this is also seeping into our social media world, where now Sudanese diaspora, Sudanese youth are connecting with one another without having met one another. This started off in the 2019 revolution, where we can see the way that there was a gap between Sudanese diaspora and Sudanese youth. And I believe that social media has helped bridge that gap. If there is one thing that we should know by now, it's that our collective voices, they do have an impact. And this isn't something cliche or something that we say just to feel good about ourselves. When we build communities online and advocate for Sudan, we do have an impact. We've seen how in the 2019 revolution, it was televised by social media. The world turned blue in honor of our martyrs, rahimahumullah. Social advocates and celebrities and humanitarian groups, they spoke out in Sudan when they have never spoken about it for years. For many people, that was their first exposure to Sudan. And that wasn't due to traditional media, that wasn't due to big newspapers and companies. That was the power of social media. When the government in Sudan enforces blackouts and internet shutdowns, the Sudanese youth and diaspora take it upon themselves to use social medias like Twitter, like Instagram, to amplify the voices of those on ground. Social media isn't just a way to speak and raise awareness, it literally is a lifeline. When Sudanese people aren't able to project to the rest of the world what is happening in Sudan because our military is shutting down the internet, people were learning what is happening through social medias. People were giving examples of safe routes, of communities through social medias. Families that were trying to escape were going on Twitter, onto Instagram to understand which routes are safe. People in need of medical services would have different channels on Twitter related to different aspects. So social media became a lifeline, a way for humanitarian aid and safe passages and people to communicate with one another. We don't have traditional media coverage, so we must become the media. Sudan is not a forgotten war. It's a war that has been largely ignored by the rest of the world. Some examples of successful social media organizing done by youth-led Sudanese organizations is like the one that Sudan Action Campaign by NASA Sudan, by SDN, where our focus isn't connecting to the Sudanese community, because like some of the speakers mentioned earlier, we need to come out of this bubble that we're in. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how horrible the situation is in Sudan. I'm not going to list the numbers and the death and the counts, because each and every one of us here, we have family members in Sudan. We don't need to be speaking to one another about this. We need to speak to the rest of the world about this. So with our campaign, what our focus was is not only to shed light on the atrocities happening in Sudan, but to speak to them about Sudanese culture, the music, the language, the food, the history. Believe it or not, people connect 100 times better when they see themselves in you, when they see that this is a country that, and it almost feels like it's a bit ironic to say, but it's not just death and destruction. There is beauty, there is culture. You should care about that as well as the death, the famine, the children, the men and women. They are not just numbers. Our focus through our social media campaign was to focus on stories. Not me to come here and tell them my story, but to amplify the stories of those on ground. We connected with youth in Sudan who were able to amplify their stories to the rest of the world. We were able to share it to organizations with millions of followers who then helped in funding organizations like SAPA, like SDN. Our fundraiser for SDN hit 170,000 within 2 months of launching it. This is by the power of connecting to other communities through social media. Macklemore, a well-known artist, canceled his concert in Dubai after a coalition of youth-led Sudanese initiatives reached out and explained the role that Dubai plays in supporting the RSF. This is where outreach comes in, and social media is one of the best tools, one of the best ways for us to connect with people who have power. Someone like him canceling his concert, that being covered by the traditional media that has ignored us for so long, you can see how each of these things have a domino effect. And after that, you're seeing communities who are only perhaps aware of the music industry, seeing that they are now connected to Sudan. وفعلا, after those articles came out, we had so many people, non-Sudanese communities, reach out asking us, why did that happen? What's happening in Sudan? How can we support? And that's the power of social media. It bridges those gaps. It keeps us no longer separate, but rather united. And social media doesn't mean that you have to be of a certain age or you have to be someone who is very fluent in it. You just need to connect with your people the same way that we organize and connect in person. Find your communities online. Find pages like SAPA, like SDN.world, like Nasser Sudan, like BS on Blast, and you will find a whole community online. And this, I believe, has been the strength of the Sudanese diaspora in organizing and mobilizing through social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tertil. Thank you so much, Hannah, Baba, and thank you so much, Dr. Jamal, for this well-rounded discussion. And we hope that this discussion will inspire new ideas and collaboration to support people of Sudan during this critical time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Wow, talk about an amazing session. I feel so moved by that, and I'm looking at everyone's face here, and I can tell that everybody else feels the same way. If you want to be active or involved in the ways that Tertil just thoughtfully aligned and outlined for us, you can find this sheet up on the projector or these orange sheets on your tables and scan the QR codes. There you can find linked all our social media channels and ways to get involved. And yeah, so right before lunch, we just have a 5-minute short speech from Nazim Siraj, who is the general manager of Hadrin organization and a very well-known humanitarian activist.
طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا في عجالة أو الدليفر التوك بتاعي عربي، معلش لو في زول ما بيتكلم عربي هنا، لكن عشان الناس ما نمسكها كثير من اللانش، ففي متحدثين من جهات تانية سبقوني كانوا بعرفوا عن نفسهم، لكن أنا ما داير أعرف عن حاضرين أو شغلنا هنا. أنا داير أعرف عن العضوية سابا بمجهودات المكتب التنفيذي بتاعه في السنين الماضية مما سابا قامت، حاجة ممكن تكون معروفة عليكم لكن مزيد من التأكيد والإضافة لها. أنا حتكلم في حاجتين. إحنا بالنسبة لنا سابا زي ليلة القدر، الناس والله وعندنا مرتبطة بحاجة تانية اللي هي المبدأ متموم، إنه إحنا لما نبدأ حاجة بنقول إحنا نبدأ الحاجة وإن شاء الله بتتم، ودي حاجة عندها أثرها. ممكن أنا أوريكم ليه. يعني إحنا علاقتنا مع سابا من بداية تأسيسها في موضوع علاج المصابين ودعم أسر الشهداء، وبعد ذاك دعم الاعتصام وما بعده، وكان في مشاريع اللي هي في رمضان قبل اندلاع الحرب وبعد اندلاع الحرب، لما نكون عندنا أي حاجة دارين إنه إحنا دارين نبدأ فيها ونكون شغالين فيها، فبنلبس رسالة بالواتساب لواحد من سابا عشان يعرضها على البورد، وبتجي الاستجابة فورية منهم طوالي. كان في المايقومة أول أيام الحرب أو دار المسنين وعدد من الجهات الثانية اللي اشتغلنا فيها مع بعض. بعد ده كان في موضوع برضه شغل بتاع المطابخ المركزية واللي هي اللي كان شغالين فيها، ودي دانا نقول فيها المبدأ متموم. احنا بالنسبة لنا لما نجي مثلا دا نشتغل الشغل بتاع رمضان عشان نقدر نثبت الأسعار ونقدر نعرف احنا هنشتغل شنو مع المواد، بنكون دارين نعرف ممكن يكون عندنا كم عشان نبدأ. أول جهة بتكون بتستجيب لنا سابا، بتكون بتحدد لنا مبلغ بنقدر معاهم مع التجار نقدر نثبت الأسعار ونقدر نشتري ونحدد معاهم الكميات ونقدر نزيد عليها بعد ذاك. عشان كده أنا بقول لكم سابا بالنسبة لنا زي ليلة القدر. لما نيجي إحنا لما نكون دارين نشتغل الشغل بتاع رمضان، الكونتريبيوشن بتاع سابا لما يكون لمجموعة المبلغ ممكن يكون ما نسبة كبيرة، لكن هو الأساس على أساسه بنينا الحملة بتاعت الشغل بتاعنا وقدرنا نواصل بها. كثير من المرات احنا بدينا ب3 مطابخ مركزية في شهر 11 في 2023، لكن الآن احنا شغالين في أكثر من شبابنا احنا في 181 مطبخ في أكثر من 6 ولايات في السودان. كنا في أوقات كثيرة حنقيف لما نجي قرب رمضان بسبب الدعم السخي اللي ادتنا له سابا في الاول، وقدرنا انه احنا نشتغل ونواصل فيها، ففضلت لنا قدرنا نواصل، وبعد ذلك جاتنا تبرعات من جهات ثانيه قدرنا نواصل بالمطابخ لما نصل بها عيد الضحيه. وثاني لما جينا في عيد الضحيه عشان تعرفوا احنا يعني انا بقدر اديكم بس كمثال بسيط جدا، احنا قدرنا نشتري العجول بتاع الاضحيه ب 900,000 جنيه سوداني للعجل، في حين اي زول اشترى في الوقت اللي احنا مع عيد الضحيه ما في زول اشترى باقل من 1,200,000 و1,300,000. ال 400 الفرق دي ولا هي 350 انتم بتشوفوها حاجه بسيطه، خلتنا نقدر نواصل بعد عيد الضحيه لغايه شهر 8 لغايه مع اليو ان دي الدبليو في خشت معانا. فانا عشان كده بقول شكرا سابا حقيقه يعني. وبرضه بفتكر انه واحده من الحاجات بس يعني من حقكم علينا، ما عشان احنا نقول حاجه، احنا التحيه لاخواننا واخواتنا في غرف الطوارئ، لكن ما هم الوحيدين بس الشغالين. احنا السبب بتاع الشغل بتاع سابا من حقكم تعرفوا انه احنا شغالين في 149 مطبخ داخل مناطق سيطره ميليشيا الدعم السريع في الخرطوم وفي سينار وفي الجزيره وفي شمال كردفان، و على حاجه بسيطه ما استمرت في جنوب دارفور، لكن دي الولايات اللي احنا عندنا فيها شغل حسي حاليا، مطابخ شغاله 149 مطبخ شغالين احنا واخواننا في صداقات وانا بفتكر انه ما كنا حنصل للمرحله دي وما لا كنا حنقدر انه نقنع الدبليو اف بي تشتغل معانا او اليو ان دي بي يشتغلوا معانا لو ما كان الحاجه البسيطه سوري الدعم اللي جانا من سابا وخلانا نواصل. وانا لا انسى لان احنا ما كنا ما جددوا لنا تسجيلنا بعد الانقلاب. لا انسى انه انا رسلته لاخونا ياسر يوسف وقلت له الدبليو اف بي داير تشتغل معانا ومحتاجه جهه في النص تشتغل، فهل انتم عندكم مانع تكونوا انتم الجهه في النص؟ لان هم اوريدي كانوا موقعين مع صداقات وما دارين يزيدوا الكيس لود بتاع الصداقات، دارين يخلوا حاجه جهه جديده في نفس وطلبوا انه هم حتى لما تكلمت معاهم لانه كانوا مستعجلين كانوا دارين الاجتماع يتم في نفس اليوم. هل بيصدقوا انه جاتنا الموافقه من البورد بتاع سابا واجتمعوا معاهم في نفس اليوم؟ لكن في نهايه دبليو في رجعت وقررت ان هي دار تشتغل عن طريق صداقات، لكن احنا ما بننسى لسابا وقفتها ابدا معانا في على كل السنين وان شاء الله لسنين قادمه باذن الله. فبس انا بقول شكرا سابا وشكرا يعني ما لمكتب التنفيذي ولا للبورد اوف ترستيز لعضويتها اللي هي جابت الناس المخلصين ديل، والمتاكد انه حيواصلوا المسيره وبتمنى انه اللجنه التنفيذيه الجديده يعني ربنا يعني يعينهم على التكليف. انا ما اعرف حيكون في انتخابات حسي ولا دي الدوره مدة سنتين، لكن اعانكم الله على التكليف واحنا متاكدين اي زول يعني حيجي جديد في سابا يعني ان شاء الله حيكون حيكون يعني سلف وان شاء الله يكون خير خلف لخير سلف ان شاء الله. وشكرا جزيلا ومعلش على الاطاله وكتر خيركم.
Okay, one more round of applause for all of our speakers this morning. Okay, so at this time we'll be transitioning into lunch. Lunch will be at the Wolf Point room upstairs on the 15th floor. We'll report back here promptly at 1:30. What time did we say? 1:30. Okay, sounds good. See you soon.
Check 1, 2, 2, 2.
حذيفة، هل تسمعني؟ اوكي ممتاز. شوف ما عندك
فيصل can you hear me؟
ايوه سامعك.
تمام.
هل انت سامعني؟
لا 100. رجع الكاميرا شوية.
اي ما بس بكتب.
خلاص تمام. عدلت اسمك؟ لسه مكتوب فيصل سيد. فيصل
سيد أنمار، كيف الحال؟
وين يا عبد العظيم؟
الصوت كذا كيف؟ أول حاجة سؤال.
لا الصوت ممتاز، لكن افتح لي الكاميرا.
الصوت
ما عندي
كيف؟
الأوبشن. I need الكاميرا أوبشن.
دقيقة طيب.
دقيقة ولا صوت؟ بتلقى فوق في الانبار. تلقاه معمول على تروس.
I promoted you like just now as a panelist. يلا المفروض بعد ده بتقدر تفتح الكاميرا يا عبد العظيم.
ممتاز.
شكله انك تكاب يا عبد العظيم. انتوا ما قاعدين مع بعض ولا شنو؟ فيصل الو؟ يا فيصل
لا انا ما مبسوط.
يا جماعة انتوا ما قاعدين مع بعض؟
قاعدين مع بعض ليه؟
طيب كده يا عبد العظيم كده يتكلم. احسن تتكلم من نفس الحتة لو في طريقة.
من نفس الحتة كيف يعني؟ نفس اللابتوب يعني؟
من نفس اللابتوب. اي فهمتني؟ يعني بس يتكلم بس من اللابتوب فيصل بس.
يا عمار
قول لي.
قبل تنادي اللايف شغال. الشغل ده مربوط في
لا ما بزول شايفك. ما بزول شايفك، القاعة فاضية يا مدير. رق.
عمار
الكاميرا. القاعة فاضية قلت لك، بس افتح لي الكاميرا. يلا كده احسن انت وعبد العظيم تكونوا في حتة واحدة. الو؟
Yeah, this is.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. Everybody, please have a seat. Salam again to everybody and welcome, welcome. And thank you for being part of SAPA's journey and being part of this important weekend of our General Assembly. Please have a seat. Okay, my name is Huzaifa Salim. For those who have not met me, but a lot of you have met me yet. I'm Assistant Secretary General at SAPA. And we'll be presenting just snippets of our term. We have been on the board starting this March. We want to highlight part of the accomplishments the Board of Director Office here in the US has done. And also, we are very thankful that we have our team from Sudan that will be also presenting the other bulk of the work that we've done in SAPA, the actual people that are on the ground that will be that they're basically الماسكين على الجمر زي ما بقولوا. So SAPA's board of director is formed of 7 offices, and they are separated by departments in a way, and each office has some sort of a director. So I'm going to go through quick slides about the things that we've done in the past few months, but it's like kind of big highlights. More of the data will be presented by the team from Sudan that will tell you exactly how much of the humanitarian work SAPA has been accomplishing and providing. So in the Secretary Office, SAPA had a massive expansion since its inception. It's now providing care to hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. Role of support to other offices is part of what the Secretary Office does. And part of our work is linking the humanitarian with the professional aspect of SAPA's work and with the advocacy as well. So we try to be a liaison between all these aspects. We've acquired new subscriptions to softwares and platforms to help us streamline a lot of our processes, because now SAPA's expansion has been so huge. So there's a lot of work that we're kind of second sourcing in a way. The one thing that's the uniqueness of SAPA and the way that it's able to provide and do all of this accomplishment, it's flexibility and agility and the way it can respond to things in a timely manner. We are able to mobilize resources very efficiently, and this is one of the things that makes us unique from others. BOD in the future, we envision that the board of director of SAPA, because my term will end, and hopefully some of our younger people here will come and take over. And we envision SAPA to be an organization that will stay for decades. We would like the board of director role to be that strategic part, the big vision kind of. SAPA's bylaws have vision and mission that is outlined in it, and that's where we're trying to build this infrastructure, so we move a lot from the executive and become more of the strategic. The Treasurer Office as well had massive expansion. We've been getting a lot of input, and then there's a lot of output that we have to spend. We are also streamlining these processes now by having a financial software with a financial senior director that it's making sure our books are okay. We're okay with Uncle Sam. Everything with the IRS is getting right. And we are abiding by our bylaws. The funding resources have been from digital marketing, philanthropy, community-based fundraising or faith-based fundraising, membership dues and grants. I would say up to now about probably 75% of SAPA's funding comes straight from organic donations. You would think we are an international organization that just rely on grants. It's completely the opposite. People see our page in social media, they see our website, they talk about us in Jum'ah prayer, they talk about us in the church, so on and so forth. And those generates so much of the funding that actually is SAPA's budget in a way. We do have grants that we get from other international organizations like the WHO, the UNICEF, the IOM, and even those they're expanding a little bit more bigger as well. But I just wanted to say, like, a lot of our funding. So when we ask you to ask others to donate, because it really, that's what generates SAPA's message is what generates its funding and keeps it continuous to in the future. In these past 3 or 4 months, we've appeared in multiple media organizations trying to uplift the PR strategy that we've talked about in the panel. There is a orange paper that has QR codes for our social media pages, and also a report of a lot of the advocacy work that we've done in the past few months. And it also outlines everything that SAPA has done since the beginning of April in terms of PR and advocacy. In the membership office, there is a steady influx of new members. We're exploring new membership platforms so our members can have, we have a platform now, but we want to make it more professional. You're able to log in, able to see the portal of your account, how many donations you've made, what are your dues if your membership status changed, right? When I started in SAPA, I was an affiliate member. I was not in residency yet. I was just studying, trying to get into residency. I got into residency. I became a full member. Now I finished my residency. Now I'm an attending. So that change in my membership status is moving forward. We also have been getting a lot of feedback about the way we communicate with the members and out more communities as well. But for our members specifically is exploring new ways of communicating with each other that's efficient and gets you to see the message and see the work that we've actually done. Strategic office and research office we have a research committee. We've been able to generate data and new protocols. Some of these data now are being used by some international organizations to reflect their reports. They will use some data that's generated by SAPA members and SAPA work on the ground. We've published a couple of commentaries, and we have a couple that's going to be published sometime this year. Our community office is working on actually sending medical missions to Sudan. We're trying to compile a couple of teams and outline a couple of missions that we want to send to Sudan from our expertise, either here or in the US. We've participated in a couple of events in the past few months over the summer. Most recently was some of the soccer tournaments. In our advocacy office, and this is why I will refer you to the QR code that it's on your table, that has an outline report of the advocacy work that has been done, from participating in rallies, filling out petitions, speaking with decision makers in a way, congressmen, congresswomen, so and so. And even our office has been, that advocacy part is expanding by, we have hired or appointed a partnership and a policy director. Academic office has actually done a lot of work, and I'm sorry that I'm summarizing it only in these few points. But I think when the session with Dr. Mazen, Professor Al-Fahal, and Dr. Habab can give you an idea of the things that we've done. But there has been this partnership with Sudanese Medical Council, which has helped thousands and thousands of doctors. You guys don't understand when there's 8,000 doctors in Sudan that basically cannot get their permanent registration, they cannot take the exam, and they have to seek getting a job doing something else, only because this limiting step. SAPA's role has been not just vital, but the most essential in getting this step done. About 7,000 doctors took their exams this past August, and they're able to practice medicine today. That's more healthcare, that's houses open, that's community rebuilt, and that's capacity building, right? We've also been helping our residents and applicants here in the US, physicians who needed a statement of needs or letter of good standing. The applicants, as you guys know, there's, the room next door, I think, had about 60 or 70 people right now coaching incoming residents. This is what they will ask you in the interview. This is what you should think about. This is how you will answer this part of the question, and so on. These help in getting more of SAPA members into the healthcare system, and it's expanding beyond physicians. We're talking with now becoming with dentists, pharmacist, healthcare, public health, and clinical research. And there's a mentorship program. I don't know if my mentees are here, but I have 5 I have to reply to, so I'll get back to you this week. But basically, when we do the same in a more of a personal connection, a personal relationship. Academic Office has done many series in this past few months, and participation has been absolutely amazing of all of the interest of people learning about how things are being done. Okay, for this next part, so this is the gritty part of the work, and I'm actually going to hand this over to our Sudan team, because I think there's the ones you should hear them. This is the one me, Yasser, Dr. Ali, anybody in the board talk to every day, but you need to hear them. These are the guys that do not sleep. These are the guys that, you know, crossed الترعة عشان يمشي يطلع تصريح عشان سابا تقدر تفتح عيادة. طبعا this won't happen without the very strategic thing SAPA has done last year. And I applaud our previous board for doing this. But the appointment of Dr. Anmar Humeda, who is our executive director. So without him, he is the one basically that oversees all of the teams in Sudan. He's the one that communicates with them every day. This guy does not have breaks, does not have weekends. You call him at any time, he answers. These reports we talked about, the way that we're able to show our partners the evidence that generated is because of the work that he has been 100% on top of. So my hat's off to you, my friend. Me and him will fight all the time, or he will fight with Dr. Yasser like 20 times a day. And I wanted to hand it out to him to say a few words and actually introduce our Sudan team. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. I just don't want to be like taking much of your time. Just wanted to thank each one of you, the support that you are providing for us, you know, directly or indirectly, like giving us the spark to continue what we are doing, navigating the situation in Sudan and elsewhere. I mean, in the country that we are serving Sudanese refugees wasn't easy. But you know, through the support that you are providing, by the kind words that you are speaking about us, and also with the vision of the board of SAPA, honestly speaking, they were really supportive by the leadership of Yasser and the rest of the team at the board, at the previous board and this board. And, you know, creating something out of nothing wasn't like an easy job to do, but they were like accountable enough, responding to the gap, the huge gap that was happening in Sudan in a time where, unfortunately, Sudan has been neglected. We were massively divided as Sudanese nation, yet we succeeded to make something happen out of nothing. So I'm really proud of this team. I'm really proud of the board. I'm really proud of each one of you, the members of SAPA. Continue the support that you are doing. And I just wanted to pass it over to the heroes on the ground, the grassroots people that I'm really proud of. Yeah, I just don't want to take too much of your time in terms of introducing them. I'm gonna pass it over immediately to Faisal Ahmed. Faisal Ahmed, he's the director of SAPA Sudan Country Office. He's not gonna reflect only SAPA's Sudan response, but also gonna highlight the aspects of our partial response happening in Chad, and also the innovative approaches of designing the localization approach of responding to the humanitarian needs in Sudan that we are currently developing in Kampala, Uganda. Over to you, Faisal.
Thank you, Anmar and Shubeta. Can you hear me well, guys? Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm very grateful for being here with all of you. And today I'm standing here before you with a heart full of pride and extreme gratitude that we are here in Sudan facing one of the most difficult chapters in our history. And every day we have new challenges, unpredictable and often overwhelming. And yet despite all of this, we are still standing and we are still fighting and we are still delivering hope for all of these people in need. The journey has not been easy for us, and we have witnesses and suffering and hardship beyond the words. But we have also seen and been resilient and courage that move us to our core. The people that we are serving and the strength that we are showing for these people are what is fuel us and keep us pushing forward. And this is our mission and our duty, to stand beside them and to be the source of light that were the darkest moments happening now in Sudan. But none of this would be having possible without you support of the board and the SAPA members. I would truly thank you from the heart of, from the bottom of my heart, for being standing here for us and making this happen for the people of Sudan. As we are looking forward, let us not forget the SAPA is hope for Sudan. Every challenge that we are overcome together brings us a step closer to the brighter future for all the people of this country. And I would like to take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to our incredible team on the ground across the different states and to our dedicated volunteers. Nothing would have been achieved without your tireless efforts and selfless commitment. You are the true heart of this organization, and for that, also I would like to thank you and to thank SAPA and Diaspora members for their continuous support for Sudan team and also the teams in CAD and Kampala. Nothing of this would be happening without your continuous support for us. We would like, we have prepared like a small presentation to take you for the journey that we have doing and the achievements we have done through the past period. I would happily give the floor for my colleague, Dr. Abdulazim, the programs manager at Sudan, to bring you through the achievements and what we have achieved through the past period. Thank you all for being here with us, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve our people and our nation in Sudan. Over to you, Abdulazim, and we are be able to receive your questions and everything after the presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Abdulazim.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone. I'm very glad to be representing the efforts of all our teams on the ground. All of these doing is just portraying the efforts of all our grant teams here and all they've been doing throughout the time since the beginning of the war. My name is Abdulazim Ali. I'm glad to be here, and it's a pleasure that I'll be sharing the efforts through the presentation. So the presentation should be visible on your side, I believe, anytime now. So just to confirm before starting, but I'll be representing the humanitarian response and the efforts that have been ongoing in the last period. For those wondering who is Abdulazim, or perhaps if they have seen me, I'm the guy on the back of the poster here. So that would be me in the northern states. It was a great mission which I had the pleasure of joining, and although painful, but I'm glad to say that we were there, and that on its own is huge. So just confirming that everything is clear. Wonderful. Okay, so the very first presentation, I'll be reflecting perhaps one of the experiences of our team on the ground. Dr. Abdullah is one of the very first respondents on the ground in Umdurman. He had a very dramatic story, and he had mentioned that one of his most challenging aspects was having patients whose lives have been affected by the financial constraints and the difficulties of not having essential treatments which are due to the war. So he mentions a 4-month-old infant who was brought to a hospital, referred from Khartoum Hospital at the very beginning, first days of the war. He had been in intensive care and a shell had struck the facility where he was receiving care. This has forced the staff to evacuate with only an oxygen tank on hand. And by the time he arrived with his older brother, sadly, the hospital had a very critical shortage of oxygen. And although the team on the ground had tried their best, we weren't able to get them in time and reach them. So he died 2 days later due to the very limited resources. What we'll be basically presenting, even with the difficult stories and events happening, is a quick overview on Sudan's context, a quick look on the Sudan's humanitarian approach, SAPA's humanitarian intervention, and a look on SAPA in numbers. Going next. A quick look on Sudan's context. As you're all aware, Sudan is facing a dire humanitarian crisis, primarily due to the ongoing conflict which has begun in the April of 2023. We had huge challenges with massive displacement, with over 11 million people displaced since mid-April of 2023. We're facing a dire humanitarian crisis where millions are lacking access to basic necessities of water, food, medicine, and shelter. Continuing on Sudan's context, we are also facing the issue of functionality, with over 70,000% of health facilities not functioning. We have a huge number of children who have been wasted, with 3.7 million, of whom 730,000 have severe wasting. A third of our population, with 7.4 million children, are lacking access to water, with 2/3 having issues with access to sanitation and hygiene services. And 4.2 million women and girls are at risk of gender-based violence. This is also compounded by the very next slide with a limited aid access, economic constraints, and the heavy rains and flooding, which have affected the issue further expanding and exacerbating the very dire situation on the ground, with 490,000 people affected and subsequent cholera outbreaks on the rise as we speak. This is further making the situation very challenging to operate on the ground. And this is the situation that our teams are consistently trying to face and support. So how is SAPA's humanitarian approach? This would be the very next aspect we would have a look at. So we always dream of having the hope and presenting hope for the people on the ground. So how SAPA visualizes its humanitarian approach is by providing services for all, including vulnerable populations. And our overarching goal is by 2026, where all SAPA's targeted girls and boys, women, and adolescents providing them basically with access to health services and nutrition interventions in this humanitarian context due to the ongoing conflict in Sudan. So the strategies we have adapted include a cross-sectoral and life cycle evidence generation, and a movement of grassroots investment where we feel that all our partners are critical to ensure that we do reach that last mile delivery. We have an aspect of community empowerment, accountability to the affected populations. We also consider gender responsiveness critical in this very difficult time. And the way to get there are partnerships, which are of valuable impact in this very difficult environment. To do so, continuing on to the next slide, we need to be innovative in our approaches. We need to have that crisis response and adaptability to the situation, being very agile in our deployment of teams in emergencies. And to that end, we believe that in SAPA, using our dynamic and hybrid the flexible financing, we have our own resources in SAPA, which will allow us to be very dynamic and quick in response, in addition to partnering with other UN agencies and organizations. This is then concluded by the evidence-based advocacy, which is very critical at this time to portray the actual situation on the ground, having all stakeholders present as we need them. So looking forward into SAPA's humanitarian interventions, so how do we feel, or how do we achieve that target, which everyone is already being part of, sharing their help, their technical capacities, and the funds which are being shared to SAPA. So how we hope to intervene, I'll start with a very quick story of resilience. So we have Nisreen Rabih, who a few days before the war broke out in Sudan, her mother has passed away as she was living in Khartoum at the time. So when the war began, the situation prevented her from returning to her husband's home in Abu Adam, and she was forced to remain there in Umdurman. So furthermore, even her husband had a kidney failure, who had very difficult time finding the services he needed and dialysis at the time. Tragically, he died just a few months into the war, leaving her alone with her 3 children, isolated, and all her siblings and neighbors have already fled Khartoum by the time. So this forced Nisreen to be there in a very deserted neighborhood, facing all the challenges you could imagine. And even through these hardships, Nisreen refused to become a displaced person, choosing to stay back in her home, enduring all the harsh conditions. And finally, even by the loss of her brother a few months later, still stayed there and even worked to provide that critical support for all the people she considered precious for her, by working with SAPA, which we're very glad to say was a lifeline that allowed her to not only just alleviate the challenging financial circumstances, but also to utilize it to provide aid for others and become some sort of a comfort for her back in the war. So certain areas to achieve these. So the interventions will follow a theme of thematic areas. The very first thematic area we would like to delve in is the health services delivery. And for us in SAPA, we are focusing on different approaches through hospitals, primary healthcare centers, mobile clinics, in addition to referral systems and ambulances. And this involves and includes the ambulatory service support, in addition to incentives for referral to tertiary facilities. Furthermore, we provide outpatient services, inpatient services, nutrition, immunization, among others, of psychosocial, pharmacy, and laboratory services, which are free. And this is the essence of the service provision we have. A quick look at the different states where we have provision of services. Going forward in Khartoum state, we have Al-Buluk and Al-Fath hospitals, with 12,000 who were reached within the community through the mobile clinics, in addition to supporting referral and ambulance systems in Khartoum state. I'll be slightly accelerating my speed in the next upcoming slides. We'll have a very quick look at a picture here for the mobile clinic teams we have in Umdurman, and it's a very beautiful picture showing the efforts of the people who are there. We also have a few pictures for Al-Fath Hospital, Buluk Children's Hospital, and on the left picture you'll see Dr. Yather there as well in the recent mission he had with Dr. Faiz back in Umdurman. Continuing to the next state, in the northern state, we're supporting operations in SAPA's PHC Center for IDPs. We have 11 mobile clinics who were deployed, 4 of which were very recent, back here in August, with almost 18,000 people in need of healthcare reached in total. The very next slide after the northern state are a few pictures of the efforts being done on the ground, with several assessments, several cooperations with the healthcare leadership on the ground, locality level and state level, and a few pictures of the mobile clinics we've just mentioned. Moving forward to Red Sea State and Gadaref State, we're supporting operations in Hassai Auli PHC Center for IDPs, supporting also the Port Sudan Pediatric Hospital, or the PICU here in Sudan, which is the biggest and only operational PICU right now. Which hopes to become a referral point for all the other states in the country. In Gadaref State, we're also supporting operations of our Huri Health Facility, which is the largest IDP camp in Gadaref State, also known as Shijiraf camp, currently providing services for both IDPs and host community. Moving forward are quick photos of the PICU on the upper left, in addition to the service delivery provided by our frontliners in Gadarif, in Al-Huri IDP camp. Moving forward, we have a quick glimpse at our efforts in South Kordofan, as well as North Darfur and White Nile, where we are operating in South Kordofan by supporting the operations of Abu Jbeiha Hospital, in addition to supporting North Darfur's 3 mobile clinics in Al-Ayid, Saraf Omra, and Tawila, which are semi-permanent mobile clinics, providing 4 rounds, 5-day cycles of mobile clinics in each area, in addition to supporting referral systems in Abu Shok Health Center and deploying in White Nile following the attacks on Sinja and the events there, where we have supported mobile clinics for IDPs in, who are coming from Sinjar within the White Nile. The next slide is a quick photo of the efforts and the people on the ground, again, who we have to thank for all that's happening on the ground and the real efforts which we are portraying on behalf of. Next is capacity building with community rapid response trainings in Red Sea and Northern State. We've also supported capacity building through the IMCI training, IYCF for infant young child feeding for community healthcare workers, in addition to community-based management of severe acute malnutrition, all which were conducted in Khartoum State. This was followed by an ETAT, or Emergency Triage and Assessment Treatment, conducted in River Nile State, pediatric critical care, which was conducted in Red Sea State, in addition to several in-job trainings, which aim at supporting the retention of medical staff from the grassroots communities. Moving to thematic area 3, where we follow the model of distribution of medical supplies and consumables to aid in our service delivery, where supplies were distributed in Khartoum to Al-Buluk, Al-Saudi Hospital, and Al-Fath hospitals. In North Darfur, distribution of supplies was to Al-Saudi and Al-Janubi hospitals, in addition to Sayyid al-Shuhada and Abu Shok PHC Center. In Northern State, we have managed to distribute supplies to Dongola Specialized Hospital, in addition to Dongola's Maternity Hospital and Abri Hospital. Moving to the very critical food and nutrition thematic area, we're very proud to say that we are ongoingly operating and having a central kitchen in Zamzam camp in North Darfur, where SAPA has tried to respond and alleviate the hunger and famine, providing up to 33,000 meals just in the very first 2 weeks. And by now we're proud to say that we have reached 1 month of operations, continuous operations in Zamzam camp, which will continue in the next period. We've also provided 112,000 beneficiaries through our Ramadan and Udhiyah campaigns. And this follows on to Chad as well, with 150,000 meals, which were distributed in Adri. Our very next critical thematic area is health system support. We believe is very crucial in this difficult times. We have rehabilitated Hasai Audi PHC Center in Red Sea State, rehabilitating SAPA PHC for IDPs in Dongola, the PIC rehabilitation, which has concluded and have operations at Port Sudan's Pediatric Teaching Hospital, in addition to rehabilitation of the ICU in Al-Buluk Hospital. This has not only been for hospitals, but also we are supporting and engaging with the Sudan Medical Council with 50,000 who have been benefiting and sitting for the permanent registration exams. Our very last, or rather before our last, the partnerships, we consider them very crucial and critical at this difficult time, with active partnerships with the UNICEF, our main partner in the Khartoum, Med Global as well, for supporting us in supplies in North Darfur, the Federal Ministry of Health, in addition to State Ministries of Health, in addition to think tanks and consultative agencies such as CAPS, as well as planned expansion in the very near future for additional projects with UNICEF and IOM. The very next is a list of all the partners we have been very proud to share the efforts with on the ground here, including USAID, IOM, UNICEF, WHO, among many others, who have been very crucial in this very important response to supporting our people in Sudan. And lastly, looking at evidence generation, we believe evidence generation is crucial at this important time. And this has been done through our Northern State assessment back in February 2024 to assess the situation on the ground, health-wise, and identifying gaps. This is followed also by a very recent publication for Hunger in the Shadow of Conflict, where it hopes to analyze the malnutrition and humanitarian challenges in Sudan cited in the PMC magazine. And lastly, we also introduced SAPA Kampala Think Time Design Model, which hopes to present a policy and research stream aligning SAPA's vision with Uganda's Ministry of Health policies, which focus on community health governance. We have a stakeholders decision stream, which is aiming at engaging various stakeholders in the region, to including civic diaspora bodies, local councils, the aim of which is to refine health governance blueprints, finalized by a logistics stream, which hopes to prioritize infrastructure needs for implementing health governance and supporting decentralization. Finalizing all this by the thematic area 8 for advocacy and media, where we hope to keep a spotlight on the struggle, keeping Sudan mentioned all the time and receiving the attention it deserves, by allowing people to know of the war and the effects it has on the healthcare sector, in addition to how much of a humanitarian crisis is currently ongoing in Sudan, and how we as a diaspora can send home aid to support that. I'll finalize my presentation by providing a quick look at our numbers. So SAPA in numbers, per se. So we're very glad to say that since the beginning of the war back in April, we have supported 430 direct beneficiaries, providing 65 tons of medications and supplies, and expanding our operations to 9 states across Sudan, with 93,000 children under 5 served, 18 hospitals and primary healthcare centers supported, in addition to more than 24 mobile clinics deployed on the ground with patients receiving antenatal care, mothers receiving antenatal care, and beneficiaries as well regarding mental and psychosocial health, nearing 70,000. This has also extended to nutrition and food, providing 150,000 meals to Edri in eastern Chad in the next slide, in addition to 250,000 beneficiaries who have received meals in Sudan. A final look at our recent updates just this year, where we have served almost 200,000 patients, more than 100,000 have received food distributions, screening for malnutrition for 10,000, antenatal care provided up to 3,000 females. Deliveries. This is further, this continues to the IYCF counseling sessions provided, and under 5 children with SAM who have been admitted for treatment, in addition to vaccinations, volunteer training, facility support, and psychosocial support. And ending this presentation, I guess it's very beautiful to mention our beloved Qais, who now is recovering from malnutrition. And I believe this would be a very beautiful conclusion of a very difficult presentation. And although the efforts on the ground have been immense and the need is even more dire, we have some successful stories to conclude this. And it's with you, with everyone here, that we can manage to provide and give more beautiful stories, more beautiful endings in this very difficult time. Once again, thank you everyone for all you're doing, and forward to continue the support. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you so much to our speakers. I think this session in particular is usually one of my favorite sessions because on the behind the scenes end of things, you guys are doing meetings and a lot of planning, and it gets really stressful. So it's really amazing to see how everything comes together at the end of the year, and you start to realize that these things are way bigger than just yourself and your personal daily lives. And so I thought that was really beautiful. And if you guys could just give one more round of applause. Okay, but it's not over yet. Right now, I'd like to welcome the board of directors to take some questions and open up the platform for you guys. Thank you.
So we're not all going to fit on the board, on the podium, but some of us are sitting in the front row here. So if anybody, we have a few minutes for a few questions. So if anybody just raise their hand, and a mic will get to you. If you have any questions for the board. Oh.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. شكرا أبنائي الأعزاء أنكم أعطيتموني الفرصة الأولى لمخاطبة البورد ولمخاطبة إخواننا وزملائنا وأبنائنا في السودان هناك، مثل ما قالت ابنتنا خيرية، هم الذين ترجموا كل ما قمتم به هنا إلى أعمال مرئية. أنا في الحقيقة سعيد ولكني حزين أيضا، بخاصة على ما قدمه البروفيسور الفحل وزميلته من المجلس الطبي، وتأثرت جدا بالعبرة التي خنقت البروفيسور الفحل وهو يعبر عن الألم والحزن والضياع. وفورا استرجعت مقولة إخواننا في علم الاجتماع وعندما يقولون في أفريقيا عندما يموت شيخ كبير تحترق مكتبة كاملة بموته، وهذا بالضبط ما عبر عنه البروفيسور الفحل. كانت عبرته تعبر عن تاريخ طويل وأبحاث عميقة وآثار كان يرجو أن تكون باقية إلى من يأتي بعده، ولكنها ذهبت مع الحرب ومع الرياح. وفي الحقيقة ليس ما عبر عنه الفحل هو ما ضاع، ولكن بنفس هذه العبرة وربما بأكثر منها، لكم أن تتخيلوا أن دار الوثائق السودانية التي تحمل وثائق منذ العام 1821 وتستعين بها الدول من حولنا لإثبات حقوقها، مثل ما استعانت بها مصر لإثبات أحقيتها في طابة بالخرائط التي كانت موجودة في دار الوثائق، ذهبت مع الريح. وكذلك المتحف القومي الذي يحمل تاريخنا منذ أكثر من 5000 سنة ربما أو أكثر من ذلك، ذهب مع الريح. وكذلك سجلاتنا ومكتباتنا وتاريخنا كله ذهب مع ريح هذه الحرب الغبية العبثية التي لا معنى لها. ولكن وسط هذا الركام كله تنهض سابا، فشكرا لسابا الناجحة، سابا الموفقة، سابا التي تعبر عن الحياة بعدما كانت الحرب تعبر عن الموت في كل ناحية من نواحي الحياة في السودان. شكرا لكم. هذا ليس سؤال، ولكن أنا أرجو أن أعبر لكم عن شكري وتقديري وإعجابي بكم جميعا، وأرجو أن تبلغوا تحياتنا وإعجابنا وتقديرنا وصالح دعواتنا لإخواننا في السودان وكل من يتبرع لسابا. شكرا جزيلا.
Shukran. I'm sorry to say this, but just because of the time, if you have any questions that we can try to answer from the board of directors, we'll be happy to take 2 or 3 just right questions. But I'm sorry to say that, we really appreciate to hear everybody's comments, but we want to get the day going as well. Okay, we'll get over there.
طيب السلام عليكم. What I have seen is great. And that's why we are here. That's why we gathered here. And that's what we visioned for SAPA from day one. Me and all the founders, alhamdulillah, most of them are here today. So I'm very proud of what you guys did, what the previous board of directors, and also all the people working on the ground in Sudan. So I have a question. سؤالي جاي من مجلس التخصصات الطبية. في مشكلة كبيرة حاصلة بالنسبة للنواب الأخصائيين اللي امتحنوا، مش نواب الأخصائيين، الناس اللي امتحنوا بارت 2 تقريبا شهر 12 الفات. They were not able to get their certificates because of some financial problems that I know about. فهم they are looking for some help from SAPA to resolve the problems. أنا ما عارفة هل وصلكم الموضوع ده ولا لا، ولكن أنا part of a group that have been talking about and hoping for some assistance from SAPA so they can get their certificates so they can start working and practicing. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. To answer, actually, I was speaking to Dr. Shadul, I think on Thursday, okay? After the war, بعد الحرب, basically الخدمات توقفت. There is a huge credentialing issue which came to the Sudan Medical Council and the Sudan Medical Specialty Board. I think they just resumed their services. They examined 1,000 people for Part 2 exam. They're having about examinees in October for Part 1, and they're examining more in March. I think the problem was predominantly that they're trying to digitalize the services, but they're looking at pivots. But as far as my conversation with him, I don't believe that he had any pressing needs that he needs help with. That being said, we have open communication. He has my cell phone. We talk all the time. So, thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. عباس علي، عضو في مجلس إدارة يوكانا. عندما اندلعت الحرب وأول أسبوع ومشى وفد من الجيش والدعم السريع للتفاوض، كان في تخوف أنه العساكر ينفردوا بمصير السودان، وتنادى الناس وبعض المنظمات عشان يعملوا تجمع للسودانيين في أمريكا ويكونوا صوت للقوى المدنية. وفعلا بدأ تحرك وعملنا تجمع لمجموعة، وأنا ما عايز أذكر الأسماء وما عايز انتقد التجربة بمرارة، لكن انتخبنا جماعة وقلنا يمشوا يمثلونا، ومشوا ما جونا. وذكرني ده بالغنية بتاعت أبو قطاطي ووردي، رسلت له زول مرسال والمرسال مشى وما جاء. فتجربتنا ما كانت كويسة كسودانيين نعمل مع بعض. فإلى أي درجة مجلس إدارة سابا على استعداد عشان ما يدخل في عمل جماعي مع المنظمات السودانية، زي ما تكلم أخونا دكتور سيف الأسد كبير عن إنشاء American Sudanese Community أو Committee. شكرا.
Can you hear me now? Okay. أيوة، شكرا على السؤال. أكيد طبعا حاجة مهمة خالص، إنه يكون في جهد منسق بين كل الجهات السودانية لإيقاف الحرب وإعمار البلاد وكل الحاجات دي. سابا أيوة بنحاول نتواصل as much as we can مع كل الأطراف الفاعلة، كمن سودانيين أو غير سودانيين، مع الجاليات، مع كل الجماعات السياسية أو اللي عندها دور في المساعدة على إنهاء الحرب وتقديم حاجة للبلاد. للأسف زي ما قلت كان في محاولات كثيرة وما نجحت، وتخيل لي دي مشكلة فينا إحنا كسودانيين، حاجة لازم نصلحها، وبنحتاج نعمل أكثر. تخيل لي إحنا ذاتنا كسابا، لكن أعتقد ما أعتقد إنه لسه وصلنا لحاجة كافية أو حاجة أو نتيجة وافية من الناحية دي. معظم شغلنا مع اللي هو الادفوكاسي هنا في الولايات المتحدة، مع السبيشال انفوي لمحاولة إيقاف الحرب وإيقاف الانتهاكات الحاصلة.
Thank you. It was really great to see the presentation. I have two very quick questions. One, what's next? I see that the community is basically medical heavy, and that's great. What is the plan to expand beyond the medical community? And two, when I looked at the partners you're working with, basically I've seen a few implementers of the US government, but not the US government in itself. So is there any effort to engage the US government directly? Have you been? I know that there were some communications, so if you can share where things stand on that light, and if you do have any specific requests for the US government, USAID or otherwise, in terms of trying to have direct kind of partnership rather than through an implementing partner. Thank you. I'm literally shooting myself in the face. I'm just telling them that.
All right, thank you so much, Mahi, for the question. And it's a work in progress in terms of, let's say, designing the strategic approach of how we are seeing SAPA now and how we are projecting SAPA for the future. When this war erupted, the model of SAPA was directly shifted from the different health system resiliency initiatives that SAPA were doing prior to this war, and after that shifting all of the work that we are doing into humanitarian focused, and also protecting the main image of SAPA itself, which is, you can understand it from its name, Sudanese American Physician Association, Sudanese American Physician Association. So the aspects of seeing the medical arm is quite heavy in our operation, and also in the capacity that we have. But of course, strengthening the other aspects of service delivery was of an utmost importance for us, especially in the aspect that we are, let's say, have some sort of grassroots investment that we can expand, especially in the aspects that related to the social cohesion approach. What do we mean by that? In the new approach that SAPA is doing, and we are piloting this approach in Zamzam, currently speaking, in Zamzam camp, we are designing an approach that is not only focused on medical services, but also for securing water, sanitation and hygiene services, adding to that also providing food delivery for the people in need, linked with safe space for people to vent the aspects of the trauma that they face from Al-Fashir, as an example. And we will add to that some sort of strengthening to the micro economy that the people of Zamzam are currently having in terms of supporting women who are heavily, let's say, affected by this crisis, because of the men lost because of the war that is currently happening is quite huge, which putting the burden mainly on women to run the house, to secure the food, and also providing the shelter for the children in need. So we are working on, let's say, expanding the pool of services that we are providing in a way that is also health focused. And we are also informed by the aspects of linking the humanitarian interventions that we are currently providing with the development approach also, due to you can see like the different infrastructure related support that interventions that SAPA did. The last one that has been presented by my colleagues in the pediatric ICU unit in Port Sudan. But also adding to that the peace element. And this is what we already, let's say, started, like the engagement with the State Department and its agencies that has been reflected in the USAID newly allocated fund for the mutual aid to support the local coordination groups. And we are proud to say that SAPA gonna be the prime recipient of this grant. Hopefully things gonna be okay. It's a work in progress, but like this is like an example for the different, like let's say, new communication channels that we are trying to build with the State Department and the USAID specifically speaking. Adding to that also, we started like some sort of bilateral discussions. Like Mike also can add more about that in terms of mobilizing, different resources and also like different, let's say, advocacy interventions in Washington to facilitate, SAPA's work way more. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Armar. I just wanted to add that naturally we worked as a physician or healthcare providers organization in the healthcare, and that was our focus. Even in humanitarian assistance delivery in Sudan, we focus on hospitals, healthcare support. But I think the question of what's the future of SAPA after the war, or when, in the near future, what's going to happen to SAPA if the war ends, is a critical question. And we as leadership, we already started discussing and talking about that, and it has to be discussed now. It has to be on the table now. I think part of that is unite people around the organization, whether in the diaspora or in the Sudan communities everywhere in the world, or in Sudan with the people who are still in Sudan. But one of the most important things, and Muhi, maybe to answer your question, is to form those strategic relationships with the US governments and other entities. But we also want to see a better commitment towards the grassroots organizations and the local organizations like SAPA. I think we started seeing some of that, but we're not there yet. So it's an opportunity for us to ask our partners also to commit towards supporting organizations like SAPA so we can move forward regardless of where the war ends. I hope that answered your question. Thanks.
Okay. Just to add a few points, I think it's important to recognize that SAPA is the largest local organization receiving funds from the UNICEF. To Muhi's point, we just had a meeting, which was a public forum with the US envoy to Sudan, with USAID, where SAPA is working diligently to expand their process, strengthen their partnership with the USAID. And I think at this point, it's safe to say that, when SAPA started, it hit the ground running. But at this point, we're expanding an exponential phase, right? So we're moving from being an organization delivering fund to an organization leading a field. And we cannot look at healthcare in silos, but as far as healthcare, apart from what's presented, we're looking more, as you saw, for sustainability, so like the ICUs and so forth. As far as advocacy effort, I mean, obviously, it's not that we're not doing advocacy, and that's why we have Mike and we have all that hard work that's been done. We have been reaching to congresswomen and congressmen. We have been in communication with the US Envoy's office, and I think there is a lot of space to improve because the problem in Sudan is being overshadowed by what's happening in Europe and what's happening in Gaza, right? So I think we need to put our issue in the forefront, and we need to have more partners in the ground. And I think we are poised to do that since we're becoming leading in the field. And obviously, when your name is recognized with international organizations and you're entrusted, you have more weight and value.
Thank you, Dr. Mazen. Just to summarize, I think in answering the direct question about what we would like to see, right? We would like to have direct funneling of funds to SAPA, right? If these funds that you guys we're talking about, that we raised this money, they promised this. No, we have the capacity. You just saw these numbers. This was done by people in this room, by our work, by volunteering our time. And we're still doing much, much more than, this is more than what governments can do. We have the capacity to even, put on a launching pad and go way beyond. But we need that support. There's more than 19 million children that are out of school. We can make schools, we can make part of these funds for education on cap for these kids. These are the future of building countries and nations. So in my answering your direct questions, I'm sorry we're wrapping this segment. I would like you guys to recognize our board of directors, and so please stand. Dr. Mazen, Dr. Muhammad Bakri, Dr. Amira, Dr. Ali, Dr. Hisham, Dr. Maha, Dr. Yasir, Dr. Isra, Dr. Abdul Hafiz, Dr. Muhammad Humeda, Dr. Hazaiba. So thank you so much. For this next segment, we'll move into the President remarks by Dr. Yasir Alaoui.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الإخوة والأخوات، الزملاء والزميلات، الأصدقاء الأعزاء في أسرة سابا، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. نيابة عن زملائي في البورد أرحب بكم وأرحب بأسركم في اجتماعنا السنوي السادس. سعيدين بلقياكم وبلقاء أسركم. طبعا إخواننا، الفترة الفاتت كانت فترة صعبة على جميع السودانيين، بمن فيهم السودانيين القاعدين في القاعة دي. يجلس معنا في هذه القاعة زميل توفيت جدته ولم يعلم بموتها إلا بعد 5 أيام من موتها، وقد دفنت في حوش بيتها. تجلس معنا في هذه القاعة زميلة توفيت ابنة شقيقتها الرضيعة بعد أن عجز أخونا ياسر جبرة عن أن يجد لها جهاز تنفس في كل السودان. يجلس معنا في هذه القاعة العشرات ممن شاهدوا قراهم ومدنهم تقصف، وأهاليهم يغادروا بيوتهم السكنوميات وعشرات السنين راجلين على الأقدام. مع ذلك نحن بنتمنى إنه ساعة العسرة دي تنتهي وأن يأتي عام يغاث فيه الناس. أيها الإخوة والأخوات، في الوقت الذي تدور فيه هذه الحرب على السودان، تخوض منظمتكم سابا حربا لا هوادة فيها ضد الفقر وضد المرض وضد الجوع. واستمعتم إلى بعض الأرقام اللي ذكرها زملائي. خلال الأشهر الماضية وصلنا بصورة مباشرة لأكثر من 400 ألف مريض. نواصل دعمنا لعشرات المستشفيات والمرافق الصحية في السودان، إما بتمويلها بشكل كامل أو بشكل جزئي. بعض هذه التدخلات تدخلات نوعية، مثل تمويلنا لأكبر غرفة عناية مكثفة للأطفال حاليا في السودان، وتوفيرنا ل 66 كادر بأجورهم وجميع مستهلكاتهم للشهور الستة القادمة. كذلك في وقت الفيضانات استجبنا بسرعة وكنا المنظمة الأولى التي عملت في 4 محليات في الولاية الشمالية. فيما يخص التأكد من أن زملائنا الذين اتخذوا قرار البقاء في السودان قاعدين نوفر لهم الدعم اللازم،
فنحن نقدم أكبر برنامج لتقديم الحوافز للكوادر الصحية العاملة في السودان حالياً. كذلك وعشان يكون في باث فورورد لزملائنا ديل، عمل زملائي في المكتب الأكاديمي كما سمعتوا مازن ومحمد حميدة مع المجلس الطبي لتطوير السيستم حقه وعودة الامتحان بعد توقفه لعام وتوفير الشهادات لعشرات الآلاف من الممارسين الصحيين. فيما يخص الشراكات، لدينا شراكات عديدة مع المنظمات السودانية، نحن بنتعلم منهم وهم بيتعلموا مننا، ونحن فخورين جدا بهذه الشراكات. وانا اود حقيقه ارحب ترحيب خاص بحنين بليز ستاند اب التي تاتي ممثله لغرف طوارئ السودان. فيما يخص الشراكات مع الوكالات الأممية، نحن لما بدينا هذه الشراكات قبل 10 أشهر كانت بعض هذه المنظمات السابا شريكة رقم 84 من ناحية الحجم، وكانت كل المنظمات اللي قبلنا منظمات دولية لها خبرة تفوقنا بعشرات السنين في عشرات الدول. اليوم بعد 10 أشهر نحن لهذه المنظمات الأممية إما الشريك الثاني على المستوى القومي أو الشريك الأول على المستوى القومي. وعشان نتأكد من أنه سابا لديها الموارد التي تحتاجها في خوض حربها ضد الفقر وضد المرض وضد الجوع، زدنا موارد سابا من مساهمات الأفراد بنسبة 260%، وزدنا مواردها من نسب المنح والهبات بنسبة 400%. والأوبريشن اللي احنا بندير بها هذا العمل، كل ما أقدر أقوله عن زملائي الذين يقودون هذا العمل إن it's elite performance، شيء يثلج الصدر يفوق المنظمات من حولنا حتى الدولية منها. فيما يخص الدفاع عن حقوق الإنسان، وهي مسألة واردة في دستور سابا، نظل بحكم النفوذ الذي توفر لنا بهذه النجاحات التي تحققت نعمل من أجلها، من أجل صيانة حقوق السودانيين، ونرى في ذلك أولوية قصوى. أنا منذ بدء الحرب أحصيت 70 اجتماع نحن حضرناها مع ممثلين من الحكومة الأمريكية، سواء على مستوى البيت الأبيض أو الخارجية أو المعونة الأمريكية، وعلاقات مع منظمات رائدة في مجال حقوق الإنسان سواء العفو الدولية أو Human Rights Watch أو غيرها. ودورنا كان طبعا مشهودا فيما جرى في غرب البلاد من توثيقنا الانتهاكات هناك وقرعنا لجرس الإنذار، ودي مسألة طبعا تمخض عنا إنه هيئة الخبراء بالأمم المتحدة تواصلت معنا في 13/5/2023 باعتبار المنظمة الأولى التي لفتت الانتباه لما يجري هناك. لكن يا إخواننا، الحاجة اللي عايز أقولها إنه يعني الأرقام دي ما بتحكي قصتنا. نحن قصتنا من لحم ودم. وقبل أسابيع بتذكروا إنه أنمار وباقي الفريق التنفيذي عملوا الخطة بتاعت سابا لمدة 3 سنوات، وجينا قدمناها للجمعية العمومية حقتنا، وبعد كده دعينا 20 من خيرة العقول السودانية الذين يعني أتونا مهرولين، من ضمنهم السيد وزير الصحة الحالي دكتور هيثم، أخونا دكتور المغيرة مدير الطب العلاجي، أيضا صديقنا العزيز وصديق المنظمة الدكتور أكرم علي التوم وزير صحة حكومة الثورة، أيضا أستاذنا وصديقنا دكتور خالد التجاني والصادق سمل وآخرين. يعني فنحن في قسمناهم على 4 مجموعات، وبعدها قعدنا يعني نسألهم. فواحدة من الأسئلة جات في النقاش إنه هل ما نقوم به، يعني هل البلد دي انتهت خلاص نقنع؟ هل اللي بنعمل فيه ده قضية خاسرة؟ ويعني قال قائلهم ويدوا الباقين إنه وأصلا فيش نستحق العمل من أجله غير القضايا الخاسرة. Lost causes are the ones worth fighting for. ودي مقالة نسبت لكثيرين، لكن من ضمنهم كان أحد القادة البريطانيين يوم كانت النازية تشعل سماء لندن بالنيران وتحرق شواطئها بالصواريخ، وانتوا عارفين التاريخ انتهى على شنو. واحنا بعد قعدنا ترفلكت از بورد، هل اللي بنعمل فيه ده قضية خاسرة؟ هل مصايب السودان الكثيرة دي احنا ممكن نطعمها بمعلقة سكر، اللي هي مصايب زي البحر. هل إنك أنت تعمل مع الدكتور عبد الله مصدق اللي كان يوم 30/5 بيؤدي عمله في مستشفى البلوك لتأتي رصاصة من محل قتال قريب وتخترق جسده النحيل فيكسر حوضه ويقعد في بيته بالأسابيع ليعود يعمل في ذات المستشفى بعد أن شفي، فزملاؤنا لا يحبسهم عن أداء واجبهم رصاص. هل قضية خاسرة إنك تعمل مع علي لما قلنا له عشان نشتغل لازم تقابل قائد المنطقة، شق الخور لقائد المنطقة سباحة، فزملاؤنا لا يحبسهم عن أداء واجبهم خريف. هل قضية خاسرة إنك تعمل مع دكتورة صفاء علي؟ وأنا سألتها بعد ما الدعم السريع قصف الدايات، قلت لها حتقيفوا؟ قالت لي حنقيف لما نفسنا يقيف. فزملاؤنا لا يحبسهم عن أداء واجبهم دانات. هل قضية خاسرة إنك تعمل مع زميلنا مصطفى أوباما لما النت قطع مسافة تفوق 9 ساعات في أخطر ولايات السودان حاليا على ظهر دابة، فزملاؤنا لا يحبسهم عن أداء واجبهم لا زين لا أريبة ولا إيلون ماسك. ديل هم السودانيين يا إخواننا، ديل هم السودانيين ما بتخوفهم بندقية الدعم السريع وما بتشتريهم قروش الإمارات، ولن يخضعوا لاستبداد يسعى الجيش أو الدعم السريع أو الكيزان لإعادته في البلاد. ده ما بيبقى. طبعا يا إخواننا هي الحرب دي في واحدة من وجوهها حرب على الذاكرة حقتنا كلنا. دعاة الحرب ونافخي كيرها من كيزان ومن جنجويد عايزيننا نلعب على وتر يعني التقسيم القبلي والتقسيم المناطقي والتقسيم الجهوي. عايزيننا في منظمة زي سابا ننسى ان احنا منذ ان تأسسنا تعاقب على مجالس إداراتنا ومجالس أمنائنا وعضويتنا الزغاوي والرزيقي والحمري والضنقلاوي والشاقي والجعلي. عشان كده إحنا اسمنا الأمس واليوم وغدا هو تجمع الأطباء السودانيين، سنظل كذلك ونرفض وندين أي محاولات لتقسيم البلاد على أساس جهوي. ويا إخواننا الكلام ده يعني ما كلام نحن بنقوله يعني بالخشم، لكن هو في فعل بيصحبه. لما زملائنا في ساب السودان يقولوا احنا بنشتغل حسب مناطق الحوجة، بنقول لهم ما في جرح أولى بالتضميد حاليا من جرح الوحدة الوطنية. عشان كده نحن مع سبق الإصرار والترصد يا إخواننا اشتغلنا في أبو كرشولة وأبو جبيهة وأبو رنات وأبو روم وبراوة، واشتغلنا الليلة عياداتنا شغالة في صرف عمرة وفي العيط جار النبي وفي شقة جاموس وفي تنقاسي وفي البرقيق وفي شتى أماكن السودان. دي رسالة من أهم رسائل سابا، الحفاظ على الوحدة الوطنية وتصوير نفسها دائما وأبدا إنها منظمة قومية لا يمكن تسقط في انحياز جهوي بأي صورة من الصور. طيب يا اخواننا، المسألة الأخرى اللي كنت بسرعة عايز أتكلم عنها إنه إحنا طبعا كمنظمة لابد إنه نتجاوز أي إخفاقات نحن بنمر بها، ونحن الآن بين يدي بورد جديد يعلي من القضايا الأكاديمية ومن قضايا العضوية ويسعى لإعادة تنظيم العمل في سابا بصورة تكون أفضل بكثير. أنا عايز to thank them for their leadership and for their vision with a fresh thought يعني set of ideas they're bringing to the table. They're doing a wonderful job. Thank you. المسألة الأخرى اللي كنت عايز أشير لها هنا إنه فيما يخص عملنا الإنساني في السودان يعني من الضرورة إن إحنا ننتقل من مسألة الإمرجنسي ريسبونس لمسألة building resiliency. والآن فلسفتنا حقه تكون إنه الحرب دي إحنا نتعامل معاها كأنها حتستمر أبدا، ولكن الاستعداد لما بعد الحرب كأنه الحرب حتنتهي بكرة. والمسألة دي بتشوفوها زي ما قال أنمار في العمل الدائرة الآن في زمزم. إحنا مركز توزيع الغذاء يعمل هناك له تقريبا شهر، بيوفر غذاء لما يقرب من 4000 إنسان يوميا. حاليا بدأت الإنشاءات لعمل محطة المياه وعمل العيادة وعمل مركز لتأهيل الأطفال وعمل مركز للتأهيل المهني. وده الواحة اللي قاعدين بنخلق فيها في زمزم دي، إن شاء الله إذا وفقنا فيها وسنوفق فيها إن شاء الله ننقلها لأماكن أخرى. وهي بتعكس فلسفة سابا يا إخواننا، والتي تعبر عن جميع عضويتها. نحن مع الحياة ضد الموت، ومع السلام ضد الحرب، ومع الوحدة الوطنية ضد التقسيم، ومع قيم ثورة ديسمبر ضد الكيزان وضد الجنجويد. وطبعا اخوانا الحاجه اللي عايز اقولها عن building resiliency دي هي قيم السودانيين نفسهم. الافكار اللي بتدور في زمزم حاليا ليست افكارنا، عملها الشخص الذي اسس عملنا في شمال دارفور، وانا ما التقيته لكن يعني أكن له كميه من المحبه والتقدير. فلما كان بيتكلم معي في موضوع مركز التدريب المهني ده والحرفي ده، قال لي يا اخي انا ما تشوفني دكتور وما تشوف الكلام اللي بالانجليزي ده. قلت له كيف؟ قال لي يا اخي انا اصلا نجار. قال لي احنا زمان في القريه اللي انا نشأت فيها في دارفور جات منظمه عملت مركز للتدريب المهني وانا اشتغلت نجار، وقال لي انا الله يجيبني بيتك تشوف شغل النجار اللي بعمله لك. وفي الاخر فتحت لي باب وبقيت طبيب، والان يا هو قاعد وهيومانيتيريان وبنظر انه سابا تعمل شنو. فالروح بتاعت الريزيلينسي دي هي قيمه سودانيه يا اخواننا. وانا حقيقه لما زرت السودان شفتها بعيوني. كان نحن طبعا بعد اجتياح مدني الجماعه في سابا فار وقالوا لازم تكون في خطه بتاع التامين للشباب الشغالين هناك، وهنا فيصل الايميلات تطاقش وكده. فانا على حس الخطه دي قمت مشيت السودان. فلما مشينا ام درمان كان في نفس اليوم، كان شهر 6 اللي فات، كان في نفس اليوم الطيران بيقصف حته اسمها قندهار، وكان طبعا الدعم السريع هو برد بالمضادات وكده. فاحنا انتهينا من جولتنا وبعد كده ماشيين نبيت في المكان المفروض نبيت فيه في ام درمان. وفي انا معي اخواننا فيصل والشاذلي، وفيصل طبعا في وسط القصه دي كلها افتكر انه افضل حاجه في نص الحرابه دي يعمل انه يجيب فول وباسطه من دكان، وانا وشاذلي طلعنا فوق. فلقيتهم قاعدين في شقه في الدور الرابع، ولما دخلت الاوضه لقيت انه القزاز فيه ثقوب من الرصاص ومغطى بمشمع. فانا طبعا التفت للشاذلي مستنكرا، يا الشاذلي وين الخطه؟ فقام قال لي يا دكتور الخطه تقرا آية الكرسي 8 مرات، ما تزيد 9 ولا تنقصهم 7. فقلت له يا شاذلي يعني انا آية الكرسي ما بابا لكن فيك اتعرفت. ف فيا اخواننا انا ما عايز الناس يعني ما تصدقوا الشوشره بتاعت السوشيال ميديا وبتاعت الازعاج دي. احنا we are very resilient people. دول هم الناس اللي قاعدين on the ground، الناس المنتشرين في غرف الطوارئ وفي التكايا وفي المطابخ في طول البلد دي وفي عرضها. كل يوم بيصحوا الصباح بيشتغلوا عشان يخلوا البلد دي تكون احسن وعشان تمرق من الحرب اللي هي فيها. وانا عايز يعني يمكن في ختام كلامي أشكركم شكر شديد جدا على الدعم اللي بيقدموه لنا وللمنظمة اللي ولا شك أصبحت إنها منظمة سودانية رائدة يعني متأدبة أمام هذا الشعب العظيم اللي إحنا بنتشرف بخدمته. وعايز أقول إنه يعني العمل ده أنا حقيقة بعتقد إنه جزء من الأبطال الحقيقيين فيه هو الناس اللي أنا واقف الليلة بتكلم باسمهم. أنمار، زملائي في مكتب السودان، فيصل أحمد النور، فيصل النقد، رزان هاشم، عبد العظيم علي، البراء، عبد الحافظ، زملائي سالم وبحيري وجيلاني وأسماء الإمام، أحمد عصام، عنود، عبد الرحمن، ولاء سليمان، محمد علي، عمر جي، عمر محجوب، عمر أبو زيد، علي بشير، ياسر بخيت، إبراهيم العثماني، عبد السلام، مصطفى أوباما. كل هؤلاء أنا بقول لهم أنتوا إخواننا أنا بقول لهم يا إخواننا أنتوا البحر المالح ده طعمتوه بمعلقة وأنرتم ساعة العسرة. إن مع العسر يسرا، إن مع العسر يسرا. شكرا جزيلا يا إخواننا.
Wow, mashallah, tabarakallah. Those were very, very touching words. Thank you, Dr. Yasser, for reminding us of both our moral responsibility to our homeland and our motherland, and that health is a human right and not a privilege. Give it up for our president, guys. One more time. Okay, so now this next session I'm really excited for, and I need you guys to be excited with me. It is titled Exemplary Sudanese Women in Medicine, Pioneers of Excellence. And we have an amazing set of speakers and moderators. So our moderator is going to be Dr. Shahid Karar, and our speakers are going to be Dr. Azza Ali, Dr. Hazar Khidr, and Dr. Amira Muhammad.
Excuse me, Shabab. An academic session and the fellowship corner is going to be in the Western Gate room. So an interview coordination also. So please, all the applicant, all the resident, they can join us over there. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Well, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Shahid Karar. Thank you so much for the introduction. I am a physician in obstetrics and gynecology and maternal fetal medicine fellow at Henry Ford Health in Detroit, Michigan. I have had the honor of being a part of SAPA since its inception in 2019 as just an intern resident. So I am beyond honored and thrilled and proud to stand here as a moderator for, in my very biased opinion, the most important panel of the day. And that panel is entitled Exemplary Sudanese Women in Medicine, Pioneers of Excellence. So as you all can probably assume, of course, it's biased that I'm standing here, right? I even laughed when SAPA had suggested me as a moderator. Of course, you would choose the all-female doctor to represent the all-female panel. And you're right, it is very biased, but I have nothing but good things to say, and I'm honored for the panel that we have here. But just to say in general, I am biased. Why is that? Is because I know the strength, the power, and the impact of women is unavoidable. It's growing more and more prevalent in social, medical, and even political aspects of our lives. And I know as a Sudanese population, we become so invested in our own country and our own problems that we forget to look around and realize that we are practicing medicine in the United States of America. And there's a lot going on here within the realm of women that we also need to be well aware of, so that while we want them to invest in us, we also have to invest within them. So just in case you were living under a rock, just some things that's been happening in regards to women in society. Our country is possibly at the cusp of battling to see that we could potentially have the first female minority president, all while balancing the struggle of the topic of women's health and rights that can completely sway our ability to manage and take care of women medically in the United States overnight. Even more close to us, again, as a Sudanese population, we all come from a country where we know the heels of a revolution was predominantly carried by women, where the image of a Sudanese woman standing on top of a car in front of a vast majority of protesters with her finger up in the air went viral. Within minutes to hours, the entire world knew who we were, our country, and they cared about our struggle and our strife, and more importantly, our story. So that tells you what? That not only are women important, but Sudanese women are important. And how does that relate to SAPA specifically? Well, what I hope from today's discussion is not only are we going to enjoy some wonderful pearls from our panelists, but it also revitalizes our commitment of inclusion of women in SAPA at every level. So currently, of the 300 plus members that you saw on the screen that are active voting members in SAPA, only 26% of them are women. So I'm not the best at math, but my panelists can help. And when we look in this room, I think over 26% of this room are women. So what I ask is that all the women in this room, if you can basically say, not if, but when can I become more active in SAPA? And for all the men in this room to look to the woman next to you and ask them the same thing. When are you going to be more involved in SAPA, right? Because our seats are not just in the audiences of SAPA conferences, but they are here as moderators, they're here as panelists, and they're at the leadership tables of SAPA meetings to help push for evolution and for change. So hopefully with that, I've somewhat encouraged you all, and if that's even just a little bit, then I've done my job as a moderator. But I will now introduce our three wonderful panelists who, again, I'm honored to be able to present. As you see, they are accomplished beyond means, and they will hopefully guide us a little bit more into their lifestyles, practicing in America, and also that dichotomy of being a Sudanese American female physician and what they can share with us. So with that being said, I'll introduce each of our three panelists, go a little bit into their history, and then from there we can talk to them a little bit further about specific questions. So our first panelist is Dr. Azza Ali. Dr. Ali completed her internal medicine residency at Detroit Medical Center, and then she just loved fellowship, and it was so nice that she did it twice. She completed a geriatrics fellowship, also at DMC, followed by a rheumatology fellowship at Henry Ford. Currently, she practices as rheumatology section chief. She's also an assistant professor at Wayne State University, and she is the program director, internal medicine residence, program director for rheumatology fellowship at Wayne State University. Her medical interests include, of course, medical education at every level, from medical students, residents, and fellows. She's also pioneered the establishment of an interdisciplinary clinic in collaboration with pulmonology and initiated a procedural clinic. Her professional societies include involvement in the American College of Rheumatology, Michigan Rheumatism Society, and is a part of Spartan, the Spondyloarthritis Research Treatment Network. Welcome, Dr. Ali. Our second panelist is Dr. Hazar Khidir. Dr. Khidir completed her medical training at the Harvard Medical School. Harvard Medical School. She continued on within the Harvard network, and she completed her emergency medicine residency within Mass Gen. She also completed a health services fellowship, a research fellowship position at the National Clinician Scholars Program at Yale University. Her medical interests include value-based delivery of tools such as quality measures and incentives for healthcare systems to advance healthcare equities and to reduce healthcare disparities. Welcome, Dr. Khidir. And last, but certainly not least, we have Dr. Amira Muhammad. She completed her internal medicine residency at Mount Sinai, also completing her critical care fellowship there as well. She currently works at the epicenter of ICU care as an intensivist at Montefiore. Her medical interests include resident and fellow education, development of research and quality improvement efforts, diversity efforts in community education and outreach, multiple contributions to research through peer-reviewed journals and books of chapters and abstracts. Her professional societies, as you all know, she serves SAPA proudly as the Director of Strategy, supporting organizational research initiatives and helping to refine its strategic goals. So just a very quick round of applause for all of our panelists again, and thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so we'll start off with Dr. Ali. So you're essentially focusing on the concept of teaching and education. What would you say is the most significant challenges you've encountered in teaching within the US medical system? How have you overcome them? And if you can share any personal challenges you faced as a Sudanese American woman in the medical field and how you've tackled that.
Hi. السلام عليكم. أنا يعني صراحة سعيدة جدا to be here today. Yeah, very, very delighted to be here. Thank you, Shahd, Dr. Karrar, for the kind introduction. And thank you to Maha Suleiman for graciously reaching out and asking if I can join. I had to make it happen. I'm a mother. I missed a very important cross-country meet today to be here. Like he did great, alhamdulillah. So I'm very, really like filled with emotion, and I feel that this session is very small compared to what we've heard throughout the morning and afternoon. I'm very touched. Many of the presentations brought tears to my eyes. I think we know what's going on, but to hear it and to see it is something else. So thank you, SAPA, for your tireless efforts and all of this dedication and hard work you put that is really showing up in Sudan. ربنا يرحم جميع الشهداء وربنا يلم شمل السودانيين كلهم. Maybe one day we will all have this gathering في Sudan. So I took over a program directorship position earlier this year after thinking about it very hard and trying to see how is this going to, or what is it going to take away from me? What is it going to take away from Umar and Tariq, my boys? So, you know, thought about it, talked to mentors, and finally decided to just do it. And I felt that it was important to take it, to be able to give and to be able to help. And I already had like a plan of what do I want to achieve within the next 3 months in this position before saying, okay, I'm done, let's move on to the next one. So challenges are many, so many challenges. Even when I was approached to, you know, to assume this position, there were people in the section who were not really happy about it maybe. It's hard for a woman a minority woman, مش بس minority woman, a Sudanese woman, foreign graduate, to be included in faculty and to get to this place where you can make decisions. So you get a lot of pushback. So the two big challenges that I recall where, you know, when you're working in a section where people are from different backgrounds, hence their perspectives are completely different, they will not understand where you're coming from. And, you know, being a leader, you want to navigate it very graciously, but sometimes you just have to take the position of the experienced one rather than my background to just make a decision and move on. Another challenge was taking care of my family, you know, taking care of my 2 sons. I have a teenager and a 10-year-old, very active boys, so many things to do. And, you know, trying to decide when is it right to teach, what is it going to take away from them, and when is it right to go and attend a meet. So I don't go to bed until 10 p.m., you know, when everybody's, you know, all the residents are taught, all the fellows are done with their presentations, all the notes are signed, all the transportation issues are done, everybody's fed at home, and it's bedtime, yes. So this is the challenge. It's basically balancing work and your deadlines and your commitment to teaching and your obligations at home. I navigated those by talking to my mentors. I'm really lucky to have great mentors. Some are retirees, and some are in different, other practices or sections. So I just reach out to people I ask. I hire help for everything. I just don't deal with things that are going to take away from my time. To navigate that specific challenge with the differences in perspectives, I read a lot about bias, and I educated myself a lot about implicit bias, because at certain points you think, oh, maybe I'm the one who is being biased. In the state of Michigan, you are required to take implicit bias training, and you don't get to renew your license if you don't do it. I found it very useful, so I always go back to it as a reference, and to help me navigate certain challenges or conflicts that may be related to bias at work. Yeah, I hope that answers it. I think that it's hard to kind of minimize the challenges, but those are the big ones that I can.
Exactly. No, it's a big topic and a very compact question. But speaking on that further, how would you say your Sudanese heritage helped you in those situations? Or did you find it as a hindrance in some way, or as a positive in other ways? How did you balance those two?
I think there are parts to this. Sudanese heritage, I think, I went to Jamiat al-Jazeera. So this was late 90s, so you can imagine how difficult it was. عز البيك بتاع السياسة الكيزان and everything, it was hard. التعريب, it was very hard. Like you mentioned earlier that it only thickened your skin. It only adds resilience, adaptability. أنا لما أتذكر الأيام بتاعت الجامعة لما كذا I'm like, oh my God, how did I do this? لكن it gave me a lot of strength. هسه أنا many challenges I face, I'm like, it's okay, it's a piece of cake, we'll do this. أنا قريت في جامعة الجزيرة في '90s when I couldn't call my mother at any time I wanted to talk to her. So that's one part. I think being of Sudanese heritage, I think we're lumped with, of course, minorities and black women in medicine. So I advocate much for that. نحن هسه we just completed reviewing applications للfellowship, and I tried so hard to avoid being biased, but I also wanted inclusivity. I wanted to include people. يعني كان عندنا certain metrics that we had, to meet, and certain like a guide to select candidates. لكن I was in that position where I could pick. Even if you graduated 10 years ago, I think we need a bit of diversity. So I used that. So that's when my Sudanese heritage really, I think showed up. الحاجة الثانية إنه I had really amazing mentors في السودان. And their teaching style I carried over. وكل ما أتذكرهم I smile. First, I really always hope إنه my trainees remember me in the same way I remember my mentors. Oh, he was funny, or he was pleasant, or he was helpful, he was always available. I think that's how it kind of played the role in teaching now. Yeah.
Thank you so much for answering those very loaded questions, and we'll hear from you again towards the end of the panel. Thank you. Next, Dr. Khidir. So in regards to your extensive efforts in healthcare system inequities overall, so for individuals within the Sudanese community who may not understand that term, healthcare inequities, how would you describe that concept to them, and how do we as a Sudanese ethnicity fit into that dynamic within the United States?
Thank you so much for that question, Shat. And I wanted to get back to you serving as a moderator. I'm definitely very selfishly thankful as well, being 7 months pregnant. Inshallah, nothing's going to happen, but I feel safe with you here. Thank you guys for having me speak here, and it's been super inspiring hearing from everybody who's spoken today, including Dr. Yasser, who just spoke before me. But so I feel like I'm a very small part of this community, but I'm happy to share my insights. And so, as Dr. Kharar alluded to, my work focuses on health inequities, and health inequities are really defined as avoidable and unfair differences in health outcomes. So health outcomes are just, at the end of the day, the level of wellness or of the illness that a person experiences. There are a variety of health outcomes that can be measured. Some common ones are like mortality, hemoglobin A1C achievement levels. There are numerous health outcomes out there. And so health inequities are unfair and avoidable differences between populations in terms of that health achievement. And those differences exist because of systematic differences in the opportunities that some groups of people, some populations have in their efforts and their inevitability of kind of meeting their most optimal level of health. And these differences can be caused mechanistically from a number of different sources. So they can derive from the practice of medicine itself, from healthcare delivery or health service delivery, which is kind of what my focus is. And so that is something that's totally within our control, the doctors and the pharmacists and the healthcare workers in the room. That's all within our control. It just means basically you treat patients fairly. And in the United States, we unfortunately have a system where that does not happen quite often. So I'll give you a couple of examples. There are health inequities for my patients as an emergency physician who come in with long bone fractures. And we know that certain populations, Black and Hispanic, low-income patients, are less likely to receive pain medication for the same injuries, and that's compared to white patients, compared to wealthier patients with private insurance. My group at Yale recently published a research paper showing that even in the waiting room in the emergency department, there are inequities, where there are Black patients and poor patients who get skipped over in line to be seen by a doctor. So they are literally left waiting longer than other patients. And as an emergency physician, focused on health services research, one of the most important decisions I make, one of the most kind of consequential decisions that is paid attention to, is admitting patients to the hospital. And my research has shown that Black and Hispanic and low-income patients are admitted to the hospital at lower rates compared to white patients and high-income patients. So those are all things within our control, right? We are the ones who dispense the medication, put the orders in. We're the ones who decide which patient gets to go to a room once they, arrive in the waiting room. I decide which patients get admitted to the hospital once I evaluate them. There's other, differences in health outcomes that are more structural and are due to social and economic opportunities that individuals have. And so I think a really prime example of that is what a lot of the folks in the Sudanese diaspora who are fleeing as a result of the war are likely to experience, right? That is a trauma, that's an enormous trauma that they're experiencing. And that's a trauma that other communities, other populations don't have to experience. And so that's really important because that's the difference between health inequities and health equality. Equality basically says we give people the same treatment, right? The same exact thing. But when somebody has more that they're dealing with, like trauma, for example, they might need more. And so to achieve health equity, they won't necessarily need, the same level of, mental health resource treatment as somebody who has been fortunate enough to have a great childhood and hasn't had to be displaced by war, hasn't had to experience poverty and those things. And so, somebody who has experienced those things needs more services. They deserve more services. And so that's the distinction between health equity and health equality. To your second question, how does this relate to the Sudanese population as an ethnic group? Unfortunately, I have news for us here in that we are amongst the population that is likely to experience health inequities. That means our social location, where we fit in American society, is at the margins. We are at the margins, unfortunately, from a racial and ethnic standpoint. Somebody might look at us in the emergency room, for example, and they will think, you know, they'll see our race first. They'll see that we're black first. And they will assume, they will put all sorts of stigmas and stereotypes on us. They won't even recognize our ethnicity. They won't even understand where we're coming from. They might not even know where Sudan is on a map. We are also at the margins, our community is economically. And so this was mentioned earlier in that we talked about how there's some communities that have the ability, they have actual capital, monetary capital, that can translate to political capital, whereas we might not have that. We might not be able to donate as much to our representative to get their attention and such. And so that means we're at the margins economically as well. We're at the margins in terms of our language, right? For many of us, English is a second language, and so that really impacts how we're perceived when we go to a hospital and when we try to seek care. And so it's of our interests as Sudanese folks in the United States to take an interest in health inequities, because our khaltus, our ammus, our grandmas, our habobas, our like ummatna, they could all be experiencing health inequities and they're at risk. And so we need to be really cognizant of that. And we need to learn how to advocate and how to fight against health inequities.
Thank you for that. I think that explained it perfectly, because it tends to be a sense, like how you mentioned, we fall into that same population, even though we think we're different. Unfortunately, to society, we are not. So we are just at the forefront of a lot of the efforts that are being employed to help them. They also apply to us too. Going off of that, you know, you've probably been on rounds and you see the excitement in, you know, residents and other attendings and fellows and their interest in closing the gap in health equities. How do you encourage your fellow US trained physicians to kind of engage in the same global health inequities and initiatives that we see them going to other countries for and helping phenomenally at? How do we encourage them and kind of show them that Sudan needs attention too from within the hospital?
So I think there are a couple of strategies, and I'm going to answer this question from the perspective of us. How do we get these folks that we work with? A lot of us interface, you know, outside of these rooms. You know, we are dealing with Americans of all sorts of backgrounds, and so how can we get them on our side? How can we help inspire them to care about the same things that we care about? And I'll say that kind of the first thing you have to do, and this is, apologies, it's kind of vague, it's just a kind of way to show up, really, is to take up space. Take up space and to be brave. So when there's an opportunity that exists, don't think that it's not something that you can achieve. Don't think that it's something that that nobody will care about. Don't think that, don't miss the shot before you even attempt it. I don't play sports at all, but in essence, you miss every shot you don't take. And so no matter how ambitious the goal is, try. And I'll give one kind of concrete example of that. In my fellowship, we are very focused on domestic health services and some of the inequities that I talked about within the United States. But once the war broke out in Sudan, I felt really upset at my colleagues, my US colleagues, because nobody was talking about Sudan. Nobody was asking me about it. Even my close friends, they weren't asking me about it. And I thought, how can you not ask me? And I realized, they just thought, oh, this is typical for Sudan. It's just another war-torn country. And I was really upset by that. But instead of kind of going to them and saying, accusing them, why aren't you asking me about this? We decided to channel that energy into an advocacy effort to write an opinion piece on the humanitarian situation and what the doctors in Sudan were experiencing at the time. And, I was really nervous in the beginning, like, is a newspaper gonna really pick this up? There's so many other issues that have such, much more of a spotlight, but you miss every shot you don't take. We tried anyway, and alhamdulillah, we were successful in doing that because we tried, right? That would have, if we had kind of stopped in thinking, oh, this is not something that other people are gonna be interested in, it would have never happened. And so don't be afraid to take up space. And the way that I take up space after, after we wrote that op-ed was I sent it to all my networks. I sent it to my fellowship director. I sent it to my friends. I had them share it on Twitter, and they ended up donating to SAPA, right? And so you have to really kind of just be willing to talk about what's important to you, and to educate them, to give them an outlet too, because I think you can't wait for them. I was waiting for them to come to me. You have to go to them. The other strategy that I would also kind of recommend that we all consider doing is to work together. So that example of writing that opinion piece, I was really nervous, even though I was trying to be brave to write this piece. I still kind of was a little insecure, had a little imposter syndrome. So I worked together with my sister, Ukhti Hana Khidr, and Dr. Dalia Auda, and we kind of helped inspire each other and motivated each other. And it's always easier to do things with other people standing next to you than you just standing by yourself. And you can also hold each other accountable in that way too. And then lastly, I think this is really important. This is brought up several times. We really do need to leave our echo chambers to a certain degree and need to start to kind of partner with groups that help us form a coalition that's larger than just our numbers. And so, I have friends who are passionate about other issues around social justice. And so, in advocating and helping advocate for their causes in the past, I know that they're gonna show up for me as well. And so it's really kind of important to move beyond your comfort zone, move out of your echo chamber, and try to form connections with these other organizations so you can achieve synergy and have a wider outreach than you normally would.
Thank you so much for answering that. Moving on to Dr. Mohammed, we are going to be discussing with you research initiatives overall and what that means in society. I will start off by saying, thank you again for being here, especially you as a member of the board of directors. You are an example of what I was mentioning before. She is an example of what it looks like to be in those rooms and at those tables, so we appreciate you for everything you do. So specifically talking about research, how do you see research? Every day, in everyone's respective communities, we get great research, hot off the press, groundbreaking evidence-based medicine that is truly changing the way we practice every day. How do you see research conducted in the United States, potentially translating to Sudan in a way, and helping us in resource areas?
Thank you, Shah. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, everyone, for making the effort to come here. As a Sudanese physician, I'm going to start by saying, and I spent most of my life in Sudan. I spent 23 years in Sudan specifically, and I came here when I was 23. Sudan was home, and for at least 10 years after that, probably until the war started. Whenever I talk to any of my friends and similar to a lot of people in this room, whenever I say I'm going home, it always meant I'm going to Sudan, not I'm going back to where I lived, which at the time was actually Chicago. I never thought that I would be in a situation where there is no Sudan. So I got married. I had my first child, who's now 3. By the time he was a year and a half, he had been to Sudan 3 times, because we go every 6 months. Sudan was home for me, for my husband, for my child, and then my daughter, who was born last year, has never been to Sudan, and I'm not sure if she's ever going to see it. That being said, the type of research that we're looking at has unfortunately been conducted in places that are going through what Sudan is going through now, a situation that I never thought we would go through. But the research that we're looking at SAPA is research that has been conducted in places like Syria, places like Yemen, places like Ethiopia and Ukraine, where the healthcare system, the infrastructure has been completely destroyed or inaccessible, just like it is in Khartoum and all of Sudan right now. What SAPA has done and what they did in these previous places is that they created mobile clinics and really heavily relied on telemedicine. And as you have seen in the report, that's exactly what SAPA had done, and that's what they're doing in the Ukraine right now. This is one of the ways that we have used research done elsewhere in Sudan. Another way is training the healthcare providers that are in Sudan, who are going through some very challenging times and really trying to optimize the healthcare delivery over there, dealing with injuries that are seen in conflict. And finally, what we're trying to do in the strategic office is really assess the situation in Sudan and kind of do a needs assessment and figure out where help is needed and how we should allocate our resources and our humanitarian efforts. We're doing a lot of disease surveillance, looking at vaccine effectiveness and trying to deploy our resources where there are crises. And actually, we're doing a lot of data collection in our hospitals. SAPA runs some of the only hospitals in Sudan, so we have access to unimaginable data as to why people are presenting to the hospitals, why people are presenting to clinics, why people are dying, and what kind of medication and treatment do they lack. And we're able to act on that. So not only are we implementing research, we're also getting data from Sudan and using that to help allocate our resources. That being said, it's very difficult to translate this type of research in a setting where there are obviously a lot of logistic constraints, a lot of differences between what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Ukraine or Gaza or any of the other places that are going through similar things, which is why we heavily rely on our local heroes, our local authorities, and the NGOs, and make sure that these are translated appropriately.
Thank you. And continuing on with that same theme, as you can kind of tell with the rise of telemedicine and digital learning tools, how do you see the future of medical education evolving, particularly with students who are in places like Sudan or have been displaced from Sudan? How can we use these tools that are so wildly popular in the United States to assist our brothers and sisters in Sudan?
Yeah, I think this is an excellent question. In terms of, I think overall digital learning can be absolutely transformative in education, not just in medical education, but in education in general. But we do have a unique set of challenges. We do have benefits and challenges. I think, specifically speaking, perhaps from a United States perspective, switching over to digital learning happened for us in New York during the pandemic. And in our fellowship program and our residency program became completely remote, and they remain probably more than 50% remote at this time. The benefits I see is that, A, it's probably extremely cost effective, the interviews switching to virtual, and every society that I know of in internal medicine subspecialty is recommending a completely virtual interview season, has really helped increase the number of applicants and increase the number of interviews, and actually helped a lot of applicants from Sudan move to the US without ever being in the US, right? My sister is an example who, once the CS exam was canceled, she was able to move to the US as a resident, and I think it really opens a lot of doors. It also kind of equalizes the field a little bit in that it makes a lot of resources available for everybody, whether it's textbooks, lectures, access to leaders and healthcare institutions, and I think a lot of the medical students and physicians in Sudan are taking advantage of that. But there are obviously a lot of disadvantages, and I think the most obvious one is lack of access to technology, which SAPA has been actively trying to work on to help increase the access, whether it's medical students or recent graduates, and making sure they are able to, internet access is an issue, and even owning a computer is an issue. And this is not even focusing on Sudan itself, it's the people who are displaced and are outside Sudan, and whether they can afford this type of technology. Another major barrier is also digital literacy. For both the students and the educators, for example, in universities that are no longer functional because of the war, trying to implement a completely digital curriculum is going to take a lot of effort. A lot of universities had already done that during the pandemic and had at least a partial curriculum that is virtual, but I think right now the switch to complete virtual has been a struggle. So I think these two are probably the two major holdback.
Thank you so much for answering that, and thank you to all of our panelists for answering those specific questions. So now, if anyone does have a question for our panelists, we will allow for a few questions, But to start off, just as a general question to the group, and I think a question a lot of the applicants and future doctors in the room have, what advice do you have for American female, either medical students, physicians, or people aspiring to? What advice do you have on them to become leaders like yourselves? If you could give your future self advice through a time portal, what advice would you give them to help you get to where you guys are today?
I think, first of all, finding a mentor who represents what you want to be is important. I wouldn't be where I am here today without the mentors who really guided me, some of whom do not even remember me, but I was, guided by a lot of my seniors, a lot of the people who were ahead of me, and I wouldn't be where I am today without them. So finding the correct mentor is crucial, but also becoming a mentor and making sure you come back and find your mentees and develop yourself and go forward by bringing people forward. I think that is how you grow as a person and as a physician in the Sudanese community.
If I may add, I agree with Amira. I think setting a goal and working hard, I really believe that when you work hard, you achieve things. Don't hesitate to reach out to people. I've had a few people actually reach out to me I've never met and on LinkedIn, and they asked me to help them, and I happily did it. I did not hesitate. So I always tell applicants and young physicians, reach out, ask for help. You won't lose much. Finding a good mentor, and like Amira said, many of them would not remember me, but a few people would really stand out and would really make a big impact in your career. And work hard. I think if you have a passion for something, you work hard for it, you'll get it. Yeah.
I agree with all of what's been said so far. I would also just add, one thing to do is to get creative. I grew up in Jefferson City, Missouri, and went to a liberal arts school that did not have a medical school associated with it for college. And so that meant, I didn't really have opportunities to do shadowing when I was in college, to do research that is specifically related to the medical field. And so it doesn't mean that you can't take advantage of the resources that are immediately available to you. So, I did research on maize genetics on corn. So that, science is science, right? And so that kind of met that requirement in terms of applying to medical school. I found opportunities to shadow people, back home where my parents lived, so that I could get that medical exposure as well. And then, the last thing is, it kind of relates to my point earlier, is like be brave. I actually was not going to apply to Harvard Medical School whenever I was applying to med schools, and only did so at the encouragement of somebody who was already in one of those spaces, who would at Stanford University. And I didn't think that I even had that opportunity was available to me. And so, that is a real example of like, I wouldn't have gotten in if I hadn't applied, right? Because I wouldn't have, it wouldn't have been on the table at all as an option. So really do be brave, like apply broadly. I know we all want to stay close to home, but apply, where, have a far outreach, apply all over the country to try to improve your chances. And so, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much to our panelists. In respect of time, we'll unfortunately have to end this session, but all of our panelists will be available, I'm sure, to answer your questions afterwards. So thank you again to the panelists, and thank you to SAPA for hosting this platform for women. Remember, we are a small group, but we are strong. So together we can hopefully have a large list of women sitting on this panel next year, and we hope to see you then. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for our lovely ladies in that beautiful session. To wrap up the first half of this day, we have a session curated by ours truly, SAPA Youth, and it'll be a Doctor Who medical mingle. And so if the doctor's in the room, don't mind staying. Fatima's gonna come explain how it'll work and how we can contribute and make this as easy as possible. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Fatima Rashid. I'm the Service Committee Chair for our SAPA Youth Chapter. And we are now moving on to our last activity of the day before our gala event tonight at 7, which is going to be here. It'll be great with food, celebration, singing. So you guys should definitely come through. There's a... Yes. I'll give it to you. Okay. There's a chance for students and applicants to connect and network with our healthcare professionals that are here today. So we will divide the room in 6 groups. So this first portion will be one group. The portion behind will be the next group. Then we have the middle group. It'll be 3, 4, and then 5, 6. And about 6 youth members per group.
I'm sorry, everybody. If you just have a seat, or our youth members trying to do this very fun activity, we really would love everybody to participate. So Fatma here, thankfully, our community director from SAPA Youth, we would like to divide the room in few groups. She's going to give you the rest of the instructions. So if you please just have a seat. She's going to continue. It's going to be a fun thing, so all of us get to know each other. It's not only for the youth, but they're taking the lead into this. So if I may ask, just please have a seat. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, the dinner is going to be in this room. Okay, it's not going to be in the rooms above. And you have to have your tag. Please make sure you have to have your tag to come into dinner, okay? It starts at 7 p.m. sharp. And please make sure you have your tag, okay? All right? Okay, people in the back over there, if you don't mind, just have a seat, please, so we can get this going. Go ahead, Fatima.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please pick one of these 6 groups to participate, where there are healthcare professionals here to answer some questions. So how this will work... Can I get the next slide, please? Okay, so you'll have 5 minutes altogether to give some quick introductions and have the opportunity to answer and discuss the topic with each other. And then after the 5-minute mark, we'll have the youth members only rotate between each group to meet a new healthcare professional. Feel free to take notes with the notepads we have provided on the tables and exchange contact information before switching to your next group. So thank you, and let's get started. Okay, so the first topic is, why did you choose your route? This could be academia versus private practice, hospitalist, etc. So the first 5 minutes start now. All right, so we're gonna have to wrap it up right there. So if only the youth members could please stand up and then rotate to the next group. Y'all can stand up and then move to the next group, the youth members. And then oh, do they not?
Just walk around and be like, okay, now you got, take the mic and move around with it.
Do they not hear it?
Saying, take a mic and then ask them.
And okay.
As you're walking around, is it here? Okay, guys, we're moving to the next question, please. Move around to the next stage.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. Has everyone rotated? Did you guys rotate? Okay. Yes, so as you guys rotate, the next question is going to be, how has SAPA transformed or benefited your professional career? Okay, everyone, if you could start wrapping up your answers, and then we're going to transition to the next question. Okay, so if the youth members could stand up and then rotate to their next group. Okay, if you haven't rotated already, please wrap it up and let's give it to the next group. Our next question is going to be, name the biggest challenge you faced in your career. Okay, we're gonna start wrapping up that session. So, all right, so youth members, you can please wrap it up and go ahead and stand and then rotate to the next group. Okay, everyone, if we could say our goodbyes, we're gonna start rotating to the next group. And then the next question is gonna be, what do you wish you knew before entering your specialty? Okay, we're gonna start wrapping that one up. If youth members could say bye and then stand up and move on to the next group. Okay, let's start the rotations, please. If you haven't rotated yet, please take this chance to do so. And our next question is going to be, please share one success story you have in your medical journey. All right, everyone. Please wrap up your conversations, and then we're going to move on to the next rotation. Okay, youth members, go ahead and stand up and go to another table that you haven't been at yet. And then the next question is going to be, how do you integrate Sudanese heritage or cultural background into your medical practice? Okay, everyone, that ends our last session for today. We do have to leave the room by 5 p.m., so if you haven't gotten each other's contact information or any other last-minute questions, you can go ahead and do that. And you can also connect right outside. And please return over here for our gala at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Hey, I'm sorry, everybody. If we can leave the room because they're gonna set up the dinner, we can talk outside, continue. I'm sorry to bother everybody. Just want to have things go and have a great day. So please make your way so the dinner can get set up. Thank you. Please, everybody, let's clear the room so they can set up everything. We'll be back at 7. Let's go. Thank you.
Check. Sorry. Check. 1 2 2 1 2. Hey, hey. Yeah, sorry. Change your pants, everyone. You guys might need to because I scared you. Change your pumper. Yeah, right? Nobody does. Check. 1 2 2 1 2 2 1 2 2 1 2. Whoop whoop whoop. That's for making fun of me. Checking 1 2 2 1 2 2 1 2. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. Check 1 2 2. Check 1 2 2 1 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check. Hey, hey, hey.
deadly fighting has forced most hospitals in the capital city of Khartoum to close. Hundreds of doctors have fled, and the New York Times reports of rumors that some doctors are being kidnapped at gunpoint.
It's killed more than 500 people, including 2 Americans. And that includes a doctor with ties to Iowa, Dr. Bushra Suleiman.
They'll be disappointed at the size of what I lose. Check 1 2 2 1 2. I think I'm going to give them this mic for up there. And I don't know if he needs a stand or not, but at some point I need to eat dinner. So. Look at Taylor, part of the team. It's too much like work if you can't have a little fun. Check 1 2 2 1 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check 1 2 2 1 2 2 1 2. Check 1 2 2 1 2 2 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check 1 2 2 1 2. Hey, hey.
Hello, hello. This one.
That's the easy part. What I need to hear is the keyboard.
هشام عز الدين بركات ودكتور اشرف ده يا هشام هشام ده ولد خالتي وانا خاله يا مخد شايف لقاءات ثقيلة Yeah.
To make some noise.
Yes. ها؟ احنا قالوا اخر الناس في البرنامج. I do.
Did you say you wanted these hard panned left and right?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
That's my reverb or that's you? Yeah. الصوت ده يا احمد بالمناسبة اوزنه على كده خليه يخلص.
Check 1 2 test.
Hello, this one. Hello. This one. Hello.
That's all I've got for the keyboard. You are maxed up.
Yes, that's good.
Okay, very good.
I'm going to try with the accompaniment.
Yeah, and you're going to drive it from there. That's beautiful. Okay. If you're okay with the monitor.
Yeah, let's try this. I'm going to turn everything and just see the whole thing, how it's going to look.
أحلى ساعات اللقاء، ما أحلى ساعات اللقاء، وفي شاطئ قرب الملتقى أنا والحبيب الحبيب عند الغروب. يا حبيبي فارقنا الشقا وحياتنا صارت مشرقة. عليكم السلام. كيف الحال؟ ترى خير حالك؟ صحتك كيف حالك؟ ترى خير الحمد لله. كيف حالك؟ الله يخليك. كيف حالك؟ ترى خير الحمد لله. كيف حالك؟ الله يديك العافية. الله يسلمك. السلام عليكم. كيف الحال؟ ترى خير الحمد لله. كيف حالك؟ الحمد لله. كيف حالك؟ الله يخليك. كيف حالك؟ ما شاء الله. هاي صح. هاي صح 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 متذكر. ما شاء الله حافظ تمام ما شاء الله. انا والله كنت هناك لكن اسيد اسيد فيرجينيا يعني. الحمد لله ان شاء الله. كيف حالكم؟ صورة يعني.
Hello, hello. My friends, my family. Marhab, marhab. Inshallah, everybody had a nice day. Ready for a nice meal or a great event, inshallah, for the rest of the night. Uh, People who have not met me before, again, I'll repeat my name. Huzaifa Salim. You can find me somewhere. Thank you. So really, I really want to thank you all for being here and being part of SAPA's journey and being part of SAPA's family. You know, these events is not just only a conference where we share what we did and so on and so forth, but it's an opportunity to see an old friend, get to meet an old friend, you know, get to meet a new friend, find peace and comfort. Feel, to me personally, there's a lot of what we do. Events like these gives us an opportunity to heal a little bit, because if you think about our daily lives that we have, you know, it's been a lot of stress, and we deserve to get a little bit of peace. So with that mentality, I want you to think of others that also long for some peace, okay? Long for some comfort, and how you can help. If you see in our screens these little hearts, you know, start helping a lot of people. We're trying to get this goal, hopefully by tonight, which is very ambitious, but nothing is impossible for SAPA. So take a moment, scan the QR code, do what you can, share it with everybody that you know. Share, you know, that you are at SAPA General Assembly Gala tonight. With that being said, thank you again for being here. And I just want to direct your attention to the screen. We're going to play this just a 2-minute video. I want you to kind of also get an idea of how bad the situation has been in Sudan and how much, you know, your presence here is helping that situation. Thank you.
Deadly fighting has forced most hospitals in the capital city of Khartoum to close. Hundreds of doctors have fled, and the New York Times reports of rumors that some doctors are being kidnapped at gunpoint. It's killed more than 500 people, including 2 Americans, and that includes a doctor with ties to Iowa. Dr. Bushra Suleiman. Thank you very much. Don't forget to donate, take the link, share it, and enjoy your dinner. We'll get back to our programming very soon. Thank you.